Chapter 692. Bai Ziming felt somewhat confused, unable to understand the deeper meaning behind Qi Wei's words. He was not someone of the world beyond worlds, instead hailing from a lower world, as he had ascended to the world beyond worlds after attaining the 4th level of the martial saint realm, the early seeing divinity stage. In his world, he had never heard of the extreme yang seal. However, this did not prevent him from realizing the importance of it. Just by looking at the sudden change in Jingming's expression on the riding wind heavenly vessel, one could tell that this was different from the rest. Meanwhile, by Jingming's side, when Luoxia and Yi Xian were first at a loss, but very quickly came to a realization as they looked at Yan Zhaoge with shocked expressions. In the valley down below, hearing those words, Chen Zhiliang was similarly greatly shocked as he virtually unconsciously turned to look at the riding wind heavenly vessel in midair. When Bai Ziming saw Jingming's appearance, he thought to himself, this is similar to how he looked when he first heard about the sky-bearing Fek array. The old man grew vigilant, the envy and greed within his gaze as he looked at Yan Zhaoge completely disappearing, replaced by extreme caution. Bai Ziming felt that just like how Kong Ping and the others had set up the heaven-bearing Fek formation, Yan Zhaoge too possessed a great secret. If he were to get swept up in it and be careless, his fate would be dire. Exalted solar luminary. Yan Zhaoge narrowed his eyes slightly. The first scene that surfaced within his mind was that fist intent which had remained within the extreme yang seal when he had collected it in the earth domain of the 8 extremities world that year. The fist intent condensed into the appearance of a young man, but his appearance could not be seen clearly. This person should be the original owner of the extreme yang seal, as well as the one who forged this high-grade sacred artifact. He was the exalted solar luminary that Qi Wei and the others had mentioned. There seemed to be quite a few people in the world beyond worlds who knew about it. Yan Zhaoge noticed the gazes that Jingming, Wen Luoxia, Yi Xian and the others were looking at him. After pondering for a moment, he smiled, I do know of the extreme yang seal. However, I have never heard of the great name of the exalted solar luminary. I have made a fool of myself. The expressions of Jingming and the others immediately became strange. They exchanged looks as Wen Luoxia could not help but ask, this. Young Master Yan, could it be that you are not someone of the world beyond worlds, instead hailing from a lower world? Yan Zhaoge nodded candidly, it is precisely so. I coincidentally had a small fortuitous encounter which brought me to this world beyond worlds. Wen Luoxia still wanted to say something, but when she saw Jingming's solemn gaze, she swallowed her words again. Jingming said slowly, has little friend Yan not heard of the great name of the exalted solar luminary? Yan Zhaoge spread his palms apart, answering, I know of the extreme yang seal and the extreme yang scripture. Still, I have indeed never heard of the name of the exalted solar luminary before. Seeing that his expression did not seem to be fake, Jingming's gaze became even stranger. You even know about the sun god scripture, but not the name of the exalted solar luminary? Jingming muttered to himself. He looked at Kong Ping in the valley down below. Just now, Kong Ping had attempted to kill Yan Zhaoge right in front of their faces. Was it because Kong Ping knew that Yan Zhaoge actually had no direct connection with the original owner of the extreme yang seal that he had no qualms about doing so, or was it that the one behind Kong Ping had always been targeting the exalted solar luminary? If it was the former, it meant that Kong Ping was purely taking revenge on Yan Zhaoge, finding some trouble for him. If it was the latter, then the situation was even more complicated. What kind of figure was the exalted solar luminary Gao Han? He was a peak expert who had established the current state of the world beyond worlds and revived Taoism. It was said that he had survived the Great Calamity. When he had last appeared over 1,000 years ago, his cultivation base had already been higher than that of the one behind Kong Ping. If he were still alive today, barring any major accidents, he would be even more powerful. Even that major figure behind Kong Ping would not be able to withstand him. Yet, Kong Ping had still tried to kill Yan Zhaoge just now. Jingming felt that he was a cautious and rational person who should not have made a move due to a moment of rage. Even Jingming felt a chill run down his spine at the possibility of what might have been behind this. Of course, it could also be that Kong Ping had intentionally done so, using this as a bluff. It was just that with this, Yan Zhaoge's background had become even more mysterious in Jing Ming's eyes. Jing Ming would definitely not believe that Yan Zhaoge was completely unrelated to Gao Han. However, Yan Zhaoge had admitted that he bore the extreme Yang seal, even admitting that he knew of the Sun God scripture. What meaning was there in him still denying that he knew of Gao Han's existence? It was like looking at the restored heaven-bearing effecate formation within the valley. There would be no need for Kong Ping and the others to deny it at all. Perhaps while he came into contact with the exalted solar luminary, he only obtained the extreme Yang seal and the legacy of the extreme Yang scripture. The exalted solar luminary did not mention his identity to him. Jingming pondered, yet dared not think too deeply about it. It was best not to easily guess at the thoughts of a major figure of that level. Truthfully reporting this to his master, the Southeastern Exalt, was accomplishing what he was supposed to do. Thinking of this, Jingming looked at Yan Zhaoge, little friend Yan. Yan Zhaoge smiled, in coming to the world beyond worlds, I have some enmity to settle with a sect of the Royal Reed Sea, the Radiant Light sect. Jingming opened his mouth, swallowing back the words that he had originally wanted to say. Kong Ping and the others had to give the Southeastern Exalt an explanation. If there were any follow-up to this matter of them having set up the heaven-bearing effecate formation within the Southeastern Yang Heaven territory, it would definitely affect the Southeastern Exalt. As for Yan Zhaoge, first not mentioning whether or not he had been entrusted with the mission of the original owner of the Extreme Yang Seal, even if he had, it would still be impossible to ascertain whether it was related to the Southeastern Exalt now. If the matter with the Radiant Light sect was indeed just Yan Zhaoge's personal problem, the Southeastern Exalt would not interfere. Matters of the major powers of the Southeastern Yang Heaven territory attacking one another were commonplace. It was not as if sects had not been exterminated as well. If it was not truly a major mess, the Southeastern Exalt would not be bothered about it. Recklessly interfering with the arrangements of the exalted solar luminary now would be equivalent to starting a feud. If the exalted solar luminary's methods were being used in the Southeastern Yang Heaven territory, it would be impossible for the Southeastern Exalt to just stand by and watch. It was just that there were currently no signs of this. Whether or not Yan Zhaoge had a personal enmity with the Radiant Light sect was something that could be easily verified. Jingming sighed inwardly, shaking his head slightly. Is little friend Yan interested in coming to my Golden Court Mountain as a guest? While it was not good for him to forcefully interfere, he still hoped to understand the situation as much as possible, not being completely clueless about it at the very least. That's my wish. I wouldn't dare to ask. Yan Zhaoge smiled. Still, if it is convenient, I would like to head to Golden Court Mountain after settling my personal matters in the Royal Reed Sea. I have long heard of the Southeastern Exalt's famed name. I would naturally like to meet him. Jingming guessed that Yan Zhaoge's personal matters were his enmity with the Radiant Light sect. He said, Junior apprentice brother Chen will lead that Mr. Kong over to pay a visit to my master. I will remain in the Royal Reed Sea to verify some matters. The meaning behind his words was that it was impossible for him to be a hired thug. This was also how it should be. He would not urge Yan Zhaoge to immediately pay a visit to the Southeastern Exalt like Kong Ping had done. While he would not prevent Yan Zhaoge from seeking vengeance with the Radiant Light sect, he would also not help Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge smiled, being able to travel with you all is already a wonderful experience for me. You are polite. Of course it had been wonderful. His gains had been much more abundant than he had thought. Chapter 693. Yan Zhaoge knew that what Jingming wanted to verify was most likely related to the matter of Yi Xin having been ambushed earlier. There might be many secrets hidden within, but Yan Zhaoge temporarily did not intend to get involved in them. While it was a fortuitous coincidence, it was also due to his own diligent management that the current situation in the Royal Reed Sea was vastly different from before. While Jingming and the others would not interfere in the conflict between Yan Zhaoge and the Radiant Light sect, he had once been a guest on the Riding Wind heavenly vessel. As this news spread, the Radiant Light sect had no choice but to pay attention to it. Kong Ping would head to Golden Court Mountain to meet the Southeastern Exalt, the outcome of which was hard to predict. However, before the Southeastern Exalt had given a clear explanation, the Grand Xian dynasty would have to temporarily cease all activities in the Royal Reed Sea, keeping a low profile. Even though Kong Ping had left the Royal Reed Sea, the Grand Xian dynasty was still powerful. Now that they were willing to quieten down, while the anti-Xian forces could heave a sigh of relief, it would be very hard for them to launch an effective counterattack. Currently, the intense battle in the Royal Reed Sea had temporarily come to an end. This was already something that could be predicted. According to Yan Zhaoge's thoughts, it would be best if the Grand Xian dynasty could directly break through the headquarters of the Radiant Light sect. However, the North Sea Sword Pavilion, Copper Men Island and even the Dim Darkness sect might not be happy to see this. The result would most likely be a great battle between the Grand Xian dynasty and the anti-Xian forces as a whole, with the fate of the Radiant Light sect very hard to predict. He might not be able to recover from this setback, and his vitality would be greatly damaged. Or he might have a bountiful harvest and use this opportunity to rise. Moreover, if the extreme Yin crown fell into the hands of the more powerful Grand Xian dynasty, it would undoubtedly be akin to driving the tiger to swallow the wolf. Comparatively speaking, the current situation gave Yan Zhaoge more room to maneuver. Having lost the external pressure of the Grand Xian dynasty, the internal conflicts of the anti-Xian army would surface once more. He owed the North Sea Sword Pavilion a debt of gratitude to him in the first place. Now that he had borrowed this chance to defeat the Grand Xian dynasty, forcing the Grand Xian dynasty who originally held the initiative to be forced to switch from offense to defense, quelling the flames of war, this was undoubtedly an even greater help to the various anti-Xian forces. Apart from that, there were other gains. Yan Zhaoge's gaze focused slightly as he sensed the extreme Yang seal that had currently fallen into slumber once more. He understood most of the history of the Eight Extremities world after the Great Calamity. Still, there were many things in the world beyond worlds that he was unfamiliar with. Now that he could communicate and interact with descendants of the Southeastern Exalt's lineage, he would undoubtedly gain immense benefits. Intelligence, knowledge, information, and similar things were priceless. At the right time, in the right place, they could play a role that far exceeded one's imagination. They were priceless. Moreover, the extreme Yang seal was now closely linked to him. Right, there might also be the extreme Yin crown and the cold sun divine saber. Yan Zhaoge glanced at Feng Yuncheng from the corner of his eye. Feng Yuncheng's gaze met his, the two blinking at the same time. Feng Yuncheng's expression didn't change, but the veins on the back of her hand that was holding the knife were clearly bulging. The cold sun divine saber still had an extremely ordinary appearance, silently sheathed within its sheath, and was extremely inconspicuous. Looking at Jingming, Yan Zhaoge smiled, "If you have matters to attend to, feel free to handle them. After leaving this place, just drop this Yan and my fellow disciples off the boat." Jingming Yan said, "Traveling together for another period of time is naturally possible. If little friend Yan wishes to remain on the vessel, that is also not a problem. Whenever little friend Yan wishes to attend to his personal matters, he can leave the vessel on his own. There is no need to stand on ceremony." Yan Zhaoge nodded, "I thank you first." Bai Ziming, who had been quietly watching from the side without any intention of interrupting, clicked his tongue in wonder. How much of the current situation was foreseen by this young man when he boarded the ship? The waters of the world beyond worlds were truly immeasurably deep. As one traversed within, a single lapse in concentration might result in them suffering a calamity. The most terrifying and sorrowful thing was that many a time, people might not even know why they had met with such misfortune even after they had died. In the dense forest, countless great trees towered to the heavens, their leaves lush as they obscured the heavens and concealed the sun. Beneath the soil, roots were intertwined as too many unknown things were hidden. The old man suddenly felt the urge to sigh now. Back then, he had been rather high-spirited. After having ascended to the peak of his original world, he had cultivated painstakingly for many years before finally successfully surpassing his limits, striding towards a place even higher than the peak. After ascending to the world beyond worlds, he had also been filled with lofty aspirations. Having successfully established himself with Jingming and the others, it was equivalent to him having gained a stable footing in the world beyond worlds, having had an extremely good start. Who knew, however, that the winds would turn increasingly and increasingly against him afterwards? Even direct disciples of the southeastern exalt's lineage like Xingming and Qin Zhiliang valued the heaven-bearing effecate formation greatly. From this, it could be seen how extraordinary it was. In the valley, an immortal bridge martial saint had been waiting there, possessing shocking strength. The two sides had been in a standoff earlier, with a battle on the verge of erupting at any moment. Even though Bai Ziming had experienced many things in his original world, he still broke out in cold sweat. While his spirit had been dampened somewhat, Bai Ziming quickly adjusted his mentality, realizing that it would be very dangerous for him to get involved in something like this with his current strength. He could tell that the level of this confrontation likely did not lie within this valley. The true two sides were not Kong Ping and Xingming's lot. Even an immortal bridge martial saint like Kong Ping might merely be a lackey. Thinking of this, he felt like he had just been caught up in the crossfire. Looking at Yan Zhaoge again, Bai Ziming's gaze involuntarily turned incomparably complex. You are playing with fire, young man. Within the valley, whether it was Qin Zhiliang or Kong Ping and the others, their gazes that were directed towards the riding wind heavenly vessel were not calm at all. Kong Ping quietly sent a sound transmission to his wife and fellow disciples, quickly report everything that has happened in detail to the emperor. I will head to Golden Court Mountain right now. Before the emperor issues a decree or I send news back, maintain a low profile here in the royal Reed Sea, do not act rashly. Inform the two senior apprentice uncles and King Xuanmu to retreat as soon as possible. It is not advisable to continue fighting now. The Earth-Ocean Lung crystals are about to be used up. Without being replenished, the heaven-bearing effecate formation will not be able to sustain itself in the first place. Let's just stop. Madame Kong and Qi Wei both had complex expressions on their faces. With this halt, it was equivalent to the hard work of more than a generation over the past 100 years being wasted. There had clearly already been some progress, the light of hope within sight. Now, all of it had gone up in smoke. However firm one's will and mental fortitude was, they would virtually be driven mad by this. Madame Kong said in a heavy tone that Yan Zhaoge, Kong Ping's expression was indifferent, do not touch him for now. Before the emperor has made a decision, do not further anger the southeastern exalt. Still, keep a close eye on him and investigate if there is any trace of the exalted solar luminary behind him. Qi Wei's gaze turned even colder. Everything has been ruined by this kid. If there is no one behind him, he will definitely suffer a fate worse than death. I want him to regret ever having been born in his mother's womb. Kong Ping said, inform King Xuanmu to keep a low profile, keep a very low profile. Numb the anti-Xian forces of the royal Reed Sea, do not give them any threat at all. This kid has enmity with the Radiant Light sect. Give them a relaxed environment and let them fight it out. After we have passed this trial, the royal Reed Sea will still be our world. Chapter 694. Kong Ping, who didn't show it on the outside, was feeling as gloomy as his wife and Qi Wei. Now, however, he could only suppress all of this as he accompanied Qin Zhiliang east, leaving the royal Reed Sea and heading to Golden Court Mountain where the southeastern Exalt's Dao Arena was located. Madame Kong and Qi Wei watched gloomily as Kong Ping left with Qin Zhiliang. As they looked at the huge divine boat in the sky that was enveloped by the multicolored light, the two of them felt their chests tighten. They could not see Yan Zhaoge as he stood amidst the multicolored light. Still, they knew that the person who had foiled their major matter was currently on that riding wind heavenly vessel. As multicolored light flickered, the giant ship finally began to move again. It rode the heavenly winds, tore through the drifting clouds, and left in the blink of an eye. Qi Wei and the others could only sigh. Kong Jinyuan shouted in dissatisfaction, Mother. Why don't we do it? While the riding wind heavenly vessel is strong, it can't do anything to Father, and there's also the formation set up by senior apprentice Uncle Qi. They aren't our match. Qi Wei did not make a sound, his expression extremely ugly. Madame Kong shook her head, the other party is indeed most likely unable to defeat us. Still, if they wholeheartedly wish to flee, they will have a great chance. It would be fine if I succeeded in silencing him. But if I failed, news of this would leak out for no reason, completely forming irreconcilable enmity with the Southeastern Exalt. Kong Jinyuan retorted, they were merely of the Southeastern Exalt's lineage, not the Southeastern Exalt himself. If they were killed, so be it. If the Southeastern Exalt pursues this matter, with the Emperor backing us, how could we be afraid of him? Madame Kong heaved a long sigh towards the heavens. It is not that simple. While they had a backer behind them, secretly setting up the heaven-bearing effecate formation in the Royal Reed Sea had originally been ordered to act in secret. Now that he had been exposed and caused a huge uproar, he had undoubtedly screwed up his mission. Now, not only did he have to account to the Southeastern Exalt, it would probably be even harder for him to deal with his backer as well. While their backer did not fear the Southeastern Exalt, as soon as a major conflict arose between the two sides, having already failed in their mission and also being the spark that ignited the conflict, Kong Ping and the others would not have a good ending. Therefore, Kong Ping had no choice but to make a trip to Golden Court Mountain and strive to minimize the problem with his own efforts. In this way, there might still be a chance for things to turn around. Madame Kong and Chi Wei understood this as well. However unwilling they were, they could only first endure this. Senior apprentice brother Chi, I'll have to trouble you to deal with the aftermath. I'll go meet King Xuanmu. Madame Kong looked at Chi Wei. While things can be discussed between our two families, their lineage might not be willing to suffer in silence in the Royal Reed Sea. In the past, King Xianwen, Shenlingzi and Daoist Shi had led their disciples into the Royal Reed Sea precisely because there were clues to the whereabouts of the legendary Earth Queen's deity here. The Royal Reed Sea also possessed unique geographical conditions. Within this valley, it would be much easier to set up the heaven-bearing effecate formation. Shenlingzi and Daoist Shi's successors were all content with secrecy, handing over all the matters on the surface to King Xuanwen's lineage to handle. Over so many years, the Grand Xian dynasty had become accustomed to lording over the Royal Reed Sea. Chi Wei coldly said, so what if he doesn't want to? At the end of the day, the two seniors King Xianwen and King Xuancheng are no longer here. Without our help, he would not have been able to stabilize his position in the Royal Reed Sea in the first place. For him to be able to temporarily maintain the situation, he should already be thanking his ancestors. Madame Kong said, if we stop now, the anti-Xian forces will not dare to launch an unbridled counterattack. After all, no one knows what the Southeastern Exalt's stance will be. Our strength is clear for all to see. If they want to take advantage of this opportunity to attack us, they'll have to consider their own strength first. Chi Wei said, they are most likely also concerned about the news from Golden Court Mountain. Madame Kong pondered for a moment, we might as well create a false impression for them. On the Riding Wind heavenly vessel, Yan Zhaoge's trio left along with Jingming and the others. Jingming naturally did not mind Yan Zhaoge continuing to remain on the vessel. It was just that if that happened, he would be like Bai Ziming, constantly idling about. This was not a situation that Yan Zhaoge would be happy to see. Beneath his influence, the heavens of the Royal Reed Sea had changed, the entire global situation having been changed. If he wanted to gain more from this, he would still have to continue working hard. Still, making use of this period of time where they had not parted ways, Yan Zhaoge began indirectly obtaining more useful information related to the world beyond worlds from Jingming, Wen Luoxia and the others. While staying at the Dim Darkness sect's branch altar earlier, through his conversations with the Dim Darkness sect martial practitioners, Yan Zhaoge had vaguely had a feeling. In the long history of the world beyond worlds after the Great Calamity, some people and some matters seem to have been unceasingly diluted and dealt with. Now, many historical records had gradually faded into oblivion as few people knew about them. Comparatively speaking, the Dim Darkness sect had a long history, still having preserved many historical records as it would probably be more abundant than the likes of the North Sea Sword Pavilion and Copper Men Island. However, most of the information that Yan Zhaoge could obtain about the world beyond worlds from the Dim Darkness sect was of the current era or the past 1,000 years or so. Further back, it was hard to guarantee the authenticity of the information as more and more information was missing, far from being as detailed as it had been in recent years. Instead, Jingming, Chen Zhiliang and the others were of the Southeastern Exalt's lineage, and the backgrounds of Kong Ping and the others were not simple as well. Many secrets of even more distant eras could be learned from them. The Radiant Light sect and the Dim Darkness sect both originated from the Dim Radiance sect of the past, having once flourished for a time as well. However, due to the Dim Radiance sect split and the deaths of many of its higher echelon experts, many historical records of the Dim Darkness sect had been lost. The exalted solar luminary, Gao Han, is rumored to be an expert who survived the Great Calamity. When Luoxia's gaze was rather strange as she looked at Yan Zhaoge, clearly still not believing that Yan Zhaoge did not know the specific origins of the extreme Yang seal. As she saw it, if he was a direct descendant of the exalted solar luminary or even a disciple, it would be easier to understand why Yan Zhaoge possessed such a cultivation base at such a young age. After the Great Calamity, he established the world beyond worlds together with a few other experts, establishing the environment in which we live today, reinvigorating Taoism and rebuilding Kunlun. When Luoxia said slowly, these senior bigwigs were known as the Kunlun 9 luminaries of post-Great Calamity times. Still, it seems that the Great Calamity had just occurred at that time as the environment between the heavens and the earth was still very unstable, many dangers existing within the world. In order to quell these dangers, some of the experts of the 9 luminaries perished. Afterwards, there were also existences like the exalted solar luminary whose whereabouts are unknown. Yan Zhaoge listened with great interest, causing Wen Luoxia to complain unceasingly. He ignored Wen Luoxia's strange gaze as various thoughts flashed rapidly within his mind. Hearing Wen Luoxia's narration, Yan Zhaoge now gradually gained some understanding of the original owner of this high-grade sacred artifact of his. In the history of post-Great Calamity times, this exalted solar luminary had unquestionably been an important figure. Currently, his whereabouts were unknown. If he was still alive, barring any major accidents, he would undoubtedly still be a major figure who could do as he pleased in the world beyond worlds. Just looking at the others of the Kunlun 9 luminaries who had been revered alongside him in the past, one would be able to deduce the general situation of this exalted solar luminary. The exalted earth luminary was the current earthly sovereign of the 3 sovereigns. The exalted concealed luminary was revered alongside the earthly sovereign, the current concealed sovereign of the 3 sovereigns. Yan Zhaoge smacked his li similarly. It could be seen that none of the Kunlun 9 luminaries of the past were easy to deal with. They were unquestionably existences that could never be avoided in the post-Great Calamity times, also not being forgotten. Still, the problem was, why had that period of time after the Great Calamity gradually been buried amidst the dust of history now? If someone had done this intentionally, who could it be? Why? Chapter 695. When Luoxia's introduction of the situation resolved many of Yan Zhaoge's previous doubts. However, the more he knew, the more questions he had. Through his conversation with Wen Luoxia, Yan Zhaoge could confirm that there was indeed someone who was diluting past history. As a direct disciple of the Southeastern Exalt's lineage, Wen Luoxia's understanding of past history was merely superficial, most of it being legends. It was no wonder that even a major power like the Dim Darkness sect knew so little about its history. There was no need to mention the other small and medium-sized forces and even the common people. Everyone knew that the historical records that everyone was rather familiar with were basically all about the situation in the world beyond worlds after the situation had stabilized in the recent 1,000 years. Most of the historical details of more than 1,000 years ago were buried in the river of time. Perhaps only an extremely small number of people who personally experienced it knew the true details. Currently, Wen Luoxia's words might not all be accurate. Yan Zhaoge knew this well, just taking it as a reference. Even so, it was still a ghastly sight. Exalted solar luminary, Gao Han, is that his real name? Yan Zhaoge pondered. He looked at Wen Luoxia and asked in a seemingly casual manner, I wonder if this exalted solar luminary, as well as the current earthly sovereign and concealed sovereign, are they of the 3 clear lineage or someone of the heavenly court's divine palace? When Luoxia was taken aback, the Kunlun 9 luminaries rebuilt Kunlun Mountain, continuing the lineage of Taoism. It is rumored that they possess supreme martial arts manuals of the Jade Clear lineage. However, whether it's the Jade Clear lineage's orthodox direct lineage, or if it was a secret manual obtained by chance, my Grand Master might know. However, as a junior, I do not know. Kunlun Mountain's Jade Illusory Palace was the Tao arena of the legendary Jade Clear founder, the Lord of Primordial Beginning. When Luoxia continued, if it is the Grand Clear lineage, the various families and sects of post-Great Calamity times are actually all somewhat related to it. The founder of the Grand Clear lineage, the Heavenly Lord of Tao and Virtue, had established the foundation of the martial Tao, educating all living beings and opening up the path of cultivation. After that, 100 schools of thought resonated and 100 flowers bloomed. In the endless years, countless experts continuously explored and opened up one path after another, leaving behind one orthodoxy after another. To put it loosely, over 90% of the martial practitioners of the Taoist sect could be considered as disciples and grand disciples of the Grand Clear lineage. After the Great Calamity, people had either directly inherited the pre-Great Calamity Tao traditions or unearthed the supreme martial arts left behind by their predecessors, all of them benefiting from the Grand Clear founding masters. When Luoxia paused for a moment before saying, as for the Prime Clear lineage, the earthly sovereign once decreed that descendants of the Prime Clear lineage are not to step foot in the world beyond worlds. Hearing these words, the corners of Yan Zhaoga's mouth twitched slightly. However, knowing this, he had already gained quite a lot. Yan Zhaoga calmly communicated with the Extreme Yang Seal. As his connection with the Extreme Yang Seal grew deeper by the day, his understanding of this treasure also grew deeper as he gradually discovered many abnormalities. For example, when the exalted solar luminary Gao Han sealed the crevice of the 9 underworlds with his fist intent in the earth domain in the past, it was indeed a simple execution of the sun god scripture. However, Yan Zhaoga vaguely felt that there were other concepts within the Extreme Yang Seal aside from the true brilliance of the solar star. It was actually somewhat similar to the concept described in the Jade Clear 10 primordial heavenly scriptures, the cyclic heavenly scripture and the yin-yang heavenly scripture. The power of the Extreme Yang Seal vaguely resembled the cyclic heavenly seal of legend which suppressed the heavens and earth and overturned the universe. At the same time, compared to the incomplete version he had seen in the Divine Palace's library, the solar god canon he had now was not only complete, but even more profound and powerful. Still, the more Yan Zhaoga cultivated, the more he felt that the improvement of the current Extreme Yang scripture had more or less been based on the yin-yang heavenly scripture of the Jade Clear direct lineage. Like the Aeon Light heavenly scripture and the Life Creation heavenly scripture, the yin-yang heavenly scripture was one of the 6 later heavenly scriptures of the primordial heavenly scriptures. Naturally, it also contained extreme yang and extreme yin. Yan Zhaoga pondered, it is not much different from what I had predicted. Still, the situation is even more complicated. I really made the right decision to come to the world beyond worlds. Otherwise, if I were to be sold off, I might even have to help count the money. Zheng Ming, Wen Luoxia, Kong Ping, Qi Wei and the others did not know, but Yan Zhaoga remembered it clearly. Back then, the exalted solar luminary Gao Han had placed the Extreme Yang Seal within the deep abyss of the earth domain of the 8 extremities world to suppress the crevice to the 9 underworlds. However, it had also been in order to deceive others of his plan. Who was he trying to fool? Where did he go after deceiving others? What was he going to do? Yan Zhaoga curled his li. Gao Han aside, that woman who had left behind the extreme yin crown was likely someone of the 9 luminaries as well. Adding on the corpse of the Rahu saber, Yan Zhaoga could not help but sigh inwardly at how the waters of the 8 extremities world were shallow and how many scaly dragons there were. As Yan Zhaoga pondered on this matter, others were also paying attention to him. That female martial practitioner known as Yi Xian had a rather complex expression on her face as she watched Yan Zhaoga and Wen Luoxia converse. She had actually been very embarrassed just now. Kong Ping and the others had helped her, and she owed them a favor. She had originally intended to put in a good word for the Grand Xian dynasty in front of her master and senior apprentice uncle. Who knew that a major problem with the heaven-bearing effecate formation would arise afterwards, leaving her only able to remain obediently by the side as she even had to rejoice at the fact that she had not said anything wrong. In the end, Kong Ping had been forced to head to Golden Court Mountain to meet the southeastern Exalt. The Grand Xian dynasty, who had regained the upper hand in the royal Reed Sea, had not suffered a loss in strength, yet had had to swallow their anger, retracting their defenses and keeping a low profile. This young man before her, however, was still living very comfortably and freely. As Yi Xian was astonished at Yan Zhaoge's cultivation base and strength at such a young age, she was even more shocked by this experience of him changing the heavens and changing the earth of the royal Reed Sea with a flip of his palm. While it was borrowing power, successfully borrowing the power of an expert who was not on close terms with him was not something that just anyone could do. Thinking of the extreme Yang seal and the exalted solar luminary, Yi Xian felt slightly relieved. The person before her was indisputably a youth who possessed fortune and fortune. Amidst everyone's complex thoughts, the riding wind heavenly vessel traveled far away, traversing tens of thousands of kilometers in an instant. Yi Xian was the first to regain her wits. She needed to guide her senior apprentice uncle Jingming to the place where she had met with danger back then. Halfway there, Yan Zhaoge took his leave of Jingming and the others, disembarking the riding wind heavenly vessel along with Feng Yunsheng and Ah Hu. Watching the riding wind heavenly vessel leave in an instant, vanishing into the horizon without a trace, Ah Hu wiped his saliva. "Young master, if only we had such a vessel as well." After saying this, seeing that Yan Zhaoge had not responded, Ah Hu swiveled his head, seeing that Yan Zhaoge was not looking at the riding wind heavenly vessel as he was instead gazing in the opposite direction. It was also the direction from which they had just come, in the direction of the valley where the heaven-bearing effecate formation had been located. Ah Hu asked, "Young master, what's the matter? Is there someone from the Grand Xian dynasty following us?" Yan Zhaoge shook his head. "I didn't discover anyone following us. It is just that looking at that formation just now, I felt that it was a little strange." "Strange?" Ah Hu asked curiously. "Strange in what way?" Yan Zhaoge retracted his gaze. At the end of the day, it was an image of light that was reconstructed using a secret technique, not being a true formation. Still, it feels a little different from the heaven-bearing effecate formation that I know of in the past. Chapter 696. Yan Zhaoge no longer looked in the direction of the heaven-bearing effecate formation as he swiveled his head, saying, "All right, let's not think about it for now. Let's set off as well." Ah Hu asked, "Young master, where are we going now? Were they still going to the northern part of the royal Reed Sea? Or return to the clear scenic state?" Yan Zhaoge said, "There is no need to go to the clear scenic region for now. The endless magnetic storms there are currently wreaking havoc greatly. While when Luoxia has entered the sea, from the looks of it, she was unable to get out of the deep sea artifact. As for the northern part of the royal Reed Sea, there is no need to return now either." Originally, the Grand Xian dynasty had given up on attacking the North Sea Sword Pavilion, instead targeting the Radiant Light sect. However, the anti-Xian army decisively chased them out of the North Sea, pursuing and harassing the Grand Xian dynasty all the way as both sides fought and paused, entangling with one another unceasingly. They were still quite a distance away from the headquarters of the Radiant Light sect. Yan Zhaoge guessed that the Grand Xian dynasty was thinking of besieging them and attacking their reinforcements, making use of their attack on the Radiant Light sect to force the anti-Xian army to give up on their geographical advantage in the North Sea. After luring the anti-Xian army out of the Grinding Hut region's sword domain, the anti-Xian army could retreat at any time if they were relatively close. When they had been lured far enough away to the point where they were in the middle of nowhere, if the Grand Xian dynasty suddenly turned around and counterattacked, the allied forces of the anti-Xian forces would most likely be unable to return to the sword domain of the Grinding Hut region. This way, forcing the other side to battle it out in the open, the stronger Grand Xian dynasty would undoubtedly have a greater advantage. This was an open scheme. Even if the anti-Xian army knew of the Grand Xian dynasty's intentions, they could only be led around by the nose. Otherwise, if the Grand Xian dynasty directly trampled over the Radiant Light sect, they would not be at a disadvantage no matter how they fought. With the Grand Xian dynasty occupying the initiative on the battlefield, this was where their advantage lay. The anti-Xian allied forces could only try their best to make up for it in other areas, trying their best to create favorable conditions in an unfavorable environment. Now, Due to the southeastern exalt, the Grand Xian dynasty will have to temporarily cease all banners and drums of war. They can't even resort to feigning defeat and ambushing them like the backstabbing tactic. If they say that they want to cower, they must really cower obediently, not daring to play any tricks. Yan Zhaoge said, therefore, in order to avoid the anti-Xian coalition making use of this opportunity to pursue and kill them, if they want to retreat, they will have to do it cleanly. Retreat in one go, then hang the no battle sign high and shrink the defense. Yan Zhaoge stroked his lower chin, they are stronger. Whilst maintaining a low profile and defensive stance, the anti-Xian forces would also be hard-pressed to start a war lightly. The Grand Xian dynasty just does not want to provoke the southeastern exalt further when they have already stirred up trouble. It is not that they will not retaliate when beaten or scolded. Who mimicked his actions, they will definitely keep the news under wraps. It is impossible for them to spread the news that they have offended the southeastern exalt. Then, young master, shall we find the main force of the anti-Xian coalition and leak the news to them? While the Grand Xian dynasty is retreating, the anti-Xian coalition can make use of this chance to launch a counterattack. This might be the final chance to deal the Grand Xian dynasty a heavy blow. Yan Zhaoge smiled, that is naturally the case. Still, it might not necessarily be as one wishes. The Grand Xian dynasty should still be rather methodical. With that, the group set off. The war between the Grand Xian dynasty and the anti-Xian coalition was currently still in full swing, appearing to be at a stalemate. It was not hard to locate them. Having obtained information along the way, arriving at a certain region in the northeast of the Royal Reed Sea, Yan Zhaoge and the others could even feel the spiritual chi fluctuations between the heavens and the earth in the distance. That was because there were too many experts clashing, causing the spiritual chi circulation of the surrounding environment to be disrupted. Gazing into the distance, Yan Zhaoge saw streaks of light and the light of fire flickering in the distant horizon. A great battle had clearly broken out between the two sides. Roiling waves of chi swept the surrounding area, instantly sweeping through the Great Sea and causing tsunamis as they approached the place where Yan Zhaoge and the others were. Yan Zhaoge's eyes narrowed slightly into slits, what fierce attacks. This clash had begun very suddenly and ended very quickly as well. In virtually just an instant, one of the clashing sides had adopted a stance of retreat, seemingly unwilling to fight to the death with the other side. Still, their movements were clearly not chaotic as they retreated in an orderly manner, seemingly having long since been prepared for this as they did not allow the other side to tangle with them. Meanwhile, the attacking side had a ferocious momentum as they pursued the other side, looking like they would not let the matter rest as they wanted to keep the other side behind. Who asked rather hesitantly, young master, have we come too late? Yan Zhaoge said, we are not late. The most eye-catching of the attacking side were a sword light and a streak of fiery light. They were indeed eye-catching, because the ones who had attacked were really too powerful such that Yan Zhaoge could feel the aura of their power even from a great distance away. The current cultivation base of Feng Yuncheng and Hu was still rather far apart. In their eyes, it was all bright light, shaking their minds and making it hard for them to calm down as they were unable to differentiate between them. However, with Yan Zhaoge's current cultivation base, he was able to differentiate between them. That sword light resembled the long river of time, eternal and distant, while that fiery light was brutal and ferocious. The silhouettes of seven fowl soaring high into the air could vaguely be seen amidst the fiery light. Without a doubt, the former was the time-flowing sword, originating from an expert of Shenlingzi's lineage, while the latter was a supreme martial art of the Grand Xian dynasty's royal family, the five-fire true art, unleashing the seven-fowl treasured spear. Yan Zhaoge said, if I were on the side of the Grand Xian dynasty, advancing or retreating would be up to me. The timing of retreat would also be grasped by me. Before I intend to retreat, I would also launch a fierce attack like this. Anyway, I have the advantage in strength, and would not be at a disadvantage. The anti-Xian coalition had not wanted to start a war with the Grand Xian dynasty in this neutral location in the first place. They had only wanted to slow down the Grand Xian dynasty's advance. Similar scenes had already played out many times before, with the enemy advancing and they retreating and they pursuing. Even if the Grand Xian dynasty did not make a move, the anti-Xian coalition would also take the initiative to provoke them before retreating with a single blow. When the Grand Xian dynasty ceased their counterattack, they would retreat. Now, the Grand Xian dynasty seemed to have been completely enraged, no longer advancing towards the headquarters of the Radiant Light sect as they took the initiative to launch an attack. This was exactly what the anti-Xian coalition wanted. Also, they would definitely not have a decisive battle with the Grand Xian dynasty here. Thus, they naturally retreated even faster and more resolutely. Yan Zhaoge curled his lips. It is just that the Grand Xian dynasty's plan this time is likely the same as theirs. After the anti-Xian coalition has fled, the Grand Xian dynasty will directly turn and leave as well. When the anti-Xian coalition reacts and wants to pursue, they might not be able to catch up. Who asked, the Grand Xian dynasty could have used this method before as well, right? Yan Zhaoge answered, previously, the Grand Xian dynasty's main target was not the headquarters of the Radiant Light sect. Instead, they wanted to force the main force of the anti-Xian coalition to start a war with them in the wilderness. Only then would they be able to destroy their opponents to the greatest extent. If they had just broken through the headquarters of the Radiant Light sect, the Grand Xian dynasty would actually have limited gains. The anti-Xian forces would have directly given up on that thought as they completely retreated back to the sword domain of the Grinding Hut region of the Northern Sea. It was not that the coalition did not try their best. Instead, the Grand Xian dynasty naturally held the advantage of having the initiative. The Radiant Light sect was unable to say anything about this as they could only wholeheartedly assist the North Sea Sword Pavilion in defending. With most of their experts present, their legacy would not necessarily be severed. Therefore, the Grand Xian dynasty did not want to shake off their opponents before this. The anti-Xian coalition was well aware of this. From a certain perspective, both sides actually still had some tacit understanding, just that they were unceasingly playing at each other's throats. Yan Zhaoge smiled. Now, however, the Grand Xian dynasty has changed its mind while the anti-Xian forces are still unaware of it. Who smiled innocently. With us around, things will be different. Chapter 697. Yan Zhaoge gazed into the distant horizon. The Grand Xian dynasty's attacks are very ferocious, and their retreat will be very swift as well. Even if we come into contact with the anti-Xian coalition now, it would be very difficult to keep them here. He shook his head. At the end of the day, the Grand Xian dynasty is more powerful and has more resources. Still, carefully observing the two clashing forces, Yan Zhaoge smiled. Still, it might not be the case in other directions. Saying thus, he brought Feng Yunsheng and Hu along in approaching the outskirts of the battlefield. The direction they were in was naturally the direction in which the anti-Xian coalition was retreating. The momentum of the attacking side was unprecedentedly ferocious, causing the anti-Xian coalition to be unable to stabilize their footing for a time. In order to avoid being completely surrounded and having a decisive battle outside, the anti-Xian forces retreated time and time again, speedily heading north as they left this region of sea. Finally, the Grand Xian dynasty's attacks gradually ceased. With the anti-Xian forces having successfully pulled away from them, everyone heaved a sigh of relief before sending people to scout and ascertain the Grand Xian dynasty's movements once more. After ceasing their attacks, the Grand Xian dynasty halted, seemingly having given up on their pursuit once more as they turned and continued on their previous journey. Both sides were incomparably familiar with this scene as they had already experienced it many times. Now, it seemed like the same situation was repeating itself once more. The only difference was that the Grand Xian dynasty's earlier attacks had been too ferocious, causing the anti-Xian coalition to retreat a little more. When the anti-Xian coalition attempted to catch up to and keep an eye on the Grand Xian dynasty once more, they suddenly discovered to their surprise that the Grand Xian dynasty was moving faster and faster as they were actually about to be unable to keep up. The higher echelon experts of the anti-Xian forces were all very surprised, their abnormal actions causing them to become vigilant. This caused the anti-Xian coalition's speed of pursuit to instead slow down a little as everyone seemed to be hesitating. Yan Zhaoge's group now neared the camp of the anti-Xian coalition. Seeing the anti-Xian coalition's speed of pursuit instead slow as they revealed a hesitant attitude, Yan Zhaoge and the other two exchanged looks, smiling bitterly. The Grand Xian dynasty was stronger. With them suddenly acting abnormally, the anti-Xian coalition would naturally be nervous as they feared falling into their schemes. It was only natural for them to be a little cautious at a time like this. Sadly, the Grand Xian dynasty was precisely making use of this mentality of theirs. Now that their speed had slowed, their final hopes of catching up to the Grand Xian dynasty were extinguished, allowing them to successfully retreat. Yan Zhaoge shook his head slightly, smiling as he looked at the person who was coming towards him. Long time no see, Elder Wu. How have you been? A black-clothed old man approached. It was precisely the Dim Darkness sect elder, the first seat Wu Zixio of the Non-Brightness Hall, whom Yan Zhaoge had met in a branch altar of the Dim Darkness sect in the south of the Royal Reed Sea. Yan Zhaoge first contacted a Dim Darkness sect disciple in the outskirts, asking him to relay the news. Having received Yan Zhaoge's news, the Dim Darkness sect clearly viewed it with great importance as Wu Zixio very quickly came out to greet him. Seeing Wu Zixio, Yan Zhaoge smiled. You also came all the way here from the south of the Royal Reed Sea? Wu Zixio was an expert of the 5th level of the Martial Saint realm, the mid-seeing divinity stage. He was one of the first seats of the Dim Darkness sect's 3 palaces, a heavyweight figure who was a higher echelon figure even amongst the entire anti-Xian coalition. With the Dim Sun Cold Moon ritual having ended and the Dim Darkness sect's main altar having been destroyed, he was in urgent need of reinforcements. Thus, appearing alongside the Dim Darkness sect's main forces in the northern region of Sea was something that could be predicted. Wu Zixio sighed. It seems like it was only yesterday that we parted. Not only are you safe and sound, little friend Yan, you have even transcended mortality and entered sainthood. That is truly admirable. He clearly knew that from having stepped into the transcending mortality martial grandmaster realm to having successfully entered the martial saint realm, Yan Zhaoge had only been around a year at most. Such a sudden leap in cultivation was truly shocking. This was especially so for such a young man who was powerful to the extreme, which was even more rare and valuable. This old man heard from my fellow disciples that the one who broke the heavenly fire tribulation thunder formation was precisely you, little friend Yan. That radiant light sect's known Yuxuan was merely a shameless person who sought fame. Wu Zixio sighed emotionally. This old man and my fellow disciples were also within the Grinding Hut region's sword domain at the time. Speaking of which, I really have to thank you. The situation in the Heavenly Inheritance region and the Suffering River region was very chaotic. Afterwards, you and those of the Radiant Light sect all disappeared without a trace. Hearing the news, my sect felt rather regretful. Fortunately, you and your fellow disciples are blessed by the heavens. Yan Zhaoge waved his hands. Elder Wu is polite. He looked at Wu Zixio. We can slowly talk about other things later. This Yan actually has something important to tell you in coming here this time, regarding the Grand Xian dynasty and the Southeastern Exalt. Hearing the words Grand Xian dynasty, Wu Zixio's expression was calm. However, hearing Yan Zhaoge mention the Southeastern Exalt next, the old man's expression instantly turned solemn. In the Southeastern Yang Heaven territory, matters that were related to the Southeastern Exalt were all not minor matters. At the same time, matters that were related to the Grand Xian dynasty and the Southeastern Exalt drew the attention of the Dim Darkness sect's elder Wu Zixio. Yan Zhaoge narrated the matter briefly. Wu Zixio could not help but be rendered wide-eyed and tongue-tied. The Grand Xian dynasty had secretly set up the heaven-bearing Effecate formation in the Royal Reed Sea for many years, always keeping it hidden from the eyes and ears of the world. This matter was related to the legendary Earth Queen of the 4 Imperials of Taoism, and the Southeastern Exalt had already learned of it now. In order to avoid further enraging the Southeastern Exalt, the Grand Xian dynasty had been forced to retreat, having no choice but to temporarily keep a low profile as they had dispatched someone to Golden Court Mountain to meet the Southeastern Exalt and explain the situation. As a bigwig of the Dim Darkness sect, after having learnt of this news, Wu Zixio instantly thought of many things. Looking at the pondering Wu Zixio, Yan Zhaoge pointed in the direction in which the Grand Xian dynasty had retreated. The Grand Xian dynasty's current reaction actually proves the veracity of this Yan's intelligence. Gazing in that direction as well, Wu Zixu sighed in a daze. If it really is so, we would have missed out on a good chance. While we might not have been able to deal a serious blow to the Grand Xian dynasty, we would have been able to make use of this chance to take advantage of them. Yan Zhaoge smiled. Actually, it is still not too late now. There is still a chance. Wu Zixu was taken aback. Oh. He pondered slightly. Please come with me, little friend Yan. My chief has always wanted to meet you. Sadly, we never had the chance to do so. Yan Zhaoge smiled. Time waits for no man. Let's go quickly. Even as they saw Zhou Haosheng, they also saw the other bigwigs of the anti-Xian coalition. Pavilion Lord of the North Sea Sword Pavilion, the North Sea Divine Sword, Gu Hong, of the early Immortal Bridge stage. Chief of Copper Men Island, the three-headed dragon elephant Gong Sun Wu, of the late Seeing Divinity stage. And Chief of the Radiant Light Sect, the light-dazzling Nine Heavens Luo Ziyuan, of the late Seeing Divinity stage. Apart from them, the other peak experts of the North Sea Sword Pavilion, the Radiant Light Sect, the Dim Darkness Sect and Copper Men Island were all gathered here as well. Besides these four powers, there were also the leaders of the other sects or solitary practitioners who had joined the anti-Xian coalition. While most of them were appraising Yan Zhaoge, the gazes of those of the Radiant Light Sect appeared rather domineering. This was also the first time they were seeing Yan Zhaoge in person. That youth whose cultivation base was limited yet had caused the entire Radiant Light Sect to be incomparably vexed. Chapter 698. This was also Yan Zhaoge's first time seeing the higher echelon bigwigs of the Radiant Light Sect led by Luo Ziyuan at such a close distance. Surrounded by a group of Seeing Divinity martial saints, just their gazes alone were like a furnace. Yan Zhaoge smiled, not minding it at all. Under the current circumstances, it would be impossible for those of the Radiant Light Sect to tear him to shreds even if they wanted to. The North Sea Sword Pavilion's pavilion master, Gu Hong, stood in the middle of the crowd, his gaze sweeping across the crowd. Wherever his gaze passed, it was like a tangible sword edge, cutting off the gazes of all those who held enmity towards Yan Zhaoge. Luo Ziyuan turned his head and met Gu Hong's eyes. Gu Hong's gaze did not retreat in the slightest. He may be related to the Grand Xian dynasty. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain how he was able to flee from the hands of two experts of the fifth level of the martial saint realm. Luo Ziyuan said mildly, one of them is even a formation's grandmaster. As the chief of the Radiant Light Sect, he was dressed entirely in black, as opposed to the other white-clothed Radiant Light Sect martial practitioners. Protected by the other black-clothed Dim Darkness Sect martial practitioners, the chief of the Dim Darkness Sect, Zhou Haosheng, was garbed in white. The two factions stood facing each other, looking somewhat like the yin-yang fish of the Taiji diagram. Zhou Haosheng stroked his beard, smiling. Don't forget who it was that broke the Heavenly Fire Tribulation Thunder formation. Was it from your Radiant Light Sect? The faces of those of the Radiant Light Sect were rather gloomy as they grew even more irritated. Luo Ziyuan's expression did not change. This old man feels deeply sorry for Yuxuan's mistake and has already apologized to Pavilion Master Gu. However, this does not contradict what we are discussing now. Gu Hong, Zhou Haosheng, and the others raised their eyebrows slightly. A longtime elder of the Dim Darkness Sect asked, Chief Luo, could it be that the Grand Xian dynasty broke the Heavenly Fire Tribulation Thunder formation themselves in order to gain our trust through this little friend Yan, thereby playing a greater role in luring us into greater danger? What kind of danger can compare to the Heavenly Fire Tribulation Thunder formation destroying the Grinding Hut region's sword domain? That Dim Darkness Sect elder snorted. The worst-case scenario would be us having to fight the Grand Xian dynasty to the death without any geographical advantage. An old man beside Luo Ziyuan said slowly, these are two separate matters. While this Yan Zhaoge may have indeed foiled the Grand Xian dynasty's plans earlier, this does not mean that they will not join forces in the future. It is very likely that this person was captured alive by the Grand Xian dynasty. In order to survive, he is now obeying the orders of the Grand Xian dynasty, returning to scam us to atone for his crimes. Another Radiant Light sect elder beside him said coldly, with the heavenly fire tribulation thunder formation having been broken, the Grand Xian dynasty should indeed hate him to the core. However, it is not necessarily that the other side does not have people who have great foresight. Instead of focusing on their past losses, they are instead planning for the future, making use of the favorable conditions that this child may have gained our trust in order to scheme further. This person stared at Yan Zhaoge with a hawk-like gaze. Check him first, see if there are any restrictions or mechanisms on his body. Hearing his words, Yan Zhaoge smiled. You mean that I can only be considered innocent if I died at the hands of the Grand Xian dynasty back then? That Radiant Light sect elder's expression was cold and indifferent. You can also try and see if you can escape from the hands of 2 fifth-level martial saints of our sect, proving that my deduction was wrong. Everyone fell silent for a time. In all fairness, this was the doubt within everyone's hearts, including those of the North Sea Sword Pavilion and the Dim Darkness sect. Yan Zhaoge having been able to escape alive from the combined attacks of Madame Kong and Qi Wei left everyone feeling that this was inconceivable. While they knew that Yan Zhaoge was a heaven-defying genius with a powerful cultivation base, the difference in strength between the two sides was just too great. Those of the Radiant Light sect similarly suspected that even with the extreme Yang Seal, this should not have been the case unless Yan Zhaoge was able to wield the power of the extreme Yang Seal for a long period of time or unleash its complete power. However, with Yan Zhaoge's current cultivation base, that should also be impossible. Therefore, when Yan Zhaoge, who they had originally thought to be dead, suddenly appeared before them alive and well, everyone was inexplicably shocked. Wu Zixio frowned. Little friend Yan has something important to report in coming here this time. It cannot be delayed. The other party countered, if we do not verify whether he is a spy of the Grand Xian dynasty, who knows if his information is true or not, whether it is a trap of the Grand Xian dynasty. With the Grand Xian dynasty acting so strangely now, isn't it suspicious that he just so happens to appear at this time? Yan Zhaoge chuckled. Could a descendant of the Southeastern Exalt's lineage have set up a trap together with the Grand Xian dynasty, luring you into a trap? Everyone's breathing halted. Chief Gong Sun Wu of Copper Men Island raised his brows. Do not speak nonsense. This matter cannot be joked about. Everyone felt the same way. Hearing Yan Zhaoge's words earlier, they could only feel as though their hearts had skipped a beat. Of course, this could not be joked about. If the Southeastern Exalts supported the Grand Xian dynasty like this, they would be completely powerless to resist at all. There would also be no need for them to join forces now, as they might as well just disperse and return to their own territories. Even if it was just the personal thoughts of a disciple of the Southeastern Exalt's lineage, everyone had to carefully weigh the severity of this. Speaking of which, if Golden Court Mountain really had such thoughts, there would be no need for them to set up a trap. They could just directly sweep through with their strength. While the bigwigs did not assume any airs, just them standing there virtually caused everyone else to feel suffocated. Still, Yan Zhaoge continued talking casually. Doesn't it sound like a ridiculous joke? This already proves that it is completely impossible. He raised his head, his gaze sweeping across Luo Ziyuan and the others. Don't worry about how I survived for now. What is more important is to first think about how to deal with the upcoming situation in the Royal Reed Sea. Due to having angered the Southeastern Exalt, the Grand Xian dynasty will be withdrawing on all fronts and acting in a low-profile manner, also sending someone to Golden Court Mountain to meet the Southeastern Exalt to explain the situation. Before this matter comes to a conclusion, the Grand Xian dynasty will have to be a cowardly tortoise for a period of time. Yan Zhaoge smiled leisurely. Everyone feels that the Grand Xian dynasty's current actions are strange. This is the reason. The venue fell silent once more, silent as it had never been before. The next moment, while no one spoke, everyone's private conversations erupted mightily. True essence roiled as sound transmissions were transmitted to one another, joining together into one. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Their eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Pavilion Lord Gu Hong of the North Sea Sword Pavilion asked in a heavy tone, what exactly is going on? Why would the Grand Xian dynasty anger the Southeastern Exalt? Wu Zixu had already reported this to Zhou Haosheng via sound transmission. After hearing it, Zhou Haosheng was also incomparably bemused as he looked at Yan Zhaoge with a probing gaze. Wu Zixu glanced at him. Zhou Haosheng pondered for a moment before slowly nodding. It's like this. Wu Zixu broke the apparent silence, beginning to narrate how Yan Zhaoge had come to look for him. After hearing his words, everyone felt a chill within their hearts as they stared at Yan Zhaoge. In that case, Yan Zhaoge smiled, nodding, right, I have let everyone see a joke. Strictly speaking, this matter was also caused by this Yan. Chapter 699. Everyone's gazes fell on Yan Zhaoge. Surveying their surroundings, Yan Zhaoge smiled slightly, as Ah Hu, who was following behind him, handed over a shadow shrinking pouch. After the shadow shrinking pouch was opened, a corpse appeared in front of everyone. It was precisely the old man of the Shenling 9 swords who had carried the bearing heaven ceremonial incense and other treasures in a low-profile manner. He was a martial saint. Although he had been dead for a long time and his qi and blood had deteriorated, his body had not rotted. Apart from the slight greenish hue of his skin, there wasn't much difference from when he was alive. After seeing the old man's face clearly, some of the people present narrowed their eyes slightly. Liao Zheng, one of the Shenling 9 swords. Yan Zhaoge said, through a fortuitous coincidence, I discovered this person and killed him, unexpectedly obtaining the heaven-bearing ceremonial fragrance, earth ocean lung crystals, prime chaos soil and other treasures that he was carrying. These treasures are all used to set up the heaven-bearing effecate formation. This Yan just happened to recognize them and thus saw through their hidden scheme. The corners of Yan Zhaoge's mouth arched lightly. Afterwards, when I encountered the lineage of the southeastern exalt, I mentioned it in passing. The surrounding people looked at the corpse in front of them and fell silent. Copper Men Island's chief Gongsun Wu swiveled his head to look at a longtime elder of Copper Men Island beside him, asking via sound transmission, I heard that this Yan Zhaoge possesses a heaven spying orb? The other party replied, correct. Gongsun Wu nodded imperceptibly and exchanged glances with Gu Hong, Zhou Haosheng, Luo Ziyuan, and the others. The leaders of the other families also fell silent. Luo Ziyuan's gaze remained focused on Yan Zhaoge, his gaze growing deeper and deeper. Yan Zhaoge smiled inwardly. The earlier conversation between Luo Ziyuan, Gu Hong and the others had revealed that they already knew about the matter of Nong Yuxuan stealing the credit back then. From the looks of it, in the great battles of the Heavenly Inheritance region and the Suffering River region earlier, Qi Wei and Madame Kong had indeed primarily targeted him, Yan Zhaoge, ignoring Zhang Chao, Elder Qi, Yu Baoqi and the others. Back then, the people of the various sects and clans had all survived. The Radiant Light sect had not been able to suppress the news, and it was no longer a secret who had broken the Heavenly Fire Tribulation Thunder formation. Hearing the reports of Elder Qi and the others, bigwigs like Gu Hong all knew that Yan Zhaoge possessed a heaven spying orb. Therefore, even those of the Radiant Light sect would not waste their breath questioning Yan Zhaoge now. Actually, however, Yan Zhaoge had not used the heaven spying orb to record the scene in the valley where he had previously set up the heaven-bearing effecate formation. Firstly, Kong Ping was strong, and his methods were strange and tyrannical. Under the detection of his aura, he released his quintessential essence and could block the heaven-spying pearls prying. Secondly, in order to guard against Kong Ping, Jingming, Chen Zhiliang and the others had activated the defensive restrictions of the Riding Wind heavenly vessel to the maximum. The heaven-spying pearl was unable to record anything under the dense multicolored light. Kong Ping would be able to detect a single bead if it was placed outside, and he could directly shatter it through the air. It was just that Yan Zhaoge naturally wouldn't explain this to Gongsun Wu and the others. However, the other side wanted to guess, he could just let them guess. This was even more beneficial to Yan Zhaoge. Anyway, Jingming and the others were still in the Royal Reed Sea. It was not like Yan Zhaoge had no way of verifying it. Gu Hong was silent for a moment before he solemnly cupped his hands towards Yan Zhaoge. Speaking of this, my North Sea Sword Pavilion has to owe little friend Yan a favor regarding the matter of the Heavenly Fire Tribulation Thunder formation back then. Now, Little friend Yen has even discovered a secret of the Grand Xian dynasty, causing the Southeastern Exalt's lineage to make a move and deal a great blow to the Grand Xian dynasty's arrogance. This Gu first thanks you here. Before this, the overall course of the battle had unquestionably been that the Grand Xian dynasty was stronger, holding the upper hand as they held the initiative. The anti-Xian coalition had only been forced to deal with their moves as they came. The Grand Xian dynasty had switched targets and attacked the headquarters of the Radiant Light sect, inevitably placing the anti-Xian coalition in a tough spot. Gu Hong, Luo Ziyuan and the others could only just barely manage to deal with it. It should be said that if there were no major unforeseen circumstances, their goal would just be to minimize their losses as much as possible. They would most likely suffer a loss. It was just that how great of a loss they would suffer at the end would be. Now, however, Yan Zhaoge had brought a major surprise to them and the Grand Xian dynasty. Not just that, due to the intervention of the Southeastern Exalt's lineage, the entire battle situation in the Royal Reed Sea had been completely reversed. The anti-Xian coalition had virtually won without a fight, the Grand Xian dynasty virtually losing without a fight. This even caused Gu Hong, Luo Ziyuan and the others to feel rather lost as well as defeated. The one who had caused all this was precisely this youth who had stepped into the martial saint realm not long ago. The Radiant Light sect felt especially awkward. If the Grand Xian dynasty had not retreated, the final outcome would most likely have been their headquarters being broken through by the Grand Xian dynasty. The gazes with which Luo Ziyuan and the others were currently looking at Yan Zhaoge definitely could not be called friendly at all. They would not think that Yan Zhaoge was trying to befriend them and mend their relationship. Looking at the expressions of the surrounding people, let alone the North Sea Sword Pavilion and the Dim Darkness sect, even those of Copper Men Island were currently looking at Yan Zhaoge with admiration. Luo Ziyuan and the other experts of the Radiant Light sect all vaguely felt a sense of danger arise within their hearts. The chief of the Dim Darkness sect, Zhou Haosheng, now sighed, "Little friend Yen is truly extraordinary in turning the tides. It is just a pity that we were still a step too late at the end of the day when we received the news. Our earlier hesitation caused us to lose the chance to pursue the Grand Xian dynasty. It is already too late for us to do so now." Yan Zhaoge instead smiled, "Perhaps there is still a chance." Hearing his words, everyone's gazes simultaneously fell on Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge said, "Just now, when I saw the Grand Xian dynasty launch their attack and retreat from afar, I discovered a problem. From what I know of the peak experts of the Grand Xian dynasty who attacked the main altar of the Dim Darkness sect before attacking the sword domain of the Grinding Hut region, there are roughly 3 of them. 2 of the Shenling 9 swords are early Immortal Bridge martial saints. One of them even possesses the high-grade sacred artifact, the cloud-circulating heavenly light sword. The other is the current ruler of the Grand Xian dynasty, King Xuanmu. While he himself is a late-seeing divinity martial saint, he also possesses the high-grade sacred artifact, the King Xian spear." Yan Zhaoge's gaze flickered. There seemed to only be 2 of them who attacked just now. It would still be fine if the one who was missing was holding the fort from the shadows. But if not, having already left earlier, where could he have gone? Before his words had landed, a shocking light erupted from the eyes of Gu Hong, Luo Ziyuan, Zhou Haosheng, Gong Sun Wu, and the others. Zhou Haosheng said slowly, "If the Southeastern Exalt's lineage had not discovered the heaven-bearing effecate formation, what would the Grand Xian dynasty do when facing us normally?" Gu Hong said, "There will definitely be an end to our constant tug-of-war. While it would be hard for the Radiant Light sect if we pursued them to a certain point, there would still be a time when we would have to stop and return to the Grinding Hut region. Otherwise, our losses would only be greater. Being weaker than them, it would be a comparatively better result for us to retain our people while losing our territory." Luo Ziyuan was silent. Glancing at him, Gong Sun Wu also said, "However, the Grand Xian dynasty might not be willing to do so. Their goal is still to defeat or even destroy our main force in a single stroke." Zhou Haosheng said slowly, "The other side has an Immortal Bridge martial saint. It is very likely that they will attempt to circle behind us, cutting off our path of retreat." Chapter 700. After Zhou Haosheng had finished speaking, the scene instantly fell silent once more. While they still could not confirm whether this was the truth, just thinking of this possibility caused a chill to run down their backs. Currently, they were already some distance away from the North Sea Sword Pavilion, the sword domain of the Grinding Hut region. If they were caught in a pincer attack, whether it was the Radiant Light sect or the North Sea Sword Pavilion in the Grinding Hut region, it would be extremely difficult. Those who had caught up to them would not have to fight them to the death. They just had to stop them for a short period of time or slow down their advance, and the main force of the Grand Xian dynasty would very quickly counterattack. At that time, the anti-Xian coalition would be surrounded by the Grand Xian dynasty. Their original intention of avoiding a battle with the stronger Grand Xian dynasty in a neutral location would be hard to preserve, as they could only bring forward the final battle. This way, the anti-Xian coalition would inevitably be in dire straits. Someone coughed dryly. We have also been trying to prevent such a thing from happening, constantly maintaining our path of retreat as well as monitoring the movements of the Grand Xian dynasty experts. If an immortal bridge marshal saint suddenly left their main force, we should not have been unable to detect it. Someone beside him immediately sighed, but everyone saw just now that there were indeed only 2 peak experts of the Grand Xian dynasty. Also, we did not see the high-grade sacred artifact, the cloud-circulating heavenly light sword. That person from earlier muttered, they might just be holding the line, not having made a move. After all, their goal was actually to retreat, shaking us off and preventing us from continuing to pursue them. Yan Zhaoge smiled. Anyway, we will not be able to catch up to the main force of the Grand Xian dynasty now. Why not try another possibility? As for where that person might be, I believe that everyone here has a general idea of it. Gu Hong said, if the original plan was indeed to intercept us, their route would be rather fixed, probably just those few. His gaze swept across Luo Ziyuan, Zhou Haosheng and Gong Sunwu. I intend to make a trip there. What do the 3 of you think? Zhou Haosheng stroked his beard, smiling. This old man intends to make a trip there as well. While the Grand Xian dynasty has angered the southeastern exalt, this matter has great implications. It is still hard to say what the southeastern exalt will decide on. If the Grand Xian dynasty is still able to move freely in the Royal Reed Sea, they will definitely make a comeback. Now that they are forced to retreat, we should try to weaken them. Why not? The white-robed old man sighed. They are stronger, after all. If they withdraw and defend, we won't be able to gain too much of an advantage. We won't be able to hurt them. If they really did split up their forces, now is the best time to defeat them one by one. Qi Wei and Madame Kong had definitely reported this directly to the main force of the Grand Xian dynasty. Still, they might not have known that the Grand Xian dynasty was planning to split their forces before this. Thus, when King Xuanmu and the others received the news and made the decision to retreat, they still had to inform the troops who had circled to the rear. Under such circumstances, even if King Xuanmu and the others waited for a period of time before attacking the anti-Xian coalition, they might not be able to guarantee that the other army would retreat at the same time. After all, they also had to guard against Yan Zhaoge leaking news to the anti-Xian coalition. They could not wait for too long. Gong Sunwu slowly nodded. Such a good opportunity, and from the looks of it, it might be the last. If we miss this opportunity, it will be very difficult for us to have such a good situation again. After a moment of silence, Luo Ziyuan said, I agree. Gu Hong nodded. Since that is so, there is no time to lose. I will set off first with Chief Luo, Chief Zhou and Island Chief Gongsun. Everyone else, pack your things and retreat stably to the Grinding Hut region first. Be careful along the way, just in case. He looked at Yan Zhaoge. I will slowly catch up with little friend Yan later. If little friend Yan is free, you are welcome to be a guest at my North Sea Sword Pavilion. Yan Zhaoge smiled. Pavilion Lord Gu is polite. Having made up their minds, Gu Hong and the others immediately moved, directly transforming into 4 long streaks of light as they sped towards the northern horizon. Everyone else followed the orders of Gu Hong and the other bigwigs as they set off in an orderly manner. Comparatively speaking, Wu Zixu and the others felt a greater headache over how to explain things to their own people. When the other anti-Xian martial practitioners received the news, it was no surprise that they were all rendered dazed. They had still been at a disadvantage just a moment ago, being threatened by the Grand Xian dynasty at any time, the powerful momentum of the enemy like dark clouds looming over their heads, causing them to feel suffocated. While they were rescuing the headquarters of the Radiant Light sect, they might still have to helplessly give up at the end of the day. While it sounded a little depressing, losing less was winning. This was the consensus of most people. However, the next moment, news suddenly spread that the Grand Xian dynasty had retreated. "We had won, how could the crowd not be shocked? We didn't do anything at all. How did the other party lose?" Faced with the bewilderment of his fellow sect members, the venerated elders of the various sects who had given the order could only smile bitterly in their hearts. "We didn't make a move, but someone else did." Still, they could only straighten their expressions as they explained in a heavy manner, "The Grand Xian dynasty's unjust deeds are bound to bring about their own destruction. Ever since they arrived in the Royal Reed Sea over 100 years ago, they have harbored unfathomable motives, harboring unspeakable secrets. Now that this matter has been exposed and the Southeastern Exalt has been enraged, the Grand Xian dynasty would naturally not dare to act impudently. In order to avoid further enraging the Southeastern Exalt, they can only temporarily settle down a little. We can't let our guard down either. After all, the overall situation is still uncertain. Anything is possible." Everyone came to a sudden realization. Someone pressed for details, and there was a name that could not be avoided. Yan Zhaoge. Some people were familiar with this name, while others were unfamiliar with it. Previously, in order to join forces to resist the Grand Xian dynasty and maintain internal stability, the matter of Yan Zhaoge breaking the Heavenly Fire Tribulation Thunder Formation and known Yuxuan stealing credit had only been spread amongst a limited number of people amongst the higher echelons of the anti-Xian coalition, with most people not knowing about it. Therefore, the rumors regarding Yan Zhaoge mostly remained at the time of the dim sun cold moon ritual as well as some news that had been spread by the Radiant Light sect earlier on. Some people paid attention to it, while others did not pay too much attention to it. Today, however, Yan Zhaoge's name was destined to spread far and wide in the Royal Reed Sea, becoming renowned beneath the heavens. Whether it was a good or bad impression, no one would ever doubt who Yan Zhaoge was again. The Royal Reed Sea, which had already been surging with winds and clouds in the first place, was now even more turbulent because of Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge himself watched all this quietly. After conversing with the few longtime elders of the North Sea Sword Pavilion for a while, Yan Zhaoge turned to look for the first seat elder of the Dim Darkness sect's Primordial Darkness Hall, Wu Zixu. The two were already familiar with one another. Wu Zixu smiled, asking, "Is there anything special, little friend Yan?" Yan Zhaoge smiled, nodding, "This Yan unintentionally obtained a treasure. Perhaps I can invite a senior expert of your sect to examine it together. I will be waiting at the North Sea Sword Pavilion in the Grinding Hut region. Please tell your sect's chief Zhou that we should meet when we are free." Chapter 701. Yan Zhaoge had long been renowned in the sword domain of the Grinding Hut region where the North Sea Sword Pavilion was located. The Grand Xian dynasty had wanted to destroy the sword domain with the Heavenly Fire Tribulation Thunder Formation earlier. However, their plans had been foiled by Yan Zhaoge, with Yan Zhaoge himself having yet to even set foot here. Now that the Grand Xian dynasty had retreated, Yan Zhaoge was able to come to this place as an esteemed guest. Even if the sword chi was not activated, when one entered the boundary of the Grinding Hut continent, they would be able to feel the dense sword chi attacking them from all directions. The stronger one's cultivation was, the more obvious the feeling would be. Yan Zhaoge observed his surroundings rather interestedly. The sword chi was formless and soundless, yet it seemed all-pervasive, omnipresent. Such a foundation can also be considered rare. Yan Zhaoge nodded slowly. When the disciples of the North Sea Sword Pavilion were placed in such an environment, they were like sharp swords that were receiving countless whetstones at all times, being polished in all aspects, all day long. Perhaps it was just a very small action, but over the years, after a long period of accumulation, it would be an extremely considerable amount of wealth. While living and cultivating here, one's mind had to be constantly vigilant and sharpened. It was not without reason that the average quality of the disciples of the North Sea Sword Pavilion was publicly acknowledged to be the highest amongst the various powers of the entire Royal Reed Sea, with there being very few good-for-nothings amongst them. Walking beside Yen Zhaoge, Yu Baoqi led the way for him. "Young Master Yen, this way please." Yen Zhaoge smiled and nodded, following along with Feng Yunsheng and Ah Hu. Along the way, there were quite a few North Sea Sword Pavilion disciples who were curiously paying their respects to Yen Zhaoge with their gazes. Other than that, descendants of some other sects could also be seen gathered here. There were those of the Radiant Light sect, the Dim Darkness sect, Copper Men Island and other martial practitioners of the Royal Reed Sea who were dissatisfied with the Grand Xian dynasty's rule and had joined the anti-Xian camp. Everyone was either openly observing Yen Zhaoge or stealthily observing him. The Grand Xian dynasty retreated because of this person. It's hard to imagine. I heard that it was mainly because the Southeastern Exalt was enraged. If that's the case, then it makes sense. Within this Yen Zhaoge is most likely only playing the role of acting as a go-between. I'm so lucky. That might not be the case. Someone who has already transcended mortality and entered sainthood at such a young age, let alone the Royal Reed Sea, how many people have you seen or heard of throughout the entire world? One does not need to be very strong to act as a go-between. If one is strong enough, it would be like the Southeastern Exalt, not even having to say anything, just the possibility of him being enraged would be sufficient for the Grand Xian dynasty to cease their actions. Beneath the combined might of two experts of the 5th level of the Martial Saint realm, which early merging avatar Martial Saint would be able to flee? Why don't you or your elders give it a try? Who knows how he escaped? One or two incidents might be a coincidence, but it might not be the case if there are too many. Don't forget that he was the one who broke the Heavenly Fire Tribulation Thunder formation. The Radiant Light sect's known Yuxuan is a person who is fishing for fame and reputation. That's true. The Radiant Light sect has produced such dregs. Killing material of the Dim Darkness sect, you are courting death. Come on, come on. You think I'm afraid of you? You dare to do it, but I dare not say it. With the Grand Xian dynasty retreating, the pressure on everyone's hearts was lifted as some of the past conflicts also began to surface. Their discussions were mostly private, but even if Yen Zhaoge couldn't hear the specifics, he could still roughly guess what they were thinking. He didn't care much about it. The standoff between the Radiant Light sect and the Dim Darkness sect, the scene of them almost coming to blows, left Yen Zhaoge feeling more interested. Watching this scene as well, Ah Hu suddenly sent over via sound transmission, "Young master, there's something." Swiveling his head to look at him, Yen Zhaoge saw that the tall man's face did not have its usual lazy, slippery look as it was instead extremely solemn. "Young master, the Grand Xian dynasty has laid low. As long as the Radiant Light sect and the other powers do not provoke them, they will maintain a low profile, not attacking the Radiant Light sect. This way, the pressure that the Grand Xian dynasty is exerting on the Radiant Light sect will temporarily cease to exist." Ah Hu said earnestly, "With the North Sea Sword Pavilion and the Dim Darkness sect supporting us now, the Radiant Light sect will not be able to do anything to us." However, a dark look flashed across his face. Will they just concentrate their forces and descend into the Eight Extremities world to deal with Familyhead and Broad Creed Mountain? All along, the Radiant Light sect had mainly focused their efforts on the Royal Reed Sea of the world beyond worlds, dealing with the various entanglements with the Grand Xian dynasty and the Dim Darkness sect. Even if they mobilized manpower to descend into the lower worlds, their numbers would still be limited. Now, however, if the Radiant Light sect hardened their hearts and shifted their focus, with their strength and the number of experts they possessed, it would be completely different from how it had been in the past. The simplest example was that seeing divinity martial saints who descended into the Eight Extremities world would all have their cultivation bases suppressed to the 3rd level of the martial saint realm. However, the difference between a late-seeing divinity martial saint and an early-seeing divinity martial saint who had both been suppressed to the peak of the 3rd level of the martial saint realm was very obvious. Both sides would naturally be superior in terms of experience and their grasp of the martial Tao, their strength also differing. Taking a step back, even if they were all the same, if the Radiant Light sect shifted their focus, the number of experts they would be able to send over would still be a shocking figure. Yan Zhaoge nodded, this is not impossible. After all, I only have ties with the Southeastern Exalt's lineage, not having personally entered his lineage. Whose expression was solemn. Should we ask the North Sea Sword Pavilion and the Dim Darkness sect for help then? Yan Zhaoge said, if martial practitioners above the third level of the martial saint realm forcibly descend into the lower worlds, it will be detrimental to themselves. Based on previous favors, we might be able to ask the martial practitioners of the North Sea Sword Pavilion and the Dim Darkness sect to temporarily descend into the Eight Extremities world to help us. However, it would be impossible for them to remain here for a long period of time. After experts of the third level of the martial saint realm have descended, it would be hard for them to ascend again. At the very least, it would be very hard for them to return at any time. Yan Zhaoge spread his hands apart, we don't know when the Radiant Light sect will make a move. It is easy to be a thief for 1,000 days, but it is very hard to guard against a thief for 1,000 days. If we take the initiative to find trouble with the Radiant Light sect, the Dim Darkness sect might be very willing. However, this might not be the case for the North Sea Sword Pavilion and Copper Men Island. After all, with the Grand Xian dynasties still present, it is still hard to say what the Southeastern Exalt will decide. Hearing Yan Zhaoge's words, Hu shook his head, looking at the strength of both sides now. If it is just the Dim Darkness sect alone, I'm afraid. Yan Zhaoge smiled, that might not be the case. Hu's spirits rose, so you already had a plan, young master. Yan Zhaoge said, in coming to the world beyond worlds this time, we will first resolve the threat of the Radiant Light sect. Still, we will have to guard against the Grand Xian dynasty lurking behind us. I will first sell out the Grand Xian dynasty and get on good terms with the Southeastern Exalt, making use of the Southeastern Exalt to suppress the Grand Xian dynasty. Still, the problem of the Radiant Light sect loosening its shackles afterwards will naturally have to be considered early on. I still cannot say for sure whether this method will work now. I will have to meet the chief of the Dim Darkness sect, Zhou Haosheng, before I can say for sure. I have already sent him an invitation through Wu Zixio earlier. Chapter 702. Something appeared in Yan Zhaoge's hand, a metallic fragment that was half black, half white. This was a relic of the legendary Dim Radiance sect that he had obtained from Old Man Imo. During the Dim Sun Cold Moon ritual, it had once performed a miraculous feat in helping Yan Zhaoge and the others refine the power of reversed sun and moon. Yan Zhaoge, who had already had his suspicions, had also refined a portion of the power of cold sun and dim moon after hearing Feng Yunsheng and Ahu's narration of what had happened back then. Analyzing this object again, he had many different feelings. As Yan Zhaoge's group headed to the headquarters of the North Sea Sword Pavilion on Grinding Hut Island, news gradually came from outside. The Grand Xian dynasty had indeed split their forces earlier, attempting to launch a pincer attack from the front and back. They had sent out a secondary force to circle behind the main force of the anti-Xian coalition, attempting to cut off their path of retreat to the sword domain of the Grinding Hut region. Afterwards, the Grand Xian dynasty had changed its mind and retreated, contacting this division as well, informing them to retreat as well. However, due to time and geographical location, the movements of this secondary force were ultimately slower than those of the main force of the Grand Xian dynasty. Having received Yan Zhaoge's timely message, Gu Hong, Zhou Haosheng and the others searched and pursued as they finally caught up to the other party. As expected, it's Gu Zhang who disappeared earlier. He's the number 2 of the Shinling 10 swords. He also has the cloud-rotating heavenly light sword with him. Yu Baoqi sighed in admiration. If not for young Master Yan inviting the lineage of the Southeastern Exalt to intervene, the outcome of our anti-Xian forces would have been worrying. With Yan Zhaoge's words, everyone now knew that the descendants of Shenlingzi's lineage were not the 9 that they had originally thought. Apart from Gu Zhang, Madame Kong and the rest of the 9, there was also Kong Ping who had yet to make an appearance. At the same time, he was also the strongest expert of Shenlingzi's lineage. They were both early immortal bridge martial saints. While Gu Zhang was Kong Ping's senior apprentice uncle, Kong Ping's strength surpassed Gu Zhang's. Hearing Gu Zhang's name, a figure surfaced within Yan Zhaoge's mind. He had the appearance of a young man, but his gaze was incomparably vicissitude, as if he had experienced countless years. Back then, it was precisely this person who had joined forces with King Xuanmu in breaking through the dim darkness sect's main altar. If not for Pavilion Lord Gu Hong of the North Sea Sword Pavilion arriving in time, the chief of the dim darkness sect, Zhou Haosheng, might have perished on the spot. Meanwhile, of the Shenling 10 swords, the other immortal bridge martial saint apart from Kong Ping and Gu Zhang, He Dongcheng, was that old man with an ancient appearance but a spirited gaze who had intercepted the chief of the Radiant Light sect, Luo Ziyuan, in the battle of breaching the main altar of the dim darkness sect back then. Before this, He Dongcheng and King Xuanmu had presided over the Grand Xian dynasty's main army, concealing the truth of Gu Zhang's departure before joining hands to launch a fierce attack on the anti-Xian coalition. When the anti-Xian coalition had retreated as per usual, He Dongcheng and King Xuanmu had led the other experts of the Grand Xian dynasty in a decisive retreat. It was just that although Gu Zhang's detachment also retreated, they were caught up by Gu Hong and the others. Gu Zhang had the high-grade sacred artifact, the cloud-circulating heavenly lightsaber, so no one in the anti-Xian alliance was a match for him in a neutral field. But this time, the peak experts of the anti-Xian coalition had all gathered together, and even Gu Zhang found it somewhat difficult to deal with them. With the Grand Xian dynasty also unable to provide him with sufficient support, Gu Zhang could only lead his subordinates in retreating as they fought. The final result was that Gu Zhang himself had returned wounded while a large majority of the other Grand Xian dynasty experts under his command had perished. Having pursued to a certain point, seeing that they were nearing the core region controlled by the Grand Xian dynasty, while Gu Hong and the others felt rather regretful, they could only give up. If this were to continue, the Grand Xian dynasty would definitely retaliate. At the end of the day, the Grand Xian dynasty was still stronger, their foundation more solid. However, even so, the anti-Xian coalition had already gained a great advantage by turning defeat into victory. The Dim Darkness sect's chief Zhou and my sect's Pavilion Lord Gu will be returning to the Grinding Hut region very soon, Yu Baoqi said. Yan Zhaoge nodded before asking, what about the Radiant Light sect and Copper Men Island? Yu Baoqi answered, the fellow Taoists of the Radiant Light sect and Copper Men Island who rushed to reinforce our sect have already begun to leave in recent days. While they had left, the various powers of the anti-Xian coalition would not be making any major movements in the Royal Reed Sea in the near future. As the Grand Xian dynasty maintained a low profile, the anti-Xian coalition would unceasingly devour the Grand Xian dynasty's territory, new waves arising once more. However, there wouldn't be many big movements. Everyone was actually waiting for news and scouting. After the matter over at Golden Court Mountain had been concluded, it could be said that the person who would decide the fate of the Royal Reed Sea was currently outside the Royal Reed Sea. Everyone had once again entered the stage of accumulating their own strength and slowly expanding outwards. Under such circumstances, it was hard to predict what the Radiant Light sect would do. While shifting their focus to attack the Eight Extremities world was a little impulsive, the Radiant Light sect's true target, the Extreme Yang Seal, had been brought to the world beyond worlds by Yan Zhaoge after all. Still, if their target was Yen Di and Broad Creed Mountain in the Eight Extremities world, Yan Zhaoge would not be surprised. Yan Zhaoge did not wish to be on the defensive. He preferred to take the initiative to attack. After exchanging greetings with Pavilion Lord Gu Hong of the North Sea Sword Pavilion and having a pleasant conversation, Yan Zhaoge met the chief of the Dim Darkness sect, Zhou Haosheng. Little friend Yen mentioned that there is something we should discuss together. I wonder what it is about? After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Zhou Haosheng asked. The white-clothed old man smiled, his expression benevolent as he did not appear arrogant at all. Whether it was the Grand Xian dynasty or the Radiant Light sect, the Dim Darkness sect stood on the same side as Yan Zhaoge. Something unexpected had occurred during the dim sun cold moon ritual. The higher echelons of the dim darkness sect all suspected that Yan Zhaoge had mysteriously come to their main altar from the flourishing peace region back then. Still, with things having already come to this, all of the dim darkness sect, Zhou Haoxing included, had chosen to forget about this problem. He had broken the heavenly fire tribulation thunder formation and established a connection with Golden Court Mountain, causing the Grand Xian dynasty to be defeated without a battle. All of this had caused the dim darkness sect to want to further strengthen their relationship with Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge smiled. Chief Zhou is polite. This Yan coincidentally obtained a treasure which I would like to invite you to study together with me. Still, forgive me for being presumptuous, but before this, there are some things that I would like to ask Chief Zhou about. Zhou Haoxing said, please speak freely, little friend Yan. Yan Zhaoge considered his words for a moment. The entire world knows that your sect and the Radiant Light sect originate from the same source, both originating from the Dim Radiant sect that year. It was only when the Dim Radiant sect declined that a split occurred. Zhou Haoxing nodded, not feeling offended. That's right, it is precisely so. Yan Zhaoge met the white-clothed old man's gaze. This Yan would like to ask about something. Does Chief Zhou know how the Dim Radiant Emperor perished that year and how the Dim Radiant sect declined? The Dim Radiant Emperor Yin Tianxia was a hegemon figure who had risen to prominence after the Great Calamity, a legend of a generation. He had once been one of the 5 emperors. Only many years after his death had another expert risen to fill the void, causing the name of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors to reappear. When Yin Tianxia had reigned, the Dim Radiant sect had once flourished for a time as well, possessing innumerable experts who had rampaged through the entire world beyond worlds. It had not been like the Radiant Light sect and the Dim Darkness sect who were currently trapped in a corner of the southeastern Yang Heaven territory. After so many years, the lineage of the Dim Radiant sect had truly declined. Flowers bloomed sometimes, but it was difficult to determine their prosperity and decline. The world was constantly changing, and this was vividly reflected. Zhou Haoxing fell into silence. Yan Zhaoge did not rush him, patiently waiting for Zhou Haoxing to speak. Chapter 703. Yan Zhaoge sat across from Zhou Haoxing, who was silent for a long time before asking, little friend Yan said that you obtained a treasure. Could it be related to the Emperor and the Sacred Light sect that year? I can't be sure either. Yan Zhaoge said truthfully, this was obtained by this Yan in the past, and the original owner of this treasure was once pursued by the Radiant Light sect. Hearing his words, Zhou Haoxing instantly raised his snowy white brows slightly. Yan Zhaoge continued, after analyzing it myself, I could feel that this treasure should indeed be related to the Dim Radiant Emperor and the Dim Radiant sect that year. Zhou Haoxing was silent once more as Yan Zhaoge looked calmly at him. After a while, Zhou Haoxing said slowly, actually, this old man does not know the truth behind the Emperor's death that year. He paused for a moment before adding, besides the Emperor, the higher echelon of the Sacred Light sect had mostly perished as well. Those who remain are few and far between. Yan Zhaoge frowned. The Dim Radiant Emperor Yin Tianxia could be said to be one of the peak experts who had appeared after the Great Calamity. His death had affected them greatly. Yet, even those of the Dim Radiant sect themselves actually did not know the truth behind it, not knowing who their enemy was. Did the 3 sovereigns act? Or did other figures with the title of Emperor surround and attack him? Yan Zhaoge asked straightforwardly. Zhou Haoxing's voice was much deeper. Our predecessors all had their guesses, but were ultimately unable to grasp the gist of it. There are many things that we are also powerless to investigate. His gaze was distant as the scenes of old legends surfaced within his mind. Back then, the Dim Radiant sect had still been at its peak. The Dim Radiant Emperor Yin Tianxia had led his subordinates in leaving their main altar, rumored to be heading to a foreign land. Everything had seemed very normal. Who knew that he would never return? The bigwigs of the Dim Radiant sect who had remained behind had tried to contact him, yet received no reply. One day, the Dim Radiant Emperor Yin Tianxia had returned alone to the main altar of the Dim Radiant sect, perishing in meditation on the very same day. Before his death, the disciples of the sect had asked him about it. Yin Tianxia had remained silent as he had written a strange rune amidst space. After his death, that rune had expanded into a black hole, sucking his corpse in. The structure of the dim radiant sect's main altar had collapsed on a large scale, the fragments surrounding the rune and Yin Tianxia's corpse forming a massive mausoleum. In the end, the mausoleum disappeared into the depths of the black hole. The black hole rotated and transformed into a stream of light that shot into the sky, disappearing without a trace. Words appeared in the empty space, saying, "Disperse." Everyone in the sect was at a loss. Still, they knew that their dim radiant sect had met with a great tribulation this time. Henceforth, the dim radiant sect, which had been renowned in pre-Great Calamity times and possessed even more shocking power in the post-Great Calamity world, gradually fell into decline. In the process of the dim radiant sect's rise to prominence, they had made quite a few enemies as well. Now that they were weak, they had been kicked by many when they were down. Thus, they had grown even weaker. In the end, light and darkness split apart, and a huge monster vanished into thin air. Yan Zhaoge pondered as he asked, invading a foreign dimension, the 9 underworlds? Zhou Haosheng shook his head. I don't know the details either. He looked at Yan Zhaoge. The whereabouts of the emperor's corpse as well as any treasures that might have been there are unknown. Ever since then, there has been a legend amongst us descendants, a legend regarding the dim radiant mausoleum. Yan Zhaoge smacked his lips. Does Chief Zhou mean that this thing in this Yan's hands is related to the dim radiant mausoleum? That is what this old man thinks. Zhou Haosheng said slowly, after the emperor perished, he did not leave behind any relics. If I must say, when the mausoleum was constructed that year, some fragments were scattered down. These might be the only treasures that are related to the emperor himself. Yan Zhaoge nodded slightly, retrieving that metallic fragment that was half black and half white and placing it on the table before slowly pushing it towards Zhou Haosheng. A shocking glow suddenly erupted from Zhou Haosheng's eyes. He did not reach out to take it. Instead, his gaze turned condensed to the point of being tangible as he focused on that metallic fragment. A dim yet condensed, vigorous light flickered slightly within his pupils, growing dimmer and dimmer until it finally transformed into deep, tranquil darkness. A wondrous scene appeared on the metallic fragment. The white half turned incomparably dim while the black half emitted bright light. Seeing this, Yan Zhaoge nodded to himself. Experts at Zhou Haosheng's level indeed possessed great power with just a casual movement of their hands. The metallic fragment that was half black and half white shook unceasingly, the surrounding space actually showing signs of collapsing with it as its center. Yan Zhaoge and Zhou Haosheng's spirits both rose. From the looks of it, it really is strange. Zhou Haosheng pondered for a moment before raising his head to look at Yan Zhaoge, a probing look appearing within his gaze. Yan Zhaoge nodded slightly, indicating that he could do as he pleased. Zhou Haosheng immediately extended a finger, lightly tapping on that metallic fragment. An unusual luster was instantly refracted from the surface of the metallic fragment. The surrounding space collapsed completely, actually forming a tiny black dot from which a terrifying suction force was emitted, vaguely resembling a spatial crevice. Zhou Haosheng stabilized it before retrieving an item from his shadow shrinking pouch. Looking over, Yan Zhaoge saw that it was clearly a roof tile. It was completely black in color, not showing any luster at all as it seemed to contain a profound aura. It was just that this black tile was damaged. Thinking of what Zhou Haosheng had mentioned earlier, Yan Zhaoge knew that this should also be the remnant fragments left behind by the dim radiant emperor Yin Tianxia when he had constructed the mausoleum after his death. As the metallic fragment met that damaged black tile, the two instantly shook, the surrounding space growing even more unstable. Seeing this, Zhou Haosheng retrieved 2 more items. There was wood and stone, clearly also similar in nature to the black tile. When gathered together earlier, these items had not reacted at all. Now, however, gathered around that metallic fragment that was half black and half white, they all shook as a profound luster was emitted from them. Zhou Haosheng's brows relaxed, a smile appearing on his face. Yan Zhaoge observed carefully for a moment. This alone still seems insufficient to confirm the location of the dim radiant mausoleum? Zhou Haosheng smiled, We have already seized the initiative greatly, far surpassing those rebels of the Radiant Light sect. Yan Zhaoge smiled as well. This is indeed good news. Streams of light circulated amidst that dark space, seemingly guiding one in the right direction. Zhou Haosheng memorized the changes in space within, as did Yan Zhaoge. Waking, Zhou Haosheng suddenly found himself unable to smile as he looked at Yan Zhaoge. While they were mortal enemies, whether it was the Radiant Light sect or the Dim Darkness sect, they both believed themselves to be the most orthodox descendants of the Dim Radiant sect. The Dim Darkness sect had always believed themselves to be the most logical successor to the items left behind by the Dim Radiant sect that year. There was naturally even less to say about the Dim Radiant Mausoleum. The Dim Darkness sect would definitely want to monopolize such an existence. While their current relationship with Yan Zhaoge was not bad, the Dim Darkness sect would be more willing to compensate and thank Yan Zhaoge in other areas, not wishing to share the Dim Radiant Mausoleum. The white-clothed old man sighed, suddenly feeling rather troubled. Chapter 704. Looking at Yan Zhaoge, Zhou Haosheng's gaze hardened slightly as he seemed to want to say something, yet ultimately did not. A person who had just stepped into the martial saint realm, what right did he have to share the Dim Radiant Mausoleum with a massive entity like the Dim Darkness sect? If it was an ordinary person, even if they did not resort to any violent methods at all, the Dim Darkness sect would also have countless methods to exclude them. However, against Yan Zhaoge, Zhou Haosheng did not have such confidence. If it was about suppressing others through momentum, first not mentioning that Yan Zhaoge was on good terms with the lineage of the Southeastern Exalt, just the fact that he had previously broken the Heavenly Fire Tribulation Thunder formation and even caused the Grand Xian dynasty to retreat, the Dim Darkness sect would not be able to make things difficult for him. Yan Zhaoge's enmity with the Radiant Light sect could not be resolved as he was a natural ally of the Dim Darkness sect. Radiant Light sect. Zhou Haosheng's heart suddenly jolted slightly. Before him, Yan Zhaoge had opened space alongside him, seeking the path to the Dim Radiant Mausoleum. With Zhou Haosheng's understanding of the Radiant Light sect, they should have some clues over there as well. They should have been alerted as well. Although his side had the upper hand, they were not completely confident. If Yan Zhaoge entered, he would be able to draw the attention of the Radiant Light sect to a great extent. This would also be beneficial to the Dim Darkness sect. Glancing at Yan Zhaoge, Zhou Haosheng thought, if there really is danger, I might as well help him out. Still, since I am attempting to share in the Dim Radiant Mausoleum, I will naturally have to bear the corresponding risk. Having made up his mind, Zhou Haosheng immediately said, my sect will make some preparations before setting off. If little friend Yan is free, why don't we go together? Yan Zhaoge smiled, saying, this Yan is very free recently, and can set off at any time. At the same time, the higher echelon experts of the Radiant Light sect were gathered on the Sun-Moon Peak of the Virtuous Spirit region in the Royal Reed Sea. Everyone's expressions were gloomy. That kid surnamed Yan must be eliminated. Otherwise, he will become a great calamity. Someone said coldly, he has already become a great threat. Even though he has only just attained the martial saint realm, having broken the Heavenly Fire Tribulation Thunder formation and escaped from the hands of two experts of the 5th level of the martial saint realm, how can such methods be measured by ordinary early merging avatar stage martial practitioners? Who knows if he will suddenly do something unexpected again? Another person said, the North Sea Sword Pavilion and the Dim Darkness sect are both protecting him now, and Copper Men Island will not help us either. If he does not come to us on his own accord, it would be very hard for us to capture him. That person from before said, if he isn't easy to capture, let's go to the Eight Extremities world and first flatten his broad Creed Mountain, pulling up all those related to him by the roots. For the time being, the Grand Xian dynasty will not be able to do much within a short period of time. We might as well flatten the Eight Extremities world first. An old man opposite him frowned, there isn't much value to it. The Extreme Yang seal has been brought to the world beyond worlds by that kid. There would be no tangible gains from our raising of the Eight Extremities world. The other party said tit for tat, let's vent our anger first. Our sect adheres to the holy sect's orthodoxy. No matter how much we have declined, when has it ever been the turn of a kid from the lower realm to strut around our heads? First it was Deng Sen and the others, and then Yuxuan and junior apprentice brother Qing perished as well. Even the losses we suffered at the hands of the Grand Xian dynasty have not been this great. That old man was still about to say something when another longtime elder of the Radiant Light sect beside him suddenly said softly, "It might not be that there are no tangible gains. There might even be great gains." Oh? Everyone was taken aback. That Radiant Light sect longtime elder said, "When this old man was conversing with that Mr. Zhang Chao who ascended from the Eight Extremities world earlier, I noticed something. In the Eight Extremities world, there is a person known as the Painting Saint Old Man Imo. He is of the same generation as Zhang Chao, just that he is rather mysterious." Even Zhang Chao did not understand this person. Still, according to Zhang Chao, he once coincidentally saw this old man Imo execute the extinguishing spirit sword Qi. Still, it was only once. This person's martial arts are rather diverse, making it hard for one to see through them. Hearing his words, everyone fell into deep thought. That Radiant Light sect longtime elder continued, "Zhang Chao did not recognize this martial art. Still, from his description, this old man is at least 80% certain that it is the extinguishing spirit sword Qi." The faces of the other Radiant Light sect elders sunk. If it is the extinguishing spirit sword Qi, could it be that we have been searching for him all these years? Could it be that he is in the Eight Extremities world? He likely possesses a treasure that is related to the Emperor and the dim radiant mausoleum. This time, we have truly worn out iron shoes in search of it. Everyone said, "It looks like we will have to make a trip to this Eight Extremities world." Even that old man who had been opposed to this earlier nodded slowly after pondering for a moment. The black-robed Luo Ziyuan watched all this quietly from his seat of honor. Just as he was about to speak, his expression suddenly changed slightly. Chapter 705. The Dim Darkness sect's main altar had been broken through by the Grand Xian dynasty, most of its branch altars having been destroyed as well. Zhou Haosheng and most of the Dim Darkness sect's experts and disciples had temporarily resided in the North Sea Sword Pavilion and Copper Men Island before this. Now that the Grand Xian dynasty had retreated, those of the Dim Darkness sect had all returned to their respective territories, reoccupying them as they began rebuilding. The main altar of the Dim Darkness sect had been concealed amidst space in the past due to special circumstances. After having been destroyed, it would be hard for it to regain its former appearance. Still, the branch altars in other locations could be rebuilt. Yan Zhaoge, Zhou Haosheng and the others took their leave of Gu Hong of the North Sea Sword Pavilion before leaving the Grinding Hut region. There was still a single branch altar of the Dim Darkness sect that had survived. Yan Zhaoge's group first arrived there. After settling down, the Dim Darkness sect martial practitioners went out to investigate the situation, confirming the movements of the Grand Xian dynasty and the Radiant Light sect. Meanwhile, Zhou Haosheng himself set up his altar, beginning his final preparations. Dim yet heavy radiance resembled the night sky as it expanded within the sky, enveloping this branch altar of the Dim Darkness sect. It seemed to serve the same purpose as a defensive formation. Yan Zhaoge was within, yet could feel that this barrier that resembled the night sky also served the function of isolating sound. Beneath the night sky, the higher echelon experts of the Dim Darkness sect with Zhou Haosheng at their head each held a fragment of the Dim Radiant Mausoleum that had fallen from the construction of the Dim Radiant Mausoleum, activating it with their true essence. Yan Zhaoge placed that metallic fragment that was half black and half white at the center of the group. The metallic fragment that had originally appeared completely ordinary now gradually floated up, hovering in midair. With it as its center, a profound, graceful rune of radiance gradually took form. The light on the rune was bright at times whilst slow at others, flickering with a unique rhythm. Just by looking at this fragment, one would be able to feel the concept contained within, manifesting the profundities of the intermingling of light and darkness. Yan Zhaoge watched this scene silently as a tiny yet heavy black dot appeared amidst space once more. The black hole appeared once more, the surrounding space distorting and shattering. However, beneath that rune, a path vaguely appeared. That path was illusory and formless, as one would not be able to detect its existence with the naked eye. That path was illusory and formless, as one would not be able to see it with their eyes. Zhou Haosheng said, "Junior apprentice Brother Wu, you and the others maintain the formation and guard the surroundings carefully, preventing the Radiant Light sect or others from launching a sneak attack." A portion of the Dim Darkness sect's elders led by Wu Zixio answered, "Yes, Chief." Zhou Haosheng sucked in a deep breath, bringing along another portion of the Dim Darkness sect elders as he walked towards shattered space. Yan Zhaoge followed suit. Stepping into space, he felt the surrounding chaotic flows of space invading him, yet seemed to be separated by a formless power. In the chaotic void, there was indeed an invisible path. The group continued forward. In the dark space before them, it was difficult to distinguish between north, south, east, west, up, down, left, and right. It was dark and gloomy, without any light. In order to determine the direction to go, he could only follow the path that seemed to not exist. If they did not speak, Yan Zhaoge would not be able to hear anything amidst the darkness of space. An overly quiet environment was actually a kind of torture to a person's mind. In the long run, even a strong-willed person would go crazy. However, Zhou Haosheng and the others had calm expressions on their faces. Instead, they seemed to be at ease. To martial practitioners of the Dim Darkness sect like them, they could not be any more accustomed to such an environment. Yan Zhaoge seemed to be deep in thought as he walked. Extreme darkness breeds all things, extreme darkness giving birth to light, welcoming extreme brightness. This is like the darkness before the light. Feng Yunsheng and Ah Hu who were traveling with him were fine in the Myriad Dragon Palace. Feng Yunsheng said, "The Dim Radiant Emperor and many of the Dim Radiant sect's higher echelon experts never returned. Not only are there old enemies seeking vengeance, there are also others who covet the Dim Radiant sect's treasures who have come knocking, hastening the Dim Radiant sect's decline. Most of the Dim Radiant sect's treasures have been plundered, such that not much remains now. The Dim Darkness sect doesn't even have a high-grade sacred artifact to guard their headquarters, and the Radiant Light sect only has a single sun-moon wheels. However, the location of the legendary Dim Radiant Mausoleum that could possibly contain the Dim Radiant sect's greatest accumulation has always been unknown." Feng Yunsheng raised her brows lightly. "There are probably many people who are also keeping an eye on the Dim Radiant Mausoleum. If they cannot find it, their gazes will fall on the Radiant Light sect and the Dim Darkness sect." While a long time had already passed since the Dim Radiant sect had been destroyed, while the Radiant Light sect and the Dim Darkness sect had not improved for many years already. Still, those who were interested in the Dim Radiant Mausoleum would most likely not relax their surveillance of the Radiant Light sect and the Dim Darkness sect. After all, these two sects were the most orthodox legacies of the Dim Radiant sect. From what everyone knew, wanting to find the Dim Radiant Mausoleum, the clues would most likely have to lie with the Radiant Light sect and the Dim Darkness sect. The actions of Zhou Haosheng and the others now seemed to prove this theory. Looking at Zhou Haosheng's back, Yan Zhaoge thought to himself, Zhou Haosheng and the others would definitely understand this principle. While the Dim Radiant Mausoleum is an existence that they yearn for day and night, they should also know that only when the treasures are in their hands can their dreams truly be considered to have come true. They should not have been blinded and lost. If I am not wrong, they should have made special arrangements. Amidst his words, Zhou Haosheng, who stood at the forefront of the group, pressed one hand before his chest, the other pushing out horizontally. A speck of light suddenly lit up amidst the dim space before them. Yan Zhaoge's pupils dilated. The clues we have should still not be sufficient to confirm the exact location of the Dim Radiant Mausoleum. At this point, Yan Zhaoge's heart jolted slightly as he vaguely guessed what Zhou Haosheng wanted to do. At virtually the same time, the dim space suddenly shook slightly. It was as if a black curtain had suddenly been slashed apart with a saber. Then, a streak of flame appeared, illuminating the dim space as it swept over towards that speck of light which had suddenly erupted amidst space. Now, however, space shook on the other side as a massive palm also extended out from amidst the darkness. That palm was incomparably massive. its fingers seemingly able to crush a planet as it raised its hand to block the flames, also grabbing towards that speck of light. Before this flame and palm, even the chief of the dim darkness sect Zhou Haosheng, who was at the peak of the late-seeing divinity stage, could only wait obediently, not daring to make any rash movements in the least. However, Zhou Haosheng was not nervous, as his gaze was instead deep and indiscernible as he scanned the surroundings attentively. Seeing him like this, Yan Zhaoge relaxed completely. Those people who intend for us to lead the way do not know how far we have progressed in our search for the dim radiant mausoleum. They do not know that we are actually unable to completely confirm the exact location of the dim radiant mausoleum. That speck of light which had suddenly appeared amidst the darkness earlier had been something that Zhou Haosheng had done in secret. He had intentionally startled the enemy just now. The flame and the massive hand collided intensely amidst the boundless space, neither giving way to the other as they affected the surrounding area. Suddenly, intense fluctuations suddenly emanated from amidst the seemingly endless darkness. An even more terrifying aura seemed to have been jolted awake from a deep slumber. The next moment, another streak of light that was bright to the extreme erupted, instantly enveloping the surrounding space as the fiery light and the massive hand both paled in comparison. Chapter 706. That bright radiance was initially just a speck, but it eventually enveloped the entire surrounding space. It was not that the radiance was gradually expanding from far to near, illuminating the darkness. Instead, radiance seemed to even be emanating from the surrounding dark space at this moment. The world of darkness before them instantly transformed into a world of light. Light and darkness had reversed and reversed in this short instant. Yan Zhaoge's gaze lit up. This is the true reaction of the dim radiant mausoleum. Enveloped by bright radiance, it instantly swept through the flames, repelling that massive palm that seemed capable of plucking the stars and grabbing the moon. Now, faint light circulated amidst space, numerous pillars of green chi suddenly appearing before congregating to form a massive divine tree that connected to the heavens. This divine tree seemed to pierce through the heavens and the earth as it descended towards the interior of the radiance. The aura of this divine tree was much more powerful than that of the flames and the massive palm. Yet, it was obstructed by the bright radiance as well, unable to descend. Space suddenly shook like ripples on water as a formless existence was revealed beneath the illumination of the all-encompassing radiance. Before this, no one had discovered this person. When Zhou Haosheng had intentionally alerted the enemy, this person had also refrained from appearing. Now, however, illuminated by the radiance, he finally had nowhere to hide. Since he had already been exposed, this person immediately ceased concealing himself as he approached Yan Zhaoge and Zhou Haosheng's group. His figure seemed to completely disregard space as he arrived before Yan Zhaoge and the others without any delay at all. Even illuminated by that bright radiance, only a faint silhouette could be seen as his appearance was still indistinct. Yan Zhaoge's gaze abruptly hardened. The spatial heavenly scripture. Now, the radiance shone even more intensely, shockingly pushing away this person who was attempting to approach. Ha! That person snorted, his aura that had always been indistinct mightily erupting, powerful to the extreme as boundless space shook along with it. However, such a powerful force still met with a wall before that bright radiance, its path obstructed by it. The radiance swept along Yan Zhaoge and Zhou Haosheng's group, instantly disappearing into the distance. Space that had been as bright as day a moment ago immediately dimmed, regaining its original state of darkness. A long sigh resounded amidst space. The next moment, that massive tree that towered to the heavens vanished, the flames dissipating as well as the massive palm being retracted. As for the transparent figure hidden in the void, it was as if he had never appeared. Amidst the radiance, Yan Zhaoge smiled as he rubbed his palms. The dim radiant emperor lived up to his reputation indeed. Even in death, there were not many who could covet his mausoleum. People of the same level, if there was no special reason, would not disturb Yin Tianxia's peaceful rest. Those whose strength was inferior to Yin Tianxia's when he had been alive would find it very hard to break through the restrictions of the dim radiant mausoleum. Zhou Haosheng sighed and said, if not for that, this old man wouldn't have dared to take such a risk. A dim darkness sect elder beside him smiled bitterly. That formless, boundless person concealed amidst space should be the Western Exalt, right? The one who wielded the towering divine tree should be the Eastern Exalt. We have offended both of them terribly this time around. The one controlling the flames seems to be one of the peak experts of the southern blazing heaven territory. Hearing his words, Yen Zhaoge's gaze flickered slightly. The Western Exalt? He was certain that the martial art the person hiding in the void cultivated was the void heavenly scripture, one of the later heaven 6 scriptures of the primordial heavenly scripture. It was ranked alongside the life creation heavenly scripture, the Aeon light heavenly scripture, and the Yin Yang heavenly scripture. Zhou Haosheng said, searching for the Emperor's mausoleum in this boundless void is one thing, but those 3 won't really step into the southeastern Yang heaven territory. So, as long as we don't get blocked by them when we leave the mausoleum, we'll be fine. He shook his head. The worrisome one is that person who transformed his true essence into a massive star-plucking hand earlier. While that person's cultivation is inferior to the 2 exalts, he is a figure of the southeastern Yang heaven territory. The dim darkness sect elders all smiled bitterly. The star-plucking practitioner Guan Lide was one of the few great experts of the southeastern Yang heaven territory who were inferior only to the southeastern exalt. Yen Zhaoge appraised Zhou Haosheng from the side, a hint of a smile within his gaze. This chief of the dim darkness sect was not someone who was easy to deal with either. He had intentionally alerted the enemy and tricked Guan Lide and the other expert into making a move. From a certain perspective, the 2 of them had once again alerted the enemy when they made their move. What had been alarmed was the true dim radiant mausoleum. While Yen Zhaoge and Zhou Haosheng had found the path to the mausoleum, they were still a little off as they were unable to ascertain its exact location. Knowing that Guan Lide and the others were following them, Zhou Haosheng had tricked them into making a move, making use of this to trigger the defensive restrictions of the dim radiant mausoleum, thereby ascertaining its location. Afterwards, they had been guided away by the restrictions of the mausoleum, stealthily evading it. The dim radiant mausoleum retracted its radiance, shifting space as it caused the Western Exalt, Eastern Exalt and Guan Lide to lose track of it once more. This move had been played rather beautifully as even Yen Zhaoge could not help but want to applaud him. Of course, the repercussions were extremely severe as they had offended quite a few major figures. Zhou Haosheng's expression was calm as his gaze was resolute. While the southeastern exalt did not say it explicitly, it can be seen that he does not wish for outsiders to disturb the Emperor's mausoleum. The star-plucking practitioner's move this time was also done in secret. He might not cause a huge commotion. While there will still be many future troubles, if we do not take this risk, when will we be able to regain the former glory of our dim radiant sect? Moreover, if we gain anything from entering the Emperor's mausoleum this time and our sect's strength improves greatly, the star-plucking practitioner might not dare to invade lightly. Now that things had come to this, the other dim darkness sect martial practitioners all nodded. Yen Zhaoge looked rather interestedly at this scene, feeling the resolve of succeed or die trying emanating from Zhou Haosheng. He felt that other than to motivate himself, Zhou Haosheng's earlier words were probably meant for him to hear as well. Yen Zhaoge smiled, not saying anything as he just reminded, Chief Zhou, if I am not wrong, the changes and the restrictions of the dim radiant mausoleum seem to be not just welcoming us in. There are others as well. While it was those of the dim darkness sect who wielded the formation, Yen Zhaoge had always maintained a telepathic connection with that metallic fragment which served as its core. Now, it felt like water had been mixed with impurities as it was no longer clear, yet extremely harmonious. This meant that the other party had not forcibly broken through the restrictions of the dim radiant mausoleum. Instead, they had also possessed a treasure related to it, making use of this chance to infiltrate it and be guided in by the restrictions of the mausoleum. It was most likely to be someone of the Radiant Light sect who possessed such methods. Zhou Haosheng's face sunk as he nodded slowly. This old man felt it too. It should be someone of the Radiant Light sect. Still, with the current situation, we can directly enter the core region of the mausoleum, leaping past the restrictions on the periphery. Those traitors of the Radiant Light sect will at most be able to reach the periphery. Amidst his words, the radiance gradually faded. Gazing over, the scene before Yan Zhaoge gradually grew clearer as a massive mausoleum appeared within his field of vision. Chapter 707. After the radiance had faded, Yan Zhaoge carefully appraised the world before him. The heavens and earth they were currently in was rather strange, with the distant horizon as the boundary between black and white. The great earth beneath their feet flickered with dense radiance, causing one to be unable to clearly see the truth within. The sky above their heads was completely dark. Even if light illuminated the great earth down below, it was still pitch black. Numerous streams of light formed of runes could be seen between the heavens and the earth, resembling numerous chains that connected the darkness above and the radiance below. A dim, unclear aura coiled around those rune chains, coming together to form layer after layer of barriers that resembled numerous thin veils. Yan Zhaoge knew that these were numerous layers of restrictions that protected the dim radiant mausoleum while also preventing outsiders from entering. Turning around, Zhang Xian saw a gigantic mausoleum before him, standing there quietly. The restrictive spells around the mausoleum were there to protect it. Due to the treasures they possessed, their group had directly passed through most of the restrictions on the outside, arriving directly in the vicinity of the mausoleum itself. Looking from the outside, the mausoleum of the dim radiant Emperor in Tianxia resembled a massive altar. Radiance circulated on the surface of the altar, yet it was not bright as it instead gave off a dim, gloomy feeling. The dim sky and the bright earth seemed to converge and merge, jointly forming this majestic structure. Inscriptions could be seen on the surface of the altar, seemingly condensing the flow of time. Zhou Haosheng and the others simultaneously bowed towards the dim radiant mausoleum, silently praising it. The voices of these martial saint experts were even trembling slightly as they spoke now, unable to control their emotions. Yan Zhaoge expressed his understanding towards this. The person who was slumbering here was one of the most important figures in the entire history of the dim radiant sect. Sometimes, the words one of could even be removed. Within the dim radiant sect, besides its founder, there was probably no one who could be mentioned in the same breath as the dim radiant Emperor in Tianxia. Whether it was in terms of individual strength or the glory of the dim radiant sect as a whole, Yin Tianxia was unquestionably the #1 figure in history, surpassing all his predecessors. After the Great Calamity, countless Dao legacies had withered. Yet, under Yin Tianxia's leadership, the dim radiant sect had ascended to unprecedented heights. The more glorious it had been, the more the dim darkness sect martial practitioners who were currently at a low ebb felt reverence towards that era. As Yan Zhaoge, Feng Yunsheng and Ah Hu entered, they all bowed solemnly towards the mausoleum as well. Entering the mausoleum of the predecessors meant that there was a possibility of obtaining treasures and fortuitous encounters. Zhou Haosheng and the others glanced back at Yan Zhaoge deeply. Yan Zhaoge could tell that they were actually not very happy about people like him who were not of the dim radiant sect's lineage entering the dim radiant mausoleum. Now, seemingly due to the approach of Yan Zhaoge and the others, a sound actually resounded from within the mausoleum. Zhou Haosheng's expression changed slightly as he no longer cared about Yan Zhaoge and the others as he hurriedly swiveled his head to look. Several figures of light appeared on the mausoleum that looked like an altar. These figures of light gradually turned into human figures. Their bodies were half black and half white, and light and dark intersected, giving off a strange feeling. Looking carefully over as well, Yan Zhaoge and the others discovered that these people all had lifeless gazes, their faces expressionless as they seemed completely devoid of life, resembling puppets. However, these strange figures all exuded a vigorous warrior's chi and blood. This meant that they were actually martial artists, but they were like the living dead that had lost their minds. A spirit that guards the tomb? The dim radiant emperor did not allow anyone to be buried alongside him that year. As Yan Zhaoge looked, his expression gradually turned strange. Could it be that someone entered the mausoleum earlier in an attempt to search for treasures, but ended up dying beneath the restrictions of the mausoleum, having been bound and enslaved instead? But still, if they were used to guard the mausoleum, their cultivation bases would really be a little too low. Yan Zhaoge's gaze swept over, seeing that there were more than 10 figures before him, one of whom was a martial saint while the rest were all martial grandmasters. Normally speaking, such a force could not be considered weak. In the world beyond worlds, they would be able to occupy a territory at the very least, and in the lower worlds, they would be hegemons of a region. But what was this place? This was the burial ground of the dim radiant Emperor Intianxia. Although Intianxia had been dead for many years, the restrictions of his mausoleum had still been able to easily keep two exalts at bay. If one were to say that these people were guarding the mausoleum for Intianxia, it would really be a cold joke. The problem then was that even two exalts had not been able to forcibly barge in. How had these people entered the mausoleum that year? Zhou Haosheng's face was livid as he said not a word, walking into the mausoleum. The other dim darkness sect experts followed closely behind him. The current situation meant that someone had already beaten them to it. These people who had already been turned into puppets were not important. What was important was that since they had been able to enter this place, it meant that they had most likely been led by an even stronger expert. Those people might not have been refined into puppets as they might have already entered the depths of the mausoleum and obtained some gains. Looking at the backs of Zhou Haosheng and the others, Yan Zhaoge shrugged. No one knew how long ago those who had beaten them to it had arrived. Perhaps they had already long since left after profiting greatly. It was just that there was no need to say this to provoke Zhou Haosheng and the others. The dim darkness sect martial practitioners were already feeling despondent to the point of erupting. Who secretly sent via sound transmission, young master, someone beat us to it. It might already have been emptied out. Is there still a need for us to take the risk and enter? Let's go in. Yan Zhaoge led the way and followed them. Gazing at the dim scene of the mausoleum before him, he vaguely felt like there seemed to be something within that was drawing him over. As soon as they neared the mausoleum in the form of an altar, those puppets came over of their own accord. Noticing their stance, Yan Zhaoge instantly frowned slightly. This was because he discovered that these martial practitioners' cultivation bases aside, the martial arts they executed were clearly extremely profound. It was roughly on par with the time-flowing sword of Shen Lingzi's lineage, even being more powerful than the martial arts of the Grand Xian dynasty, the Dim Darkness sect and the North Sea Sword Pavilion. Carefully appraising them, Yan Zhaoge saw that the martial arts of a transcending mortality martial grandmaster who had been alive actually seemed to be of the direct lineage of the Yin-Yang heavenly scripture. These people's origins are probably not ordinary. Yan Zhaoge narrowed his eyes slightly into slits. Looking at these puppets, Zhou Haosheng's face was sunken as he inhaled deeply. Emperor above, please forgive this disciple for his impoliteness. With the difference in their cultivation bases being too great, he casually swept out with a palm, those puppets instantly all shattered. Zhou Haosheng took the lead, entering the mausoleum. Yan Zhaoge and the other dim darkness sect martial practitioners entered as well. Truly stepping within, they did not feel any power obstructing them, also seemingly not triggering any other restrictions of the mausoleum. However, a feeling of extreme danger suddenly arose within Yan Zhaoge's heart. Walking within the mausoleum, dim radiance filled the entire area as the path seemed endless. With lower cultivation bases, Feng Yunsheng and Hu were the first to react. Yan Zhaoge noticed that Hu's gaze had gradually turned dazed, but he himself felt nothing at all. Meanwhile, the cold sun divine saber behind Feng Yunsheng's back was unsheathed. Feng Yunsheng herself was slightly taken aback as dim blue radiance suddenly lit up within her pupils, resembling two cold suns. Chapter 708. Yan Zhaoge's expression changed as he immediately summoned the Myriad Dragon Palace, keeping Hu within. Feng Yunsheng forcibly sheathed her cold sun divine saber, the dim blue radiance within her eyes vanishing before she too leapt into the Myriad Dragon Palace of her own accord. How did it feel? Yan Zhaoge asked Hu via sound transmission. Having entered the Myriad Dragon Palace, Hu seemed to have woken up, his gaze regaining clarity. However, he was still at a loss as to what he had felt earlier. There was no special feeling. It was like I was lost in thought or sleepy, taking a nap. Feng Yunqing similarly shook her head. There was no obvious special feeling. When I was slightly lost in thought, the cold sun divine saber automatically reacted. Still, there is definitely something wrong. Otherwise, the cold sun divine saber would not have shown such signs of protecting its owner. Yan Zhaoge knit his brows slightly, keeping the myriad dragon palace as he appraised the surroundings before him earnestly. There still did not seem to be anything special about the dim mausoleum passageway. However he looked at it now, it just seemed strange. The dim darkness sect martial practitioners beside him were all martial saints, as they could more or less detect this abnormality. This was especially so for the chief of the dim darkness sect, Zhou Haosheng, whose expression was even more solemn. Something's not quite right. Everyone, be careful. His true essence was released from the acupoints of his entire body, vaguely forming a layer of black qi which resembled the descent of night, dim and dim as it isolated the surrounding radiance. They walked for a while longer. Yan Zhaoge focused on observing the surroundings, yet vaguely felt as though his mind had been cast within that dim radiance as well, unable to extricate itself. He was vigilant. The more he observed and guarded against it, the easier it would instead be for him to lose focus. This was actually a kind of mausoleum's restrictions, formlessly injuring one as they would unknowingly fall for it. And the deeper they ventured into the mausoleum, the more powerful this strange mausoleum's restrictions became. Observing that dim radiance, Yan Zhaoge gradually came to an understanding. Standing within, one will gradually be assimilated by this dim radiance, losing their consciousness as they become muddle-headed. In the end, they will become puppets that are like walking corpses. Those puppets outside all came this way. Yan Zhaoge's gaze began to turn calm, deep and chaotic, as it was even more blurry and unclear than this dim radiance before him. Circulating the peerless heavenly scripture, Yan Zhaoge appeared no different on the outside. Yet, his entire person seemed to have transformed into chaos as he was isolated from the assimilation of that dim radiance. As they proceeded forward, more and more dim darkness sect experts began showing signs of falling behind. Luckily, Zhou Haosheng and the other top few big shots were still clear-headed, and Bing was constantly paying attention to their own sect members. Zhou Haosheng sighed as he watched the power of the restriction grow stronger and stronger. With a wave of his hand, a long black banner appeared. As he waved it, streaks of black light sprinkled down like silk ribbons. A great part of the dim radiance within the mausoleum passageway was instantly cut off. The dim darkness sect martial practitioners all regained consciousness, their expressions all rather blank as they then rejoiced and fearful afterwards. Yan Zhaoge looked rather interestedly at the banner in Zhou Haosheng's hands that resembled a flag whilst also a spear. The dim darkness sect did not possess a high-grade sacred artifact. Still, it possessed a mid-grade sacred artifact, the Soul Brocade Banner. Its quality was rather outstanding and it had many wondrous uses. It could also be said to be a supreme treasure which had always been wielded by its chief. The long black banner in front of him must be the Soul Brocade Banner. Looking back at Yan Zhaoge now, Zhou Haosheng could not help but be slightly taken aback as he saw Yan Zhaoge's clear eyes. Aside from the two martial grandmasters, the one with the lowest cultivation base here was Yan Zhaoge of the first level of the martial saint realm, the early merging avatar stage. Yan Zhaoge's personal strength was shocking as it far surpassed most martial practitioners of the same cultivation level. This was something that everyone had gradually acknowledged now. However, Zhou Haosheng and the others were still taken aback by how relaxed he appeared within the dim radiant mausoleum. This youngster is even more unfathomable than my previous impression of him. Zhou Haosheng thought as he expanded the Soul Brocade Banner. The dim black light enveloped and protected Yan Zhaoge as well. Yan Zhaoge smiled and nodded in acknowledgement, moving along with them. The further in they went, the stronger the assimilating force of the restriction became. Afterwards, even with Zhou Haosheng's cultivation base at the peak of the late-seeing divinity martial saint realm and the mid-grade sacred artifact, the Soul Brocade Banner, they were gradually unable to withstand it. Even Zhou Haosheng felt like he was in a trance. Fortunately, the fragmented treasures that were related to the dim radiant mausoleum that they possessed continued to be of use at this moment. Bolstered by the radiance of the fragmented treasures, a considerable portion of the pressure was lessened as Yan Zhaoge, Zhou Haosheng and the others were able to continue venturing deeper into the mausoleum. When they arrived at the very bottom of the mausoleum, they saw numerous dim streams of light that resembled chains congregating at the center of the mausoleum. A massive stone coffin hovered there. However, everyone was rendered wide-eyed and tongue-tied as the lid of that stone coffin had been opened. Gazing into the distance, no corpse could be seen within. Zhou Haosheng and the others stared dazedly at this scene, unable to recover for a long time. Yan Zhaoge felt astonished as well. Could it be that the dim radiant emperor is not dead? Everything that happened that year was just a facade to deceive others? Or perhaps it was like the exalted solar luminary Gao Han, playing a trick of a cicada shedding its carapace and replacing it? Yan Zhaoge's gaze turned deep and distant. No, that stone coffin had been used before, having been opened by someone afterwards. It was not that Yin Tianxia had not used it. The mausoleum was filled with the air of death and gloom. Such a majestic qi of death and extermination meant that an extremely powerful existence had indeed once been buried here. In that case, had the dim radiant emperor Yin Tianxia revived many years later and left this place? Or had someone opened the coffin and moved away Yin Tianxia's corpse? Whichever possibility it was, everyone's hairs would stand on end as a chill rapidly arose from their tailbones. The expressions of Zhou Haosheng and the others changed unceasingly. While they felt joyful that the dim radiant emperor Yin Tianxia might still be alive, they were also worried about the mysterious disappearance of their founder's corpse. This was especially so for those people who had entered the mausoleum earlier and turned into puppets. How exactly had they managed to do so had always been a mystery. Under such circumstances, looking at the currently empty stone coffin, one could not help but feel that things were not optimistic. Gazing carefully, everyone saw that there was a lone lamp placed atop the stone coffin. The lamp was half black and half white, but there was a clear distinction between the black and white as there were no impurities in it at all. Yet, it was perfectly and flawlessly formed as though it had been formed by nature without any traces of artificiality at all. The lamp had long since been extinguished. Still, streams of radiance connected the surroundings of the mausoleum. The expression of a dim darkness sect martial practitioner changed as he exclaimed, "Dim radiant lamp." Hearing his words, Yan Zhaoge's gaze hardened. The dim radiant lamp, the legendary treasure of the dim radiant emperor Yin Tianxia that year, a high-grade sacred artifact, had vanished alongside him. All these years, everyone had always guessed that the dim radiant lamp had been buried alongside Yin Tianxia in the dim radiant mausoleum. In having come to explore the dim radiant mausoleum this time, the dim radiant lamp had been their primary target. From the looks of it now, this dim radiant lamp seemed to have been greatly damaged as well. Still, it was clearly still a supreme treasure. This was clearly indisputable. Gazing at the dim radiant lamp, Zhou Haosheng bowed before walking forward, extending his hand towards that ancient lamp that was half black and half white. Chapter 709. Seeing Zhou Haosheng's hand extending towards that legendary dim radiant lamp, Yan Zhaoge said, "It's better to be careful." Some of the dim darkness sect martial practitioners guarded their surroundings vigilantly, while others simultaneously gazed at Yan Zhaoge. The meaning contained in their gazes was not subtle. Yan Zhaoge said mildly, "We all suspect that someone might have entered before us. The dim radiant emperor's corpse is also nowhere to be seen within his coffin. Whether someone else has entered or the dim radiant emperor has come back to life, the current situation is a little strange. This place is completely empty, yet the dim radiant lamp is still placed there, not having been taken away. Does everyone feel that this is normal?" Yan Zhaoge surveyed their surroundings. "We have indeed arrived here a step ahead of the radiant light sect. Still, we were also the first to experience the mechanisms and restrictions within the mausoleum. Being the first to arrive is a joyous thing, but being the first to scout the path and set traps for others is not so joyous." The dim darkness sect martial practitioners did not speak, but looks of agreement could be seen on their faces. Zhou Haosheng's expression was calm as he said slowly, "Little friend Yan's worries are not without reason. Still, we do not have much time to quietly observe the situation. There are some risks that must be taken and cannot be avoided." Yan Zhaoge shrugged, "I agree with this." Zhou Haosheng turned to look at the dim radiant lamp once more, his hand extended forward. As his palm neared the dim radiant lamp, Yan Zhaoge's gaze flickered slightly as he noticed something unusual about Zhou Haosheng's palm. Amidst the darkness, an extremely dazzling light vaguely appeared. The Tao of light born from the extremity of darkness was a righteous martial art of the dim darkness sect. What Yan Zhaoge was concerned about was that there seemed to be something else within that speck of bright light. A figure gradually appeared from within that light. While it seemed to only be the size of a grain of corn, the majestic, powerful aura within caused even Yan Zhaoge to feel shocked. That person seemed to be an expert of the late-seeing divinity stage who was close to Zhou Haosheng's cultivation base. Next, however, Yan Zhaoge felt that while that figure possessed great strength, it lacked some intelligence. They were rather similar to the puppets controlled by the tomb's restrictions that he had encountered earlier. The dim darkness adept, is it? Yan Zhaoge realized. Although it was the first time he had seen it, it must be the famous darkness venerable. This was one of the foundations upon which the dim darkness sect had established itself in the royal Reed Sea, having been voluntarily refined with a secret art by a senior of the dim darkness sect just as he was about to die. The requirements for a martial artist to refine themselves were extremely strict, and the success rate of refining was shockingly low. However, once the refinement was successful, one could obtain a body that had recovered its vitality. Its strength would be similar to when it was alive, but it would not be able to continue to improve. The dim darkness adept was one of the most important reasons why the dim darkness adept had been able to contend with the radiant light sect even without a high-grade sacred artifact guarding them. At the very least, they had not fallen to a clear disadvantage. Zhou Haosheng's current actions were indeed risky, but he wasn't advancing recklessly. While it looked like he was reaching out to grab the dim radiant lamp, it was actually a dim darkness adept who was actually making a move. This dim darkness venerable was actually equivalent to stepping on a mine for Zhou Haosheng. Still, while it was not Zhou Haosheng who was taking the risk, if they were to lose a dim darkness adept of the 6th level of the martial saint realm like this, it would still be an extremely great loss to the dim darkness sect. The dim darkness sect's resolve in entering the dim radiant mausoleum this time could be seen clearly. Looking at that solitary lamp that was half black and half white, Yan Zhaoge did not move, nor did he speak any further. This was truly a good thing. Yan Zhaoge felt moved as well, but he still had many doubts within his heart. It was not just that someone might have long since entered the mausoleum chamber and the disappearance of the dim radiant emperor's corpse. Before entering the mausoleum, Yan Zhaoge had vaguely felt as though there seemed to be something here that was drawing him over. Yet, after entering, he had discovered nothing at all. He could be certain that what was drawing him over was not the dim radiant lamp before him. What exactly could it be then? Ignoring the rather wary gazes of the surrounding dim darkness sect martial practitioners, Yan Zhaoge slowly appraised the dim mausoleum chamber around him, pondering slowly. While it was called a mausoleum chamber, its interior was actually extremely vast as it resembled a great hall. It was just that dim light was everywhere, causing one to lose their sense of distance as they were somewhat unable to distinguish between near and far. Other than those puppets they had encountered when they had first entered, there were no other guards in the mausoleum. Still, with that dim light that killed formlessly, there was actually no need for other guards. Those lights would transform all intruders into puppets that guarded the mausoleum. Even seeing divinity martial saints and immortal bridge martial saints might not be able to resist them. It was all thanks to this supreme treasure that Yan Zhaoge and the others had been able to enter the mausoleum chamber. Meanwhile, there were also many protective restrictions around the exterior of the mausoleum. Yan Zhaoge thought for a moment, coming to a conclusion: someone else must have entered this place before. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain why those puppet-like martial practitioners would appear outside. Swiveling his head, he saw that the dim darkness adept on Zhou Haosheng's palm had not regained its normal size, as it still resembled a grain of corn. However, this dim darkness adept extended its hand, seemingly wanting to grasp the heavens and the earth with its palm as a dim darkness enveloped the dim radiant lamp. Suddenly, the darkness dissipated. A speck of light suddenly lit up. The dim radiant lamp lit up. Bright light instantly enveloped the entire mausoleum chamber. The originally dense dim light within the mausoleum chamber turned bright and dazzling at this moment. If it was just a masterless, damaged high-grade sacred artifact, it might not be able to do anything to Yan Zhaoge, Zhou Haosheng and the others. Now, however, the dim radiant lamp caused the entire dim radiant mausoleum to shake at this moment. The dim darkness adept on Zhou Haosheng's palm suddenly expanded in size, transforming into the figure of a tall old man. Threads of black qi surged unceasingly from this old man's body, yet dissipated unceasingly beneath the illumination of that all-encompassing light. Zhou Haosheng's expression did not change as he roared, pushing out with a palm. That dim darkness adept did the same. As they struck out with their palms, light suddenly appeared amidst the extreme darkness, also bright and dazzling. This light met the light emitted from within the mausoleum chamber, the two seemingly resonating. The other dim darkness sect martial practitioners here all did the same. The radiance was bright and dazzling, pure to the extreme as it repelled all things in the surroundings. If they were different, they would be repelled and destroyed by it, purified and destroyed. Yan Zhaoge's gaze turned deep and distant as he circulated the exquisite techniques of the peerless heavenly scripture once more. The next moment, the radiance that was bright and dazzling to the extreme suddenly vanished. The dim radiant lamp was extinguished. Everyone could only feel darkness before their eyes as they were unable to see anything at all. The scenes within the mausoleum chamber vanished, the stone coffin vanished, the dim radiant lamp vanished, only darkness remaining. All of them were unable to sense the existences of others at this moment. Beneath the circulation of the peerless heavenly scripture, whether it was light or darkness, all turned formless. This allowed Yan Zhaoge to see that the space he was in was currently changing unceasingly. The originally majestic mausoleum chamber seemed to have suddenly transformed into chaotic flows of space now. Yan Zhaoge and the others were all trying their best to stabilize their figures. Yet, they were unable to do so as they were swept towards different spaces. Zhou Haosheng, who was the strongest amongst them, wielded the soul brocade banner as well as the dim darkness adept beside him, still persistently pursued the stone coffin and the dim radiant lamp. Now, Yan Zhaoge felt as though something else was drawing him over once more. Chapter 7:10. This time, Yan Zhaoge felt it even more intensely. After carefully distinguishing himself, he discovered that it was not he who had been attracted, but rather the myriad dragon palace. This caused Yan Zhaoge's heart to jolt. The thing that attracted the myriad dragon palace, space-time turbulence, drifted about. In an instant, everyone scattered. Looking back in the direction of the stone coffin and the dim radiant lamp, Yan Zhaoge saw that Zhou Haosheng was still trying hard to approach the dim radiant lamp. However, the mausoleum chamber seemed to have disintegrated, scattering amidst space. Even the surrounding dim radiant mausoleum seemed to have turned into nothingness. Within the dark void, rays of dim light once again appeared. Yan Zhaoge knew that this was because the mausoleum that the dim radiant Emperor Yin Tianxia had built for himself was profound and indiscernible, being able to change between illusory and real. Sometimes, it looked like a huge mausoleum made of material, but the entire mausoleum could also turn into an illusory existence. The switch that could switch back and forth between the two was perhaps on that dim radiant lamp. Zhou Haosheng and the dim darkness adept beside him were still trying hard to approach the dim radiant lamp. Yan Zhaoge stabilized his figure, but only saw the space before him changing. He could clearly feel that in different spaces, the flow of time seemed to be different as well, with some fast and some slow. This caused the space-time turbulence in front of him to become even more chaotic, forming a complex feeling of distortion. Yan Zhaoge summoned the myriad dragon palace, drifting amidst the chaotic flows of space as the massive palace suddenly shook intensely. This time, the shaking of the myriad dragon palace was especially intense, as if it might fall apart at any moment. Seeing this, Yan Zhaoge did not suppress the changes in the myriad dragon palace as he instead quietly watched on, allowing the myriad dragon palace to move on its own. There seemed to be some sort of existence drawing the myriad dragon palace towards the depths of space step by step. Suddenly, a light flashed in front of him. Within the light, streams of light and illusory dust converged. The illusory, ethereal existence began to transform into a tangible form once more, gradually reappearing in the dim radiant mausoleum. The ground beneath Yan Zhaoge's feet solidified once more, the walls of the mausoleum appearing around him. In front of him was a closed stone door. Turning to look, it was pitch black. Zhou Haosheng and the others could not be seen, nor could the dim radiant lamp be seen. After the transformation of the illusory and the real, the people scattered in different spacetimes are also in different places in the mausoleum? Yan Zhaoge frowned. Still, this change seems to have affected the space outside the mausoleum as well. It is the protective restrictions of the entire mausoleum being activated. I wonder if it will instead bring those of the radiant light sect in as well. Shaking his head, Yan Zhaoge knew that there was no point in thinking too much about it. He turned his attention back to the stone door before him. After shrinking, the myriad dragon palace stuck close to the stone door, still shuddering unceasingly. At this moment, the sealed stone door began to tremble. Gazing at the stone door, Yan Zhaoge saw numerous patterns surface on its surface, emitting a seven-colored radiance. The seven-colored radiance merged with the dim light in the mausoleum, as if they were indistinguishable from one another. Still, they each contained different concepts. As compared to the omnipresent dim light of the dim radiant mausoleum, Yan Zhaoge was even more familiar with this seven-colored radiance. Seeing this radiance and then looking at the profound runes on the surface of the stone door, Yan Zhaoge muttered to himself, "It is indeed the remains of the Heavenly Court's divine palace." This stone door was clearly related to the Heavenly Court's divine palace beyond the clouds of the nine heavens in pre-Great Calamity times. Yan Zhaoge's myriad dragon palace had been forged from the corpses of numerous dragons. Its original frame had been a low-grade sacred artifact, the 9 dragon fingers. However, the main beam and pillars at the very core of the palace had all been the remains of the Heavenly Court's divine palace that year. This sealed door before him was actually an existence similar to the pillars and beams of the divine palace. Carefully comprehending the concept within, Yan Zhaoge reached out and pressed on the surface of the stone door. The scenes before him changed, as if recorded throughout the ages as one figure after another flickered past. The final scene that settled was that of a majestic man garbed in black with a white robe, black hair and white brows, his eyes tightly shut as he sat in the meditative position within the air. A great amount of debris flew into the air, congregating by his side as they slowly formed a massive structure that resembled a palace whilst also an altar. This is the scene of the dim radiant mausoleum being completed after the death of the dim radiant emperor Yin Tianxia. Yan Zhaoge's pupils dilated slightly, that is, he clearly saw a great door formed of white jade being sealed at the center of the mausoleum alongside Yin Tianxia's corpse. With it as its core, the other materials had gradually come together to form the massive, majestic mausoleum of today. The scenes before Yan Zhaoge's eyes returned to normal. Looking at that tightly shut stone door, he thought, that great door of white jade is your original appearance. What is the situation now then? Carefully analyzing it, Yan Zhaoge felt that there should be another foreign dimension behind the stone door. After pondering for a moment, Yan Zhaoge placed his other hand on the myriad dragon palace. Feng Yunsheng, Ahu, Pan Pan and the Northern Ocean clone all leapt out from within the palace. The myriad dragon palace gradually changed its appearance, transforming into a light dragon. The surface of this light dragon shockingly flickered with the same seven-colored radiance as the great door. Controlled by Yan Zhaoge, the light dragon gradually merged within the great door. Time slowly passed. Just as the tightly shut stone door was beginning to loosen somewhat, the mausoleum suddenly shook once more. The dim radiance turned bright and dazzling at once. Yan Zhaoge was shocked. Someone has touched the dim radiant lamp again? The next moment, the radiance vanished completely as boundless darkness enveloped the area. The dim radiant mausoleum turned into space once more, becoming chaotic space. Yan Zhaoge brought Feng Yunsheng and the others along, sticking closely to the stone door. Indeed, there were no changes to the stone door. Circulating the peerless heavenly scripture, the darkness before them was unable to obstruct Yan Zhaoge's vision. Gazing about, he instantly saw a lone lamp still standing atop the open stone coffin in the distance, drifting amidst the chaotic flows of space. Streams of dim light surged amidst the darkness of space once more. Meanwhile, close to the stone coffin, two great experts were currently in the midst of an intense battle. One was garbed in white, sweeping along boundless darkness. The other was garbed in black, light emanating from every single movement of his. One was the chief of the dim darkness sect, Zhou Haosheng, while the other was his sworn enemy, the chief of the radiant light sect, Luo Ziyuan. If it were anyone else, the earlier abnormalities would not have been sufficient for them to pass through the restrictions on the outside and directly enter the mausoleum. However, Luo Ziyuan and the other radiant light sect experts also possessed a considerable amount of legacy treasures. In the end, the changes in the mausoleum caused by the dim radiant lamp had instead benefited them. The dim darkness sect's advantage in the lead had been largely erased. Zhou Haosheng's expression was calm. If he had not taken the initiative to plot against the dim radiant lamp, instead just waiting bitterly, he would only have been able to watch as Luo Ziyuan and the others caught up to him. It could only be said that the radiant light sect and the dim darkness sect were destined to be entangled in a stalemate. At the very least, with a portion of the dim radiant lamp already having been refined by him now, he was still in the lead. Exchanging glances with Zhou Haosheng, Luo Ziyuan did not reply as he directly made a move. At this moment, there was already no need for any words. Yan Zhaoge gazed into the distance, scanning the surroundings. He saw that the other experts of the dim darkness sect and the radiant light sect were all struggling to break free of the chaotic flows of space, approaching the dim radiant lamp. The half-bright, half-dark radiance formed a saber light that was not dazzling but was very oppressive, wearing down the golden radiance of the sun and moon. Under Zhou Haosheng's control, he sped up the refinement of the dim radiant lamp while attempting to borrow its power to face Luo Ziyuan in battle. Numerous dark patterns appeared on the surface of the dim radiant lamp. There was not the slightest bit of light as they extended unceasingly. The two sides fought intensely. At this time, one could see the majestic momentum of the alternating rising and setting sun and moon. The great sun was as glorious as ever, but the bright moon seemed sluggish as it wavered. The bright moon never seemed to be a full moon. It was often rumored that the moon wheel of the golden wheels of sun and moon had been damaged and had never been repaired. The scene before him seemed to prove this point. It was precisely because of this that even though Luo Ziyuan was pressing on and advancing continuously, Zhou Haosheng was still barely able to hold on with the help of the tenebrous paragon. If things continued to drag on, by the time Zhou Haosheng had completely refined the dim radiant lamp, even if the dim radiant lamp was damaged, the situation would immediately change. The other dim darkness sect martial practitioners frenziedly approached where the two clashed. However, the radiant light sect martial practitioners were similarly unwilling to fall behind. As the two sides clashed unceasingly, the black runes on the surface of the dim radiant lamp grew denser and denser. Bright light seemed about to be born amidst the boundless darkness. The dim radiant lamp looked like it was about to be lit once more. Seeing this, the dim darkness sect martial practitioners all felt reassured. However, Yan Zhaoge did not feel optimistic. Even as he hastened the process of opening the sealed stone door, he narrowed his eyes and carefully observed the moon wheel of the sun and moon wheels, feeling that something was wrong the more he looked at it. Just as the dim darkness sect martial practitioners were feeling slightly reassured, Yan Zhaoge suddenly raised his voice, "Be careful of his tricks. The sun and moon wheels might already have recovered." Amidst the chaotic space, those who were situated in different spaces might not be able to hear each other. However, Yan Zhaoge's voice still resounded stably within their ears. The dim darkness sect martial practitioners were all taken aback upon hearing his words. Zhou Haosheng's heart jolted. The originally expressionless chief of the Radiant Light sect, Luo Ziyuan, instead suddenly smiled. The radiance of the alternating rising and setting sun and moon suddenly grew even more powerful. The bright moon, which had always been incomplete before, now transformed into a state of perfection, streams of clear radiance scattering outwards. As the sun and moon intersected, their power suddenly rose as some intrinsic changes seemed to have occurred. Zhou Haosheng's pupils dilated intensely. The moon will has really been restored. Luo Ziyuan simultaneously raised his palms above his head, bringing them together in mid-air before he smiled coldly as he chopped downwards. The radiance of the sun and moon rotated interchangeably, transforming into a terrifying saber which chopped downwards, directly breaking through the dim world formed of Zhou Haosheng's thousand dim lackluster spear. Seeing this, the dim darkness sect martial practitioners were all greatly shocked. The moon will, which had not been restored all this time. How has it suddenly recovered completely? The current sun and moon wheels were a perfect, flawless high-grade sacred artifact, no longer having any flaws as it had returned to its peak that year. Even though Luo Ziyuan was unable to fully wield its power, the sharpness of a high-grade sacred artifact was indisputable. Yan Zhaoge knit his brows, his earlier bad premonition coming true. The Extreme Yin Crown. Having obtained the Extreme Yin Crown, while the Radiant Light sect might not be able to use it freely, they had still benefited from it. Luo Ziyuan's sudden increase in strength surpassed Zhou Haosheng's predictions as he was instantly forced into retreat by Luo Ziyuan. Fortunately, with Yan Zhaoge's reminder, he virtually instinctively controlled the dim darkness adept to retreat along with the dim radiant lamp, evading Luo Ziyuan's sudden attack. Luo Ziyuan glanced coldly at Yan Zhaoge and Zhou Haosheng, a useless struggle. He waved his palm once more, the immeasurable saber formed of the sun and moon chopping downwards once more. His movement technique was faster than Zhou Haosheng's. As soon as Zhou Haosheng's stable spear technique was broken, it would be hard for him to restrict his speed. As the dim darkness adept barely managed to block it, this great radiant saber of Luo Ziyuan was a feint. The immeasurable radiance of the saber suddenly split into two amidst space, transforming into a sun and a moon, one golden and one silver. The golden sunlight dimmed, transforming into a dim black sun, the silver moonlight turning colder as it transformed into a cold blue moon. The two intertwined in mid-air, instantly locking the dim darkness adept and the dim radiant lamp in place. As light and darkness intersected, they actually vaguely resonated with the dim radiant lamp. Luo Ziyuan's figure moved, fast as a flash of light, arriving in front of the tenebrous overlord in an instant, striking out with a palm. The dim darkness adept was only a puppet at the end of the day. While its strength had reached the 6th level of the martial saint realm, it was hard-pressed to stand against an expert like Luo Ziyuan, who was just a half-step away from the immortal bridge stage. The first palm clashed head-on, and the darkness overlord was barely able to block it. However, Luo Ziyuan's second move changed, and the tenebrous overlord's reaction speed could not keep up. She was instantly heavily injured by Luo Ziyuan's palm. Zhou Haosheng bellowed angrily as he chased after Luo Ziyuan and attacked him from behind with all his might. However, Luo Ziyuan did not turn around at all. Streams of light surged from his body, transforming into a set of golden armor that was immeasurably bright and engraved with eternity. It was clearly a mid-grade sacred artifact, helping him defend against Zhou Haosheng's attack. Chapter 712. Zhou Haosheng's face was livid as he activated the soul brocade banner and attacked Luo Ziyuan with all his might. Boundless darkness covered the void, and the chaotic space-time turbulence seemed to have fallen into darkness at this moment. The radiance and heat had all disappeared, leaving only an extreme chill in the void. It was as if the universe had come to an end, and everything had returned to a cold and deathly stillness. It was also as if the universe was in primordial darkness at the beginning of the world. The next moment, the primordial darkness was destroyed, and the first light bloomed. The dim darkness sect's supreme martial art, primordial darkness extinguishing. This strike of Zhou Haosheng's at full power was aimed at Luo Ziyuan's vital point, helping the dim darkness adept and the dim radiant lamp out of their predicament. However, the golden armor on Luo Ziyuan's body lit up. The mid-grade sacred artifact, the inextinguishable radiant armor, forcibly withstood Zhou Haosheng's full-powered attack with the soul brocade banner. As for himself, he did not stop. The sun-moon wheels locked the dim darkness adept and the dim radiant lamp in place before he continued with his third move. Luo Ziyuan's index and middle fingers formed a sword, and he executed the instant radiant sword at lightning speed, tapping towards the forehead of the already injured Tenebrous Adept. If this sword struck, Tenebrous Adept would die immediately. The Tenebrous Paragon barely managed to raise her hand to block Luo Ziyuan's instant radiant sword. Her palm was pierced through by Luo Ziyuan's finger. Zhou Haosheng, on the other hand, used the ghost brocade banner as a spear. The tip of the spear swirled with an indestructible radiance, bombarding the inextinguishable light armor. The boundless radiance was instantly extinguished. The mighty mid-grade sacred artifact, the inextinguishable radiant armor, was directly destroyed by Zhou Haosheng and the soul brocade banner's full power attack. A mid-grade sacred artifact was completely destroyed. However, the inextinguishable light armor had bought Luo Ziyuan sufficient time. The instant light sword transformed into the great light blade, brazenly chopping off the dim darkness adept's arm that was gripping the dim radiant lamp. All the dim darkness sect martial practitioners let out enraged howls, watching helplessly as the dim radiant lamp that was about to be refined by Zhou Haosheng lost its owner once more. The dark runes on the surface of the dim radiant lamp rapidly dissipated like the ebbing tide of the sea. Yan Zhaoge circulated his true essence, all of it connected with the myriad dragon palace and the stone door behind him as he was unable to divert his attention to other matters. The light dragon formed of the myriad dragon palace had already virtually completely merged with the stone door. Yan Zhaoge's expression was calm and heavy as he focused on the battle. Having paid the price of a mid-grade sacred artifact, the dim darkness sect's half-a-step lead had been overtaken by the radiant light sect. After Zhou Haosheng destroyed the inextinguishable light armor, he immediately attacked again, continuing to attack Luo Ziyuan. However, the golden wheels of sun and moon, which had become idle, once again shone with boundless light, blocking Zhou Haosheng's path. This time, Zhou Haosheng wouldn't be able to break through the enemy's defense so easily. Luo Ziyuan forced back the already heavily injured dim darkness adept with another move before grabbing the dim radiant lamp with one hand. In an instant, the dark runes dispersed, and the radiant runes spread rapidly on the surface of the dim radiant lamp. The holy weapon that the celestial Arch always carried with him. I've finally obtained it. Luo Ziyuan faced the sky and let out a long roar. The sun and moon wheels turned back into a golden sun and a silver moon, shining above his head as if they would never be extinguished. Despair and unwillingness appeared within the eyes of Zhou Haosheng and the other dim darkness sect martial practitioners. He had worked so hard, only to end up benefiting the Radiant Light sect. How could they resist the Radiant Light sect that possessed two high-grade sacred artifacts? The tables had turned, with the offensive and defensive positions of the two sides reversed as the initiative had completely changed hands. Now, the Radiant Light sect was in the lead. Now, Zhou Haosheng and the others had to interfere and prevent Luo Ziyuan from refining the dim radiant lamp. However, with the protection of the sun and moon wheels, the difficulty of this would be much higher than when Luo Ziyuan had won the lamp earlier. Luo Ziyuan was in no rush to act against Zhou Haosheng at all now. He was already firmly in a position of invincibility. He would only need a short moment's time before he would be able to refine the dim radiant lamp. The Radiant Light sect who held the advantage in strength in the first place would directly suppress the dim darkness sect martial practitioners here, completely slaughtering Zhou Haosheng and the others without any suspense whatsoever. Zhou Haosheng's eyes seemed on the brink of imploding. Yet, he had to consider a very practical problem. Currently, they virtually had no hope of breaking through the defenses of the sun and moon wheels before Luo Ziyuan refined the dim radiant lamp. With that, they could only watch on as Luo Ziyuan refined the dim radiant lamp. After that, all the dim darkness sect martial practitioners, Zhou Haosheng included, would definitely die a tragic death. Then, should they make use of the time that Luo Ziyuan was still refining the dim radiant lamp to retreat, leaving the dim radiant mausoleum amidst space? To the chief of the dim darkness sect, this would undoubtedly be a humiliating choice to the extreme. As he refined the dim radiant lamp, Luo Ziyuan smiled coldly at Zhou Haosheng and the others. Your only choice is to flee now. Perhaps you might still have a way out of this. However, your dim darkness sect's main altar has already been destroyed. There is no place left for you to hide. This sect can find you at any time. Let's see how long you can hide for. Traitors of the dim darkness sect, the day of your destruction has arrived. He gazed at the surroundings, sighing towards the heavens. The relics of the emperor belong to our sect. The emperor's mausoleum will be consecrated by our sect in the future. As a direct lineage of the emperor's lineage, now is the time for heavenly justice. If the emperor knows of this in the afterlife, he will also be pleased with us descendants, cleaning up the sect for him, slaying you traitors. The faces of Zhou Haosheng and the other dim darkness sect martial practitioners were livid, while the radiant light sect martial practitioners were in high spirits. After so many years of conflict, victory was finally about to be decided today. Looking at the dim radiant lamp in Luo Ziyuan's hands, Yan Zhaoga knit his brows slightly as well. Little thief, it is for the best that you are here as well. Luo Ziyuan's gaze now turned to look at Yan Zhaoga, icy cold to the extreme. We never had the time to deal with you before, instead allowing you to run amok, repeatedly spoiling the major matters of our sect, even killing many of our martial practitioners. I also have to admit that I have never seen a martial practitioner of the first level of the martial saint realm who could cause such a great disturbance as you. Still, it is still too early for you to want to go against our sect. The reason you have been able to roam free and unfettered until now is not because of your own ability, but because our sect has never truly spent our energy on you. Luo Ziyuan said coldly, from now on, your good luck ends. He tilted his head slightly. Junior apprentice brother Gua, this matter arose because you valued a youth of the Eight Extremities world. That disciple of yours who has yet to enter our sect has long since died at the hands of this kid. Now, it is up to you to deal with him. A radiant light sect elder whose entire body was illuminated by radiance forcibly traversed the chaotic flows of space, walking towards Yan Zhaoga step by step. One of the bigwigs of the radiant light sect, the lord of the eternal light hall, Guosong, was a mid-seeing divinity martial saint. If Huang Jia had come to the world beyond worlds in the past, he would have been destined to become his disciple. Looking at the other party's hawk-like gaze, Yan Zhaoga raised his brows slightly. This is the third time we've met. When Yan Zhaoga had informed the anti-Xian coalition about the Grand Xian dynasty's retreat earlier, he had met Guosong during the confrontation with the Radiant Light sect martial practitioners. Still, only now did he know that he was Huang Jia's master in the world beyond worlds Radiant Light sect. Guosong said lightly, this is also the last time. He stared at Yan Zhaoga with a gaze that was like that of a hawk's, a youngster even more outstanding than Huang Jia. Huang Jia dying at your hands is not in vain. However, a youngster like you who doesn't know the difference between life and death, dying at this old man's hands is even less in vain. With that, he slammed a palm down towards Yan Zhaoga, immeasurable radiance illuminating the surrounding space. Yan Zhaoga was neither shocked nor afraid as he smiled calmly, you think too much. With a thought, he retreated. The stone door behind him suddenly opened. Chapter 713. The stone door behind Yan Zhaoga opened, the dim radiance enveloping the space before him instantly beginning to condense once more. Luo Ziyuan, Zhou Haosheng and the others in the distance as well as Guosong who had just been about to attack him had all vanished. The dim radiant mausoleum reappeared, its sturdy floor, walls and roof appearing before Yan Zhaoge's eyes. However, the next instant, the mausoleum disintegrated once more, transforming into formless dust which suffused and dispersed, transforming into numerous layers of space. Where do you think you're going? In the distance, Luo Ziyuan gripped the dim radiant lamp, his gaze cold. The surface of the dim radiant lamp was densely covered in radiant runes as it looked like it was about to light up once more. Yan Zhaoge was neither panicked nor flustered as he slapped the stone door forcefully with his palm. Streams of strange qi suddenly spurted out from within the open door. The originally dim radiance amidst space instantly dimmed even further, even the dim radiant lamp shaking slightly. The chaotic flows of space vanished once more, the internal structure of the dim radiant mausoleum reappearing. Guo Song mightily struck the wall of the mausoleum with his palm. He frowned as he looked at all this, not knowing where Yan Zhaoge was. Everyone was still within the dim radiant mausoleum, but in different space-time. After space had transformed into a mausoleum, they had been located in different locations within the mausoleum. A moment ago, they had still been within sight. Now, they were unable to find a path, the complex mausoleum making it hard for them to determine their direction. The Radiant Light sect martial practitioners and the Dim Darkness sect martial practitioners instantly dispersed as well, only those who had been battling within the same space-time still facing each other. Only Zhou Haosheng and the Dim Darkness adept remained before Luo Ziyuan. He ignored Zhou Haosheng, instead frowning as he looked at the dim radiant lamp in his hand and the mausoleum that had reappeared. Finally, Luo Ziyuan's gaze fell on the stone coffin on which the dim radiant lamp was placed. Looking at the empty sarcophagus, his gaze turned solemn. Is the emperor really dead? Where is that great door in the mausoleum? What exactly is behind it? Zhou Haosheng's expression was gloomy as he too could not make heads or tails of this sudden change. Finally, Luo Ziyuan retracted his gaze, lowering his eyelids. Radiant runes appeared unceasingly on the surface of the dim radiant lamp. Lustrous runes surged unceasingly on the surface of the mausoleum, rapidly extending. While the threat of Luo Ziyuan, Guo Song and the others had been temporarily lifted, the Radiant Luo's group still remained. The threat posed by Luo Ziyuan, Guo Song, and the others was temporarily removed, but the crisis was still there. Allowing Luo Ziyuan and the Radiant Light sect to obtain the dim radiant lamp and allow the Radiant Light sect's strength to rise greatly was naturally not something that Yan Zhaoge would be happy to see. Sucking in a deep breath, Yan Zhaoge strode through the open stone door. After passing through the stone door, the dim light that bewitched one's mind vanished. Before him was an empty foreign space, a stretch of pitch-black darkness. Only in the distance could a speck of radiance flickering, resplendent and pure. Carefully feeling the flow of qi within this foreign dimension, Yan Zhaoge's expression turned solemn a moment later. This foreign dimension seemed to have recreated the primordial changes of the universe. Everything was in primordial darkness until the first light was born. After the first bit of light was born, time seemed to have frozen at this moment, no longer moving and changing. Everything was preserved at the very beginning. The flow of time seemed to have lost its own meaning. It was extremely mysterious. Yan Zhaoge approached that first speck of radiance. However, the dark cosmic void seemed boundless and without boundaries. No matter how long Yan Zhaoge walked, that speck of radiance still seemed to be far away, not approaching in the slightest. That feeling was like he was walking on the spot. Looking at the distant speck of radiance, Yan Zhaoge's gaze turned deep and distant as he silently circulated the peerless heavenly scripture. Streams of qi that resembled chaos soundlessly suffused Yan Zhaoge's body. Yan Zhaoge advanced once more. This time, the darkness of space finally had a sense of distance once more. Yan Zhaoge could tell with his naked eye that he was gradually getting closer and closer to that speck of radiance. Finally arriving at the center of this foreign dimension, that speck of radiance that he had first seen was still as tiny as a grain of corn. Yan Zhaoge reached out, the surrounding qi that resembled chaos tainting this millet of radiance. The radiance was no longer graceful. However, Yan Zhaoge could already see that amidst that tiny speck of radiance, another world was actually concealed. Enveloped by that radiance, there was an altar. While it seemed tiny, it emanated an extremely majestic feeling. Yan Zhaoge even felt that this altar was even more majestic than the entire dim radiant mausoleum. The problem is, how do I get in? Yan Zhaoge carefully inspected it, unceasingly analyzing it. He extended a finger, his fingertip lightly touching that speck of radiance. The radiance was like a speck, but Yan Zhaoge seemed to be touching an independent heavens and earth. The power of dimensions seemed tangible as it obstructed Yan Zhaoge. This time, however, Yan Zhaoge felt that it was different. The concept contained within that radiance was not just the legacy of the dim radiant sect alone. There was also an aura that Yan Zhaoge felt familiar with mixed within. His expression turned rather strange. Why does this seem a little like the concept of the life creation heavenly scripture? Also, the comprehension and understanding of the scripture seems to be the handiwork of that legendary mother of mine. Thinking of this, Yan Zhaoge recalled his exchange with his father Yan Di back then as he extended a finger, drawing something in mid-air. His true essence transformed into a stream of light, leaving a mark in the air as it quickly formed a unique rune. As the rune circulated, a profound concept emanated from within. Some things that resembled secret codes that Yan Di had previously imparted to him were all contained within. In the current situation, while some of these things were useless, others were beginning to show their effects. The rune shrunk, becoming even finer than a speck of dust as it descended towards that altar. The speck of light that resembled a speck of dust finally expanded at this moment, forming an existence that resembled a ball of light. A door soundlessly opened on the surface of the ball of light. Yan Zhaoge clicked his tongue in wonder. Could it be that the person who had first entered the dim radiant mausoleum had been Xue Chuqin? How had she managed to enter the dim radiant mausoleum? Based on her previous cultivation base, even if she had improved rapidly, the chances would still be relatively small unless she had lived in a world where time flowed faster for many years. Or perhaps she had some other special method. Still, there had been no signs of her being related to the dim radiant sect before this. As he pondered, Yan Zhaoge entered the world within the ball of light. A majestic altar stood at the center of space, seemingly filling up the surrounding heavens and earth. Bright radiance flickered at the top of the altar as it alternated between bright and dim. Meanwhile, a great amount of things were piled up at the foot of the altar. Sweeping his gaze over them, Yan Zhaoge could not help but feel astonished. Good fella, I've struck it rich this time. Gazing over, all sorts of precious resources and rare treasures were piled up like a mountain beneath the altar. The dim radiant sect had flourished for a time in the past, possessing immense wealth. While the most important dim radiant lamp was not here, just a portion of the dim radiant Emperor Yin Tianxia's accompanying treasures that had been buried with him was already enough to cause one to sigh in amazement. Still, Yan Zhaoge was more interested in the existence at the top of the altar. And, was there anyone else here? Chapter 7:14. The radiance at the top of the altar was bright at times whilst dim at others, forming layers of light mist that obscured one's sensory abilities as Yan Zhaoge was hard-pressed to see through it. Still, his heart suddenly jolted slightly as he felt that there was clearly someone else present amidst the pile of treasures at the foot of the altar. This somewhat surpassed Yan Zhaoge's predictions. After all, from the environment of the dim radiant mausoleum outside, it had already been quite a while since someone had entered. Could it be that that person had remained here all this time, not having left at all? Gazing over, Yan Zhaoge saw the pile of treasures that resembled a mountain suddenly shake. Even more bright light surged from below, pushing aside the pile of treasures and materials. A blue bottle rose up from the bottom of the treasure mountain, flying into the air. Numerous runes circulated on the surface of the bottle, gradually dissipating. Observing those runes, Yan Zhaoge wondered, it should have originally been used for sealing purposes. Now that the seal has been broken, what is within the bottle? Could it be that there was still a guardian of the treasures slumbering here, and that he would have to fight it in order to obtain the treasures? Some rather nonsensical thoughts flashed through Yan Zhaoge's mind before he saw the seal on the bottle vanish completely. The bottle landed completely on the ground, a seven-colored streak of light shooting out from its mouth as a figure appeared amidst the rainbow light. Yan Zhaoge blinked, staring at that person and appraising her for a long time. It's not her. Yan Zhaoge could not tell whether he felt dejected or relaxed, but he was certain that he would not be mistaken for Xue Chuqing. Whether it was the impression left behind in the depths of his memories or the images of light that he had obtained from his father Yan Di in the past 2 years, Yan Zhaoge clearly remembered Xue Chuqing's appearance. While this person before him was also a woman, she was someone else entirely. Also, she was dressed as a young girl. Dressed in a white dress, this young girl had a drowsy, sleepy look on her face as if she had not had enough sleep. Seeing Yan Zhaoge standing before her, the white-dressed girl sobered up slightly, her big eyes blinking as she appraised Yan Zhaoge. After observing this girl for a while, Yan Zhaoge suddenly extended a finger, tapping towards her forehead. The girl had a dazed look on her face as she looked at Yan Zhaoge in surprise, somewhat unable to recover. Still, as a martial practitioner, her body moved faster than her mind as she unconsciously dodged backwards. As he dodged, he naturally displayed the martial arts movement technique that he had learned. This finger of Yan Zhaoge's had intentionally slowed down its speed and power, giving her sufficient time to display all that she had learnt. With just a single move, Yan Zhaoge was already able to tell that this girl's movement techniques were extremely close to those of his mother's maidservant that year, the jade crane Su Yun of the floating life world. It was also of the same lineage as what his father Yan Di had described of his mother, Xue Chuqing. Seeing this, Yan Zhaoge nodded slightly, retracting his finger, no longer attacking. The white-robed girl stared blankly at Yan Zhaoge. "Don't be afraid." A smile appeared on Yan Zhaoge's face, his tone gentle as he prepared to explain and pacify the other party. Looking at Yan Zhaoge, that girl suddenly said, "Young master is so handsome, huh?" The other party's reaction caught Yan Zhaoge somewhat unprepared. The girl seemed to have finally woken up from her slumber and regained her vitality. However, she currently had a love-struck and admiring look on her face as she clasped her hands before her chest, staring unblinkingly at Yan Zhaoge with her pair of starry eyes, handsome features, tall stature, jade tree in the wind, spirited gaze, possessing a sharp, high-spirited sharpness as well as the steadiness of confidence. There is nothing to pick on in all aspects. Yan Zhaoge did not know whether to laugh or to cry. "I have to admit that your praises make me very happy." "Still, is this all you care about?" The white-robed girl nodded forcefully. This maid knows what Miss looks like, and has also seen images of Lord before. "But if it is you, young master, this maid has only seen images of you when you were young. I have always been looking forward to seeing how young master, who possesses both the strengths of Miss and Lord, will look like when he comes of age." She covered her face with her hands, twisting about. "Miss, young master is really so handsome. Xiao Ai is so happy. Yan Zhaoge was rendered wide-eyed and tongue-tied, feeling like he was unable to keep up with this girl's thoughts at all. "That, you called yourself Xiao Ai just now, right?" Yan Zhaoge dispiritedly stopped the white-robed girl who was still in the midst of reveling in her joy. "I did not have any ill intentions when I attacked just now. It was only to probe your martial foundation. From the looks of it now, it seems like everything is clear as well." Yan Zhaoge said, "I am surnamed Yan Zhaoge. My father is called Yan Di and my mother is called Xue Chuqing. Your martial arts are of the same lineage as my mother's, virtually the same in every detail as it would be hard for others to imitate you. You should have learnt martial arts from her before, right?" The white-robed girl Xiao Ai nodded vigorously. "Yes, young master. In addition to serving Miss also taught this maid some martial arts." Yan Zhaoge asked, "On what basis are you able to ascertain my identity? Is it just based on looks? There are quite a few people who look similar yet are not related by blood." Xiao Ai answered, "In order to treat this maid's injuries, Miss left me within this foreign dimension. This maid recuperated using the turtle breathing technique. When someone entered the foreign dimension using a special technique, if this maid has already recovered from her injuries and is only in a deep slumber, the barrier outside the bottle would automatically awaken this maid. If someone forcibly barged into the foreign dimension with their strength, this maid would not be awakened. Therefore, as soon as this maid awoke, I knew that it was either Miss who had personally returned or Lord or young master who had come. She was all smiles as she looked at Yen Zhaoge. This maid has seen images of Lord before, and young master is also so young. Xiao Ai glanced carefully at Yen Zhaoge again before covering her face and lowering her head once more, her body swaying wildly as she was unable to contain her joy. First grade, no. First grade. Young master must be first grade. Yen Zhaoge momentarily lost his temper towards this love-struck maid as he forced a smile and interrupted her, pondering for a moment before asking, "Then, my mother, has she already left? Do you know where she went, where she might be now?" Xiao Ai shook her head. "This maid does not know." She said righteously, "In this world, it is easy for Miss to find others, but it is difficult for others to find Mississippi." Yen Zhaoge pulled back the corners of his lips. These words. I feel more and more of the same. Xiao Ai's mood turned rather downcast as she sniffled. If not for this maid being injured back then, dragging Miss down, Miss would not have been targeted by others, having to make use of this dim radiant mausoleum to deal with the pursuers. Yen Zhaoge's gaze hardened. Who was pursuing you? Xiao Ai was rather lost. This maid does not know. Miss said that the less this maid knew, the safer it would be. Yen Zhaoge nodded, looking at the altar before him before surveying the surrounding space. Did my mother bring you into the dim radiant mausoleum? Did anyone help you? Xiao Ai said, there was only this maid and Mississippi. According to Miss, the others have all been turned into puppets by the restrictions of this mausoleum. Yen Zhaoge asked rather interestedly, I remember that my mother should not have anything to do with the dim radiant sect. This maid also does not really understand. Miss only casually mentioned it, Xiao Ai said. She seemed to say that Mrs. Grand Master was on very good terms with the dim radiant emperor in the past. She suddenly thought of something as she tugged at Yen Zhaoge's sleeve, pointing at the top of the altar. Young master, Miss once said that there was something incredible there. Chapter 7:15. Seeing her innocent expression, Yen Zhaoge did not think much of it as he allowed her to tug on his sleeve. Hearing Xiao Ai's words, Yen Zhaoge gazed in the direction where she was pointing. He saw radiance flickering above the altar, bright at times whilst dim at others. Yen Zhaoge gazed up at the altar, not moving. Xiao Ai, do you know that the stone coffin in which the dim radiant emperor is buried is empty? Xiao Ai nodded. Got it. She continued pointing towards the top of the altar. The dim radiant emperor is right there. Yen Zhaoge looked rather quizzically at Xiao Ai. Did he not die at all back then, or did he come back to life? This time, however, Xiao Ai shook her head. Miss says that the dim radiant emperor has indeed perished. However, he secretly set up a mechanism when he was alive, activating a ritual after his death. His corpse left the tomb chamber and fell onto the altar, becoming a part of the ritual. Miss didn't explain it in detail at that time, so I didn't quite understand. Hearing his words, Yen Zhaoge narrowed his eyes slightly into slits. Oh, like this? Xiao Ai explained. When the young lady went to the altar to take a look, she only said that there was still some time before the ritual was completed. She told me not to disturb it. But according to the girl, as long as the radiance on the top of the altar flashes with a fixed rhythm, it is a sign of the completion of the ritual. Xiao Ai paused for a moment, then added, Miss said that she also helped to speed up the completion of the ritual. However, it is not convenient for her to stay in the mausoleum for too long, so she arranged for me to rest here. When it is convenient for her in the future, she will come back to wake me up. At this point, the white-clothed girl looked smilingly at Yen Zhaoge, who knew that before this maid could wait for Miss to return, young master would instead return. Yen Zhaoge asked, how long have you been here? Xiao Ai was rather at a loss. The flow of time in the dim radiant mausoleum is chaotic. This maid is rather uncertain. Still, it should have been a few years, right? Miss said that I would be able to recover in a year, but I have been sleeping for the next few years. Yan Zhaoge smacked his lips. Oh, it must have been hard on you at such a young age, spending all your prime years sleeping away. Xiao Ai shook her head vigorously, her eyes sparkling. How could that be? To be able to sleep in the middle of a pile of treasures, this servant doesn't know how happy I am. She had originally been concentrating on answering Yan Zhaoge seriously. At this point, he could no longer restrain himself. His two eyes looked around at the surrounding hills of treasures, and he was extremely excited. From the looks of it, if not for the fact that she didn't want to lose her manners in front of Yan Zhaoge, she really would have wanted nothing more than to pounce on him. Yan Zhaoge held his forehead. The whites of his eyes seemed to emit immeasurable radiance while his black pupils resembled the deep abyss. This person was actually just standing there quietly, not gazing at anyone at all. Still, whether it was Yan Zhaoge or Xiao Ai, they both felt as though this person was staring at them. Meanwhile, the others within the dim radiant mausoleum all vaguely felt as though a pair of eyes had opened amidst the darkness, gazing intently at them. While it was only a silhouette, Yan Zhaoge was still able to accurately identify the other party. The dim radiant emperor, Yin Tianxia. Still, meeting gazes with this silhouette allowed Yan Zhaoge to finally confirm one thing. This expert who had once reigned supreme for a time had truly perished. Otherwise, there was probably no one within the mausoleum who would be able to withstand the might of that gaze of his. It was just like how when Yan Zhaoge had glanced at Yin Luhua back then, she had been a dead person. The difference in strength between the two sides was so great that it was unreasonable. While he had already perished, he still emanated immense pressure that shook one's soul. Xiao Ai's cultivation base was low as she was naturally unable to bear it. Still, she emitted a muffled groan before suddenly extending a finger, writing and drawing in mid-air as a massive spirit pattern was drawn a moment later. The spirit pattern expanded unceasingly amidst space, gradually forming a spirit formation. As the spirit formation appeared, the pressure brought about by the silhouette of the dim radiant emperor in mid-air instantly lessened. That was not a defensive formation as its primary use was more for communication. At this moment, Yan Zhaoge and Xiao Ai seemed to have merged as one with that altar's radiance, no longer being repelled. Looking at that spirit formation, Yan Zhaoge felt rather taken aback with just a single glance. Oh, what high attainments in formations. This formation should not be something that a martial practitioner of her cultivation base should be able to control. As he thought this, Yan Zhaoge extended a finger, making some minor adjustments to the formation that Xiao Ai had set up. The effects of the formation instantly became more evident. The silhouette in mid-air transformed into streaks of light once more, descending towards the top of the altar. Continued to be continued. Chapter 7:16. Within the sky, the figure of the dim radiant emperor Yin Tianxia vanished. However, that suffocating pressure still existed everywhere within the dim radiant mausoleum, causing everyone to be unable to catch their breath. Only Yan Zhaoge and Xiao Ai who were the closest to the altar were instead more relaxed. That formation had played a very important role. Analyzing the concept within, Yan Zhaoge could feel that the formation and the altar seemed to have merged as one, being completely indistinguishable from one another. This feeling was just like when they had first entered this barrier. Connecting this to what Xiao Ai had said earlier about his mother having once helped to speed up the completion of the ritual, Yan Zhaoge understood that this formation must have been the handiwork of his mother, Xue Chuqing. With mother's cultivation base back then, wanting to activate the ritual left behind by the dim radiant emperor was not just a matter of how much knowledge she had and how high her attainments in formations were. A thought flashed through Yan Zhaoge's mind. She really had to be extremely familiar with the legacy of the dim radiant emperor or the dim radiant sect. It is to the extent that the relationship between her Grand Master and the dim radiant emperor cannot even be described as close friends. It was very likely that the seniors of his mother's lineage were clearly aware of this ritual that the dim radiant Emperor Yin Tianxia had set up after his death. Perhaps it was Yin Tianxia himself who had intentionally revealed it, asking this friend of his to help watch over him, ensuring the completion of the ritual after his death. Xue Chuqing had only been able to enter the dim radiant mausoleum so easily thanks to the teachings of her lineage, even helping to speed up the process of the ritual here. His mother's understanding of the dim radiant mausoleum even far surpassed that of the orthodox descendants of the dim radiant sect like the radiant light sect and the dim darkness sect. Perhaps it was specially arranged by Yin Tianxia. After all, most people are keeping a close eye on the remnants of the dim radiant sect like the radiant light sect and the dim darkness sect. If they make a move, it would be very easy for others to detect it, Yan Zhaoge thought, therefore, they resorted to a covert method. If the world did not know of the relationship between Yin Tianxia and Grand Master Xue Chuqing, at least not knowing that their relationship was so deep, it would be very difficult for them to think that the one who was truly guarding Yin Tianxia was not his disciple but someone else. Looking at Yan Zhaoge, Xiao Ai sighed in admiration, "Young master, your attainments in formations are so high. While you have yet to attain the martial saint realm when you set up the formation back then, I feel that your attainments in formations are even higher than Mrs. Yan Zhaoge said, "That might not be the case." From the various details of the formation in front of him, he could tell that his mother's attainments in formations were extremely high. Not only was he knowledgeable and experienced, but he was also outstanding in terms of pure understanding of formations. Recalling how his father Yan Di had once mentioned that his mother, Xue Chuqing, possessed extraordinary attainments in the Tao of formations, Yan Zhaoge now deeply agreed with her after having personally experienced it for himself. Furthermore, Yan Zhaoge glanced at Xiao Ai beside him, nodding approvingly, "Xiao Ai, your talent in the Tao of formations is indeed unparalleled." Xiao Ai exclaimed, then cupped her face with both hands, unable to contain her joy. "Young master praises this servant is so happy." Her body swayed a little. Miss, I'm so happy today." Looking at the girl who looked so blissful that she seemed about to faint, the corners of Yan Zhaoge's mouth twitched. If she were to intentionally exaggerate, wanting to bootlick, so be it, Yan Zhaoge would directly smack her on the head, silencing her. But the problem was that this girl seemed to be serious. This caused Yan Zhaoge to not know whether to laugh or to cry. Controlling the formation to envelop him and Xiao Ai, Yan Zhaoge slowly walked towards the altar. As he advanced, numerous scenes seemed to appear before his eyes. The world of primordial darkness, the very first light being born. Then, as time passed, all things changed, the seas turning into mulberry fields as the myriad phenomena of time manifested. The process of ascending the altar was like walking along the long river of time. The only special thing was that light and darkness were unceasingly alternating, a formless path separating light and darkness into black and white as a boundary was formed. As Yan Zhaoge walked upward step by step, this boundary gradually vanished. While radiance flickered above the altar, the higher Yan Zhaoge went, the darker it seemed before his eyes. He had actually felt this contradictory feeling earlier as well. When the figure of the dim radiant Emperor Yin Tianxia had appeared, that figure had seemed to be half enveloped in light and half in darkness. Yet, it had also seemed like his entire body had been enveloped by a layer of light that was neither bright nor dark. These two phenomena had simultaneously appeared on Yin Tianxia's body, giving off a contradictory and illogical feeling. Yet, they were both incomparably real as they coexisted harmoniously. This altar gave Yan Zhaoge the same feeling now. There was clearly radiance flickering above the altar as he moved upwards. Yet, when he truly ascended the altar, it seemed like he was getting closer to darkness the higher he went. When Yan Zhaoge finally arrived at the top of the altar, this feeling had reached its peak. Radiance illuminated the area before him while he himself seemed to be in darkness. One could not help but suspect that one of these two phenomena was an illusion. The phenomenon of chaos vaguely appeared within Yan Zhaoge's pupils. These two feelings are both real. This is the concept left behind by the dim radiant emperor. Able to surpass his predecessors and forge ahead, he is indeed no ordinary person. The phenomenon of chaos dissipated within Yan Zhaoge's eyes, yet a vast heaven and earth seemed to appear. The heavens and earth suddenly overturned. The peerless heavenly scripture transformed into the cyclic heavenly scripture. The cyclic heavenly scripture that comprehended the Tao of two opposites. The extremity of darkness birthed light, the extremity of light birthed darkness. The primordial darkness nurtured all things, being born alongside light as everything returned to the embrace of darkness in the end. Yan Zhaoge nodded slowly. At this moment, he finally saw clearly what exactly existed amidst the radiance at the top of the altar. It was a massive metal wheel. There were 12 holes on the metal wheel which slowly rotated alongside it. It was also precisely as the metal wheel rotated that the radiance above the altar was bright at times whilst dim at others, flickering unceasingly. A great amount of ancient, profound patterns were inscribed on the surface of the metal wheel, deep, profound principles circulating within. Gazing at the metal wheel, Yan Zhaoge gradually comprehended the dim radiant 12 arts. The supreme scripture of the dim radiant sect that year was known as the dim radiant scripture, being a classic martial art that had been passed down in pre-Great Calamity times. It had been kept within the martial repository of the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace as well. The Tao tradition of the dim radiant sect that had not been extinguished after the Great Calamity had benefited from the complete legacy of the dim radiant scripture. However, after Yin Tianxia had soared into the world, he had improved upon the martial arts of his predecessors, improving upon the foundation of the dim radiant scripture as he had created the dim radiant 12 arts. Even as he had helped himself advance towards the peak, he had also led the dim radiant sect to the peak of its history. The martial arts of the current radiant light sect and the dim darkness sect were actually mostly derived from the incomplete dim radiant 12 arts. Now, however, Yan Zhaoge could feel that the concept contained within this metal wheel was clearly superior to that of the dim radiant scripture. He reached out, touching that metal wheel. The metal wheel suddenly ceased rotating. With this, Xiao Ai was also able to clearly see the appearance of the metal wheel. This was still the first time she had seen the true appearance of this treasure, as she could not help but click her tongue in wonder. Yan Zhaoge's body shook intensely. The face of the dim radiant Emperor Yin Tianxia suddenly appeared before his eyes once more. The two seemed to be mere inches apart as they silently stared at each other. A few words appeared within Yan Zhaoge's mind for no reason at all. The dim radiant wheel. Chapter 7:17. Yan Zhaoge met Yin Tianxia's gaze. While it was only a will, Yan Zhaoge felt like he had truly traversed thousands of years, coming face to face with this hegemon of a generation many years ago. Now, he finally knew where Yin Tianxia's coffin had been empty and where his body had gone. The setup of this dim radiant emperor after his death had actually been to transform himself into this dim radiant wheel. A supreme treasure that surpassed sacred artifacts. An immortal artifact of legend. Yan Zhaoge's gaze was deep and distant. To think that I would actually see an immortal artifact here, even though it is an incomplete immortal artifact, it was just like how not all martial saints had holy weapons with them. Immortal artifacts were even rarer. One had to be at the cultivation base of the dim radiant Emperor Yin Tianxia at the very least before one could attempt to forge it. Not every expert above the martial saint realm possessed an immortal weapon. This had been the case in pre-Great Calamity times. For example, the Flame Devil Emperor who had created the lineage of the Flame Devil world did not possess an immortal artifact. The dim radiant Emperor Yin Tianxia had been a brilliant shooting star, stunning the world. Yet, he had also perished very quickly. While the dim radiant sect was wealthy, the materials for forging immortal artifacts were still scarce. Without sufficient time to accumulate and consolidate, it was common knowledge that the dim radiant sect did not possess immortal artifacts. Yin Tianxia's accompanying treasure that everyone was familiar with was the high-grade sacred artifact, the dim radiant lamp. Yan Zhaoge had not thought that the dim radiant emperor would actually have used himself as a part of the immortal artifact, the dim radiant wheel, after his death. Looking at the dim radiant wheel, other than desire, Yan Zhaoge's first reaction was more of doubt. The dim radiant emperor's actions were really too bizarre. Was it to leave behind a supreme treasure for his descendants, or was it purely to fulfill his unfulfilled wish in life? Shocking tides surged within Yan Zhaoge's heart, or perhaps this immortal artifact was the method that the dim radiant emperor prepared for his own resurrection. There was another possibility. The dim radiant emperor had painstakingly forged this treasure before his death in order to seal away a certain secret. Perhaps it was related to his death that year and the dim radiant sect's decline from its peak. Looking at the dim radiant emperor in Tianxia before him, Yan Zhaoge fell into deep thought. While Xiao Ai could not see the dim radiant emperor's image, she asked curiously, "Young master, is this a high-grade sacred artifact?" "No, this is an immortal armament. However, it has yet to be completed." Yan Zhaoge answered, "Or rather, this is an embryonic immortal artifact. It would be more appropriate to call it an embryonic immortal artifact." Xiao Ai's mouth gaped open for a long time. She had never seen an immortal weapon before, but she had heard Xue Chuqing mention the legends regarding immortal weapons. Yan Zhaoge saw the white-robed girl's eyes turn bright as they had never been before. In the blink of an eye, there seemed to be countless black iron wheels rolling up and down. At this moment, in Xiao Ai's eyes, the originally unremarkable black iron wheels seemed to have turned into coins that were round on the outside and square on the inside, flashing with an incomparably alluring luster. Yan Zhaoge rolled his eyes, waving a hand in front of Xiao Ai's eyes. Young master, young master. This thing. This thing." Xiao Ai regained her wits, swallowing her saliva as she spoke rather incoherently, gesturing wildly at the dim radiant wheel and then at Yan Zhaoge, "You definitely. Yan Zhaoge shrugged, "Relax. Whether it is a fortuitous encounter or a calamity is still uncertain. Even if it is a fortuitous encounter, it would not be so easy to obtain it." Xiao Ai finally managed to catch her breath with much difficulty as she tugged at Yan Zhaoge's sleeve, looking at him with an expression of worship on her face. "Young master, you definitely have a way, right?" Yan Zhaoge said rather amusedly, "First, not speaking of the fact that your cultivation base is still low, even with my current cultivation base, it would still be impossible for me to wield the power of an immortal artifact. While delicacies are good, you can only look at them and not eat them. You don't have to be so enthusiastic, right?" Xiao Ai said righteously, "Such a good treasure, just looking at it fills one with bliss." Yan Zhaoge stroked his lower chin, smiling as well. "If you put it this way, it does seem to make sense." He turned to look at the dim radiant wheel once more, feeling the concept within as he analyzed the principles of the legendary dim radiant 12 arts. Time passed bit by bit. Yan Zhaoge remained silent and unmoving. Now, Xiao Ai had calmed down as well, gazing nervously at Yan Zhaoge, yet not daring to disturb him. Every time her gaze fell on that tranquil black wheel, she could not help but secretly swallow a mouthful of saliva, just feeling like a cat was scratching at her heart. After who knew how long, the world they were in suddenly shook intensely for a moment. Yan Zhaoge snapped out of his contemplation, raising his brows. Xiao Ai's expression changed slightly. "Someone else has come." The foreign dimension that the altar was in was gradually enveloped by a layer of blurry radiance that was neither bright nor dark. Yan Zhaoge's mind was connected to the dim radiant wheel as the world before him suddenly fell into darkness. Then, amidst the boundless darkness, the light of a lamp suddenly lit up, resembling the light of the very beginning. "It's the dim radiant lamp. Luo Ziyuan has completely refined the dim radiant lamp," Yan Zhaoge said knowingly. Luo Ziyuan, a late-seeing divinity martial saint, had originally possessed the high-grade sacred artifact, the Sun-Moon Wheels. Now, he had even refined the dim radiant lamp, which was also a high-grade sacred artifact. Who in the entire dim radiant mausoleum could still contend with him? Currently searching with the help of the dim radiant lamp, he had shockingly arrived outside the stone door, attempting to open it and barge into this foreign dimension. Xiao Ai looked nervously at Yan Zhaoge. "Young master, Yan Zhaoge smiled, there's still time. Still grasping the dim radiant wheel with one hand, he flicked his sleeve with the other, Feng Yunsheng, who had been swept and kept away by his true essence earlier, leaping out. Xiao Ai stared wide-eyed at Feng Yunsheng, who had appeared before her. Feng Yunsheng nodded and smiled at her. Yan Zhaoge said, be fast. Feng Yunsheng smiled, of course, there's nothing I can do if too much time passes. Dim blue radiance suddenly lit up within her pupils, resembling two cold suns that illuminated the surrounding area. A powerful aura that shook the heavens and the earth emanated from her body as the cold sun divine saber behind her was mightily unsheathed, landing within her hand. Principles intermingled, runes extending as the surface of the cold sun divine saber and Feng Yunsheng's skin were both enveloped by dim blue patterns of light, a brutal, destructive, terrifying aura rising unceasingly. She circled to the other side of the dim radiant wheel, standing face to face with Yan Zhaoge. The saber was pointed forward, right at the center of the dim radiant wheel. Yan Zhaoge's gaze hardened as the power of reversed moon was infused within the dim radiant wheel as well, combining with Feng Yunsheng's valiant power of reversed sun. The cyclic heavenly scripture circulated, reversing the heavens and earth, reversing yin and yang. Streams of light instantly shot out from the surface of the jet-black dim radiant wheel, illuminating the bodies of Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng. Streams of air flowed out of the 12 holes and enveloped the entire altar. The next moment, the dim radiant wheel slowly rose amidst infinite radiance, resembling eternal darkness. The trajectory of its rise seemed to divide the boundary between light and darkness for the world before it. Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng rose alongside the dim radiant wheel. Now, the surrounding heavens and earth were already gradually enveloped by dim light. Darkness suddenly appeared amidst the light. A speck of light appeared at the center of the darkness. Continued to be continued. Chapter 7:18. Amidst the dim light that obscured the heavens and covered the earth, boundless darkness appeared. Amidst this darkness, a speck of light suddenly blossomed, bright and dazzling. Amidst the radiance was a speck of light. The light flickered lightly, breaking through the all-encompassing dim light as it descended at the core of this foreign dimension, arriving before the altar. That solitary lamp was, shockingly, the dim radiant lamp. Numerous bright patterns of light surfaced on the surface of the lamp, seemingly eternal and inextinguishable. Guided by the light, a few figures appeared within this foreign dimension. The person at the front was garbed in black, a sun and a moon coiling above his head as a shocking aura emanated from him without any concealment whatsoever. Swiveling his head, Yan Zhaoge saw the figure of the chief of the Radiant Light sect, Luo Ziyuan. Driving the dim radiant lamp forward with the sun-moon wheels above his head, Luo Ziyuan truly illuminated the 9 heavens at this moment. Beside Luo Ziyuan were Guosong and the others. Not all the Radiant Light sect martial practitioners who had entered the dim radiant mausoleum had arrived. This was because Luo Ziyuan had felt that there was an existence even more important and powerful than the dim radiant lamp within the mausoleum. Therefore, he had hurried over as quickly as he could. With the mausoleum currently unable to transform into space, Luo Ziyuan could only find a limited number of people. Still, as long as he had the dim radiant lamp and the sun-moon wheels, it was already sufficient for Luo Ziyuan. Illuminated by the radiance of the dim radiant lamp, that terrifying aura which had caused the hearts of Luo Ziyuan and the others to palpitate and press down on them to the point of suffocation no longer affected them at this moment, as they instead felt like they were bathed in a spring breeze. It was as though they were enjoying the grace of their ancestors. Luo Ziyuan's gaze first fell on the dim radiant wheel on the altar. A look of shock involuntarily appeared within his eyes. It seems like it has not been successfully forged yet. However, let alone the sun-moon wheels, even the dim radiant lamp at its peak would probably be far inferior to it. What exactly? The expressions of Guosong and the others beside Luo Ziyuan were all uncertain as well. Could it be an immortal artifact of legend? Luo Ziyuan inhaled deeply. Could it be that this is the greatest secret of the dim radiant mausoleum, and also its most precious treasure? With the dim radiant lamp in hand, Luo Ziyuan had only felt gratified and joyous. Now, however, looking at the dim radiant will, he was virtually unable to control himself. Beside him, Guosong and the others all revealed looks of great joy as well. They could not be blamed for losing their composure. The significance behind the dim radiant wheel was truly far too great. The dim radiant wheel before them was still in its embryonic form, having yet to be completely refined. However, it was already exceptionally powerful. If the refinement was completed, it would be the #1 treasure of the southeastern Yang Heaven territory without a doubt. Luo Ziyuan himself had advanced further in his cultivation base, stepping into the immortal bridge stage. As he wielded the dim radiant wheel, even the southeastern exalt would be unable to do anything to him. In the entire southeastern Yang Heaven territory, the Radiant Light sect could completely do as they pleased. Now that they had reached this point, they had truly taken an incomparably solid step in restoring the former glory of the dim radiant sect. The lifelong ambition of the ancestors of the Radiant Light sect and himself, Luo Ziyuan, would truly see light and hope. Luo Ziyuan's gaze swept across the mountain of treasures beneath the altar, and his eyes narrowed again. His gaze finally fell on the top of the altar once more, gazing at the dim radiant wheel and Yan Zhaoge who was currently grasping it. The blazing heat in Luo Ziyuan's eyes abruptly retreated, turning icy cold. Yan Zhaoge appraised Luo Ziyuan all over, smiling with a composed expression on his face. While you possess the sun-moon wheels and also possess the dim radiant lamp, being able to arrive so quickly, it should be because you did not spend any time on the dim darkness sect. This means that the dim darkness sect's chief Zhou and the others retreated of their own accord when you were refining the dim radiant lamp. Luo Ziyuan's gaze was icy cold, not rippling in the least. Don't try to stall for time. There is no use at all. The supreme treasure of the dim radiant light sect left behind by the emperor only has one current owner, and that is my sect. How is it something that you can touch? He raised his palm towards Yan Zhaoge from afar, his index and middle fingers forming a sword before he stabbed outwards. Let go. A sword light that was swift as a streak of light instantly traversed space, seemingly having no time at all as it was already before Yan Zhaoge. As an expert of the peak of the late-seeing divinity stage, this sword was virtually swift to the point that even Yan Zhaoge was unable to capture its trajectory. However, Yan Zhaoge completely ignored that sword light. The mightily rotating dim radiant wheel suddenly halted at this moment. Luo Ziyuan's radiant light sword of an instant suddenly changed direction, brushing past Yan Zhaoge. The 12 slots on the black metal will all resembled dark abysses, resembling 12 dim worlds. The bright sword light abruptly split apart amidst space, transforming into 12 streaks of light which separately entered the 12 slots of the dim radiant wheel. Dragging things out a little longer would actually be you all who would benefit from it. You would be able to remain immersed in your sweet dreams for a little longer. The smile at the corners of Yan Zhaoge's mouth gradually turned cold. Now, you have awoken from your dreams. Ha! Luo Ziyuan's pupils dilated intensely. Those of the Radiant Light sect were all bewildered. Yan Zhaoge being able to wield the high-grade sacred artifact, the Extreme Yang Seal, had already left them feeling that it was inconceivable. How could he possibly be able to wield even this supreme treasure which seemed to be an immortal artifact? It was not him who wielded this supreme treasure. Instead, he made use of the mechanism used to forge it originally. That mechanism was left behind by the emperor. Luo Ziyuan roared, "Destroy the altar down below, and he will not be able to touch the treasure in the slightest." Guosong and the others immediately lunged downwards. However, before they had even neared, that altar mightily shattered on its own. The dim radiant wheel that had come to a standstill began rotating once more. The dim blue light within Feng Yunqing's pupils dissipated as she immediately retracted her saber and retreated. Yan Zhaoge roared in a low tone, "Rise." The dim radiant will left Yan Zhaoge's palm, continuing to rise into the air, resembling the center of the world wherever it passed. The dim radiant lamp before Luo Ziyuan suddenly trembled intensely. The next moment, its bright light was suddenly extinguished. Luo Ziyuan's expression changed. Just as he was about to stop it, he saw the dim radiant lamp fly into the air, directly breaking free of his control as it flew towards the dim radiant wheel. The bright, dazzling patterns on the surface of the ancient lamp rapidly faded, becoming dim and lusterless once more as it was simple and solemn. Luo Ziyuan's eyes looked like they were about to implode. While he had not come into contact with the dim radiant wheel like Yan Zhaoge had, the scene before him had also caused him to come to a realization. From the very beginning, in the plans of the dim radiant Emperor Yin Tianxia, this dim radiant lamp had been one of the raw materials needed to forge the dim radiant wheel. Unless they could break through Yin Tianxia's ritual, whoever obtained the dim radiant lamp, they would not be able to retaliate at all against the dim radiant wheel. It was its destiny to be absorbed and merged with the dim radiant wheel. However, while they understood this logic, how could Luo Ziyuan and the others of the Radiant Light sect accept it? They had gone through innumerable trials and tribulations, plotted for innumerable days, searched for innumerable clues to find this dim radiant mausoleum. After a great battle with the dim darkness sect and even having their mid-grade sacred artifact, the inextinguishable light armor, destroyed, they had finally obtained the dim radiant lamp. In the end, it had all been for naught, having been taken away so easily. Looking at this scene, Luo Ziyuan and the others felt their vision go black, and they saw stars. Chapter 719. The light of the dim radiant lamp was extinguished, traversing space as it shot towards the dim radiant wheel like a tired bird returning to the forest. The dim radiant wheel halted its rotation once more. Suddenly, one of the 12 abyss-like holes released rays of light. The dim radiant lamp was swept up by that light, entering this hole and disappearing. The next moment, the light faded completely as the dim radiant wheel began to rotate once more. However, an even more terrifying aura spread out, shaking the heavens and earth. Luo Ziyuan forcibly stabilized his emotions, which had almost gone out of control. Gazing at Yan Zhaoge and the dim radiant wheel, he roared in a heavy tone, "The dim radiant lamp is also one with this treasure. As long as we obtain this treasure, the result will be the same." With a low bellow, Luo Ziyuan struck out with both hands and slashed forward. The revolving sun and moon above his head instantly transformed into two terrifying saber lights, one from the left and one from the right as they descended towards Yan Zhaoge and the dim radiant wheel. Wherever the saber light passed, everything in the void seemed to be purified by the boundless light. Not even ashes were left behind. The divine light blade's domineering and forceful nature was vividly displayed by Luo Ziyuan. Before the eyes of Yan Zhaoge and the others, other than a vast expanse of white radiance, nothing else could be seen. Luo Ziyuan's gaze was ice-cold. Although it might be an immortal armament, it has not been refined yet. It is only an embryonic form. Also, without a master controlling it, Luo Ziyuan was confident that with his own strength and a high-grade sacred artifact, he would at least be able to temporarily lock down the dim radiant wheel. "Hurry and make your move." Not needing Luo Ziyuan to say anything else, Guosong and the others had already lunged towards Yan Zhaoge's group once more. Feeling the changes in the dim radiant wheel, Yan Zhaoge smiled as he released his Northern Ocean clone, also smiling as he said to Feng Yunsheng and Xiao Ai, "We can slowly split the treasures below later on." Amidst his words, the Northern Ocean clone descended, spreading his palm as he directly uprooted a treasure mountain and kept it. The Northern Ocean clone brandished both hands, his other hand going to collect another pile of treasures that were piled up like a mountain. It was as if he did not see Guosong and the others who had already descended from the sky. Guosong snorted coldly, "Come, let this old man see if you really have the ability to escape from a mid-seeing divinity martial saint." Yan Zhaoge chuckled, "Worry about yourself first." After having absorbed the dim radiant lamp, the dim radiant wheel in the air up above spun faster and faster. As the black iron wheel spun, the foreign space they were in began to distort. A massive vortex seemed to have been formed with the dim radiant wheel at its center, sucking in its surroundings unceasingly. Luo Ziyuan's great light blade shattered, revealing the sun and the moon, one gold and one silver. Under Luo Ziyuan's control, the sun-moon wheels attempted to lock down the dim radiant wheel. However, when the radiance of the golden sun and silver moon came into contact with the dim radiant wheel, the black metal wheel, which had already been astonishing in the first place, suddenly erupted with an even more astonishing aura. A figure appeared with the dim radiant wheel at its center. He was dressed in black clothes and a white robe, had black hair and white brows, was tall and had a dignified expression. It was shockingly the dim radiant emperor, Yin Tianxia. Disperse. The unhurried voice seemed to have traveled through the ages and resounded once again in the present world. Under the dumbfounded gazes of Luo Ziyuan, Guo Song and the others, an unprecedentedly bright radiance shot out from the illusory figure of the dim radiant emperor, sweeping through everything in its surroundings. The golden wheels of sun and moon were sent flying. The foreign dimension began to collapse. A stone gate flashing with seven-colored light appeared in the void, its surface mottled and peeling. After the outer layer of stone had been completely shattered and peeled off, the lustrous jade light shook as a great gate of white jade appeared before everyone's eyes. The great gate of white jade expanded amidst space, quickly becoming more than 10 times larger than the original stone gate. The tall gate seemed not to be for people to pass through, instead being opened for divinities and immortals above the 9 heavens. Now, a light dragon shot out from within the gate, similarly flickering with 7-colored radiance. It looks like this thing was not left for you. Yan Zhaoge laughed loudly as the Northern Ocean clone collected all the treasures, bringing along Feng Yunsheng, Xiao Ai, Ahu and Pan Pan in flying into the air. The 7-colored light dragon lowered its head, opening its mouth and swallowing all of them before flying back to the great gate of white jade. Now, a layer of 7-colored radiance shockingly surfaced on the dim radiant wheel as well. Luo Ziyuan was taken aback. That stone gate and the mechanism jointly created this foreign dimension. This stone gate was a part of the mechanism from the very beginning. That Yan Zhaoge first refined the stone gate. The dim radiant will left the illusory figure of the dim radiant emperor, landing within the great gate of white jade along with the 7-colored light dragon. The great gate of white jade mightily closed. However, the 7-colored radiance still flickered unceasingly, the roars of dragons resounding amidst the radiance. Accompanied by the roars of dragons, a massive, majestic palace appeared. Then, amidst the 7-colored radiance, the palace gradually began merging with that great gate of white jade. Finally, the great gate of white jade shockingly transformed into the door of a palace, the 7-colored radiance dissipating as only numerous silhouettes of dragons remained coiling above the great hall. Within the great hall, Yan Zhaoge sat in the meditative position. Yet, the dim radiant will ceased circulating, completely devoid of any aura as it fell into the depths of the great hall, no longer moving. However, a blurry light that was neither bright nor dark emanated from the surface of the myriad dragon palace, protecting it as it gradually vanished amidst the darkness of space. Those of the Radiant Light sect were unwilling to accept this as they wanted to stop the pursuit. Yet, the silhouetted figure of the dim radiant emperor shook mightily amidst space, exploding and transforming into a rain of light. Where the rain of light passed, the foreign dimension which had already been collapsing originally was completely destroyed. Violent chaotic flows of space swept the area, actually causing the entire dim radiant mausoleum to begin collapsing as well. The actual mausoleum and illusory space intersected unceasingly, causing storms that could destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth to spread even further out of the mausoleum, destroying everything. The eyes of those of the Radiant Light sect bulged. Could it be that the existence of this dim radiant mausoleum is not for the Emperor's own matters at all, but for the sake of forging that supreme treasure? Now that the ritual had come to an end, the dim radiant mausoleum had also completed its historical mission. It was just that Luo Ziyuan and the others were feeling sad at this moment. The terrifying chaotic flows of space were even more terrifying, even more violent than they had ever been before. Even Luo Ziyuan, who was at the peak of the late-seeing divinity stage, would be hard-pressed to protect himself as he had to rely on the high-grade sacred artifact, the sun-moon wheels. The other Radiant Light sect martial practitioners were scattered in all directions, only able to struggle amidst the shocking tides. The sun-moon wheels had separated earlier, now being jolted flying in two different directions. Luo Ziyuan barely managed to grab the sun wheel, yet could only watch helplessly as the moon wheel was swept away in another direction, vanishing amidst the chaotic flows of space. He wanted to chase after it. Yet, he who only had the sun wheel was only able to barely resist the terrifying chaotic flows of space as he was forced to go along with the flow. Having been damaged for many years, the moon wheel which had finally been repaired recently had yet to be warmed in his hand when it was lost once more. This time, even where to look for it had become a problem as it had almost been lost. The dim radiant wheel was gone. The dim radiant lamp was gone. Even the sun-moon wheels which had originally belonged to him had been destroyed. Luo Ziyuan's enraged roar resounded amidst space as he was unable to suppress it any longer. Chapter 720. The eruption of the chaotic flows of space had begun with the dissipation of the silhouette of the dim radiant emperor. Thanks to the dim radiant wheel, the surface of the myriad dragon palace was enveloped by a layer of blurry radiance which ensured its safety as it traversed the chaotic flows of space. Otherwise, even having refined the door of white jade, the myriad dragon palace would only have been destroyed amidst such terrifying tides. Yan Zhaoge and the others within the palace would naturally not have it easy either. Now, however, they could sit stably on the fishing platform. Still, Yan Zhaoge noticed that the dim radiant wheel had gradually fallen silent. Even having absorbed the dim radiant lamp, the dim radiant wheel was still incomplete as it was still a half-finished product. There was still a long way to go before it could truly become an immortal artifact of legend that shook the heavens and shook the earth. Yan Zhaoge attempted to communicate with it but received no response. This treasure that had just displayed its splendor seemed to have become a completely inconspicuous black metal wheel now as it hovered silently amidst the numerous layers of space within the myriad dragon palace. Still, Yan Zhaoge was not in a rush as he just gazed at that black metal wheel and observed it carefully. Everything that had happened earlier had mostly been within his predictions, even having been single-handedly brought about by him. Still, some things had allowed Yan Zhaoge to see through many things that he had not known previously. Young master. Who rubbed his hands, curiously coming over from the side, what else did we gain this time besides this thing? Yan Zhaoge smiled, if we are talking about benefits that can immediately be seen, this is the best. The Northern Ocean clone smiled, spreading open his palm as light was emitted from it. The next moment, a grayish-white object that resembled a bone appeared on the Northern Ocean clone's palm. Who looked curiously at that bone, carefully identifying it for a long time before confirming that he had never seen it before. It looks like the spine of something, a vertebra. Who scratched his big head. Instead, it was Pan Pan who came over from the side, his nose twitching forcefully as he looked like he somewhat understood. He himself had never seen the other party's kin before. Still, engraved deep within his bloodline, his ancestral memories vaguely gave him a somewhat familiar feeling. Pan Pan stared at it for a moment before revealing an expression that read, "While I don't recognize it, it looks very tasty." Then, he licked it with his tongue, moving towards that bone. The Northern Ocean clone, however, stopped him now as Yan Zhaoge smiled, "Wait. It's fine if it's anything else, but I can't let you eat this." Pan Pan blinked, as if not understanding, once more extending his tongue to lick that piece of bone. Bang! Yan Zhaoge snappily flicked his big forehead, "Stop acting dumb with me, it's not like you don't understand what I'm saying." Pan Pan hugged his head with his two front paws, opening his mouth wide and revealing a simple and honest smile. Looking at that bone, Yan Zhaoge said slowly, "To you, it is merely a delicacy. But to my Northern Ocean clone, it is something that could not be any better." The Northern Ocean clone smiled, force surging from his palm as that grayish-white bone shook. The grayish-white color gradually dissipated, and rays of golden light shot out from the bones. The entire bone became bright and translucent, like a golden crystal. The skeleton seemed to have a life of its own as it began to pulsate incessantly. Rumbling sounds came from within the skeleton, as if it was a desolate roar that had traveled through the ages. Within the golden light, there was a vague illusion. In the illusion, there was a vast and boundless sea. Amidst the roiling waves, a massive figure could vaguely be seen traversing within. Massive waves that surged to the heavens, violent tsunamis, were all crushed to smithereens as this massive figure approached. As this massive black figure floated upwards, gradually arriving at the sea's surface, it resembled a small piece of land as its length and width were hard to estimate. The black figure finally surfaced from the water's surface. It was shockingly and incomparably massive Kuan. The massive Kuan swam within the sea, its vast, majestic power manifesting as it seemed able to carry the heavens and the earth on its back. This massive Kuan leapt up from the seawater, transforming into a similarly massive rock in midair. The great rock spread its wings, instantly soaring above the 9 heavens as it vanished amidst the sky, no traces of it left to be found. Seeing this, Ahu turned his gaze towards Yen Zhaoga's Northern Ocean clone, blurting out, Kuanpeng. That's right, Yen Zhaoga nodded slightly, this is precisely a Kuanpeng bone. Illuminated by the golden light, a silhouette appeared as that Kuanpeng bone that was bright and clear as crystal gradually regained its original appearance, its size beginning to expand rapidly. From the looks of it, it would become much larger than the Myriad Dragon Palace. A satisfied look appeared on Yen Zhaoga's face. This is the spine of a pure-blooded Kuanpeng, condensed within the concept of that Kuanpeng, pure and abundant. The Northern Ocean clone extended his hands, pressing down on that Kuanpeng bone. Beneath his true essence, the Kuanpeng bone ceased expanding. Still, everyone could still feel the surging aura within. Light surged on the Northern Ocean clone's palm, seemingly able to contain the heavens and the earth within a speck of dust. The Kuanpeng bone vanished, but golden light surged about the Northern Ocean clone's entire body. Amidst a breath's time, the golden light rapidly turned black before changing back the next instant, repeating the cycle. The Northern Ocean clone sat in the meditative position, his eyes tightly shut as he entered a meditative state, no longer speaking as he was fully focused on refining the Kuanpeng bone. It was not just absorbing its essence chi. More importantly, it was experiencing the concept that originated from the true ferocious beast, the Kuanpeng. Like this, it combined with the Northern Ocean clone's own martial arts foundation as he began his assault towards a higher level. Seeing that the Northern Ocean clone's cultivation was already on the right track, Yen Zhaoga turned his attention back to other things. The treasures beneath the altar were as numerous as clouds. While analyzing the dim radiant wheel, Yen Zhaoga had also successfully obtained the most powerful martial art of the dim radiant sect, the dim radiant 12 arts. Yen Zhaoga knew that there were martial arts that surpassed the dim radiant 12 arts. Still, he was very interested in this one. This was because he discovered that this supreme martial art vaguely resembled the primordial chaos somewhat. This was extremely rare. This was because the primordial chaos, the source of all profundities, was the might of the founder of the Jade Clear lineage, the Lord of Primordial Beginning. The second scripture of the primordial heavenly scripture, the origin heavenly scripture of the earlier heaven 3 scriptures, symbolized the creation of all things from nothingness, the original 1. The origin heavenly scripture could be simultaneously cultivated in by many. Still, only a single person could attain major accomplishment in it. Whoever attained major accomplishment first would block off the path of others. As for the peerless heavenly scripture, the head of the 10 scriptures and the source of all arts, it was even more extreme. The Lord of Primordial Beginning was unique. The peerless infinity of all things returning to nothingness was similarly unique. Only after the Lord of Primordial Beginning had transcended would others be able to cultivate in the peerless heavenly scripture of the 10 primordial heavenly scriptures. Also, only a single person could cultivate in the peerless heavenly scripture at the same time. Once this position was occupied, it would be impossible to displace it unless the cultivator died. Not long ago, Yen Zhaoga had discovered that even his Northern Ocean clone was unable to comprehend the peerless heavenly scripture as he could only cultivate in it himself. Like this, others might be able to see through him when he executed the peerless heavenly scripture. Now, with the dim radiant 12 arts, he would be able to conceal this somewhat. Chapter 721. Before having come to the world beyond worlds, Yan Zhaoge had already had a premonition. Because legacies had been preserved more completely, there might even be experts who had survived the great calamity. The knowledge and vision of the peak figures of the world beyond worlds were not something that the martial practitioners of the Eight Extremities world could compare to. As Yan Zhaoge executed the various secret arts of the Heavenly Court's divine palace of pre-great calamity times, there might be people in the world beyond worlds who would recognize them. After arriving here, his premonition gradually came true. Still, Yan Zhaoge had ways to deal with most of them. The cyclic heavenly seal was concealed by the heavenly broad creed palm. When it was truly used, it would change in secret, retracting as soon as it was released, its traces fleeting and fleeting. The immortal end sword was ever-changing in the first place. So long as one grasped the appropriate degree of control, it would not be as easy to recognize as it had been the first time he'd used it to kill Nong Yuxuan and the others. Comparatively speaking, the bigger problem was the peerless heavenly scripture, which was not easy to conceal. However, with the dim radiant 12 laws now, the situation had improved greatly. Therefore, Yan Zhaoge was rather interested in the dim radiant 12 arts. While it is only a very shallow bit, the dim radiant emperor is indeed a hero of his generation for being able to comprehend the true intent of peerless infinity on his own. Yan Zhaoge smacked his lips. Still, it is a pity that it is precisely because of this that I have blocked my path of advancement. Limitless, before the original one, it was both the beginning of the beginning and the end of the end. The primordial Lord of Heaven was one of a kind. Wuji was also one of a kind. The second book of the primeval era, the Origin Heavenly Scripture, could only be cultivated by one person to the Great Accomplishment realm. The Peerless Heavenly Scripture, on the other hand, could only be cultivated by one person from the very beginning. The dim radiant Emperor In Tianxia was not the only one who had the ability to comprehend the true intent of peerless infinity. But everyone, without exception, gave up on this path. Because the Peerless Heavenly Scripture already stood at the peak. Although the matters of the world weren't necessarily the same as the past, the path of seeking the Tao was always one that carried on the past and opened up the future. However, the problem was that the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning had successfully transcended. This proved that the path he had taken could almost be said to have reached a dead end. Those who came later wanted to walk the same path, but the result was that the path became narrower and narrower, until there was no path left to walk, and in the end, they still had to return to the peerless heavenly scripture. Yan Zhaoge did not know if In Tianxia had realized this. Analyzing the true intent of peerless infinity, he had created the dim radiant 12 arts that surpassed the dim radiant scripture, allowing him and the dim radiant sect to attain unprecedented heights. But if he could not find another way to jump out of the fence, this height would be his end. No one knew what In Tianxia was thinking back then. Dying prematurely at the prime of his life had caused all his future possibilities to turn into bubbles. As Yan Zhaoge analyzed the dim radiant 12 arts and compared them with his peerless heavenly scripture, countless thoughts also flashed through his mind. At the same time, only one person could cultivate the peerless heavenly scripture. There was one person who had already begun to comprehend the peerless heavenly scripture and was already on the right path of cultivation. Even if the others knew about the peerless heavenly scripture, they could only lament their inadequacy. Back in the Eight Extremities world, when he had chosen his fundamental martial arts and established his foundation, he had also rejoiced at the fact that this seat had not been occupied by someone else. After all, since the ancient times until now, the peerless heavenly scripture was one of the top ultimate techniques, and there were even times and occasions where the word "one of" could be removed. Still, at the time, he had wondered if there were others who coveted this supreme martial art. Was he the only one in this world who grasped the essence of the peerless heavenly scripture? In pre-great calamity times, he had never heard of anyone cultivating in the peerless heavenly scripture. There seemed to be a contradiction here. Yan Zhaoge sat in the meditative position on the ground, pondering as he silently circulated his profound art. Scenes of half-light and half-darkness, half-white and half-black, gradually appeared on his body. As the light flickered, there seemed to be a blurry radiance that was neither bright nor dark enveloping his entire body. With the peerless heavenly scripture as a foundation, Yan Zhaoge cultivated in the dim radiant 12 arts much more quickly and easily than others. Ceasing his thoughts, Yan Zhaoge regained his wits. He saw that Pan Pan was already having a good time amidst the treasure mountain and who was currently holding a pile of rare and precious green underworld golden pages, smiling to the point where only his teeth could be seen. Oh? Yan Zhaoge suddenly felt rather curious. Hadn't a new little money grubber just been added to his team? According to his previous impression of her, she should be like Pan Pan now, having thrown herself entirely into a pile of treasures. Where was she? Swiveling his head, Yan Zhaoge almost laughed out loud. He saw that Xiao Ai was currently near Feng Yunsheng, staring nervously at her. Feng Yunsheng did not feel uncomfortable being appraised by her as she instead revealed an amused smile on her face as she looked back at Xiao Ai. In the end, Xiao Ai was the first to be unable to bear it as she nervously came over to Yan Zhaoge's side, asking, young master, this shouldn't be, Yan Zhaoge asked casually, shouldn't be what? Xiao Ai grit her teeth, asking in a suppressed voice. Shouldn't be young mistress, right? Yan Zhaoge smiled as he glanced at Feng Yunsheng, why do you ask this? What are you basing this on? A man and a woman traveling together might not necessarily be a couple. Feng Yunsheng looked rather interested as she wanted to see how Xiao Ai would answer. Xiao Ai curled her lips, looking like she was about to cry, the way she looks at you is different. More importantly, the way you look at her is different too, young master. Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng both laughed upon hearing her words. Xiao Ai was just short of hugging Yan Zhaoge's leg as she wailed loudly, young master, you can't be like this. Such a handsome figure like you should be able to pass through countless flowers without a single leaf touching you. Young master, can you not look for young mistress? Being single is perfect. Yan Zhaoge did not know whether to laugh or to cry, so you mean that I should be a bachelor for life? Looking pitifully at Yan Zhaoge, Xiao Ai nodded repeatedly. Yan Zhaoge was amused whilst also exasperated as he flicked his finger on her forehead. Feng Yunsheng could not help but smile. Xiao Ai appeared listless, young master, now that you have a young mistress, this maid is going to lower your rating from A to A. Yan Zhaoge could not help but laugh, don't be like this. Let's discuss this and adjust your rating appropriately. Your original rating is really too inhumane. Whose eyes now swiveled as he came before Yan Zhaoge, asking secretly, young master, isn't Miss Feng already with you now? Have you eaten her yet? Yan Zhaoge chuckled, not yet. As compared to me, her body is currently a little weak, unable to withstand my attacks. Feng Yunsheng's face did not turn red as she said smilingly, many thanks for your pity. With their relationship no longer the same, Yan Zhaoge was much more open with his words. He appraised Feng Yunsheng all over before smiling in a very dirty manner, actually, there are many other ways. Feng Yunsheng rolled her eyes exasperatedly, for example. Yan Zhaoge dragged out the word as he looked at Feng Yunsheng with a sneaky gaze. After thinking for a moment, he decided not to be too explosive as his gaze shifted downwards, finally landing on Feng Yunsheng's hand. Feng Yunsheng bared her teeth, chuckling, all right, you can lie down. Yan Zhaoge chuckled, relax, I'll obediently lie down in the mu shape and let you do whatever you want. Feng Yunsheng was taken aback, it should be the ed shape, right? The next moment, she reacted, her hands at her waist as she smiled, still the tai shape. This time, it was Yan Zhaoge's turn to be taken aback. Is there a big difference between the mu shape and the tai shape? Feng Yunsheng's smile carried a rare hint of charm, the so-called mu shape is still attached to your body, while the tai shape is broken, just casually placing it between your legs. Yen Zhaoge. Chapter 722. Yen Zhaoge and Feng Yunqing spoke openly. Ah Hu chuckled foolishly as he listened by the side. Xiao Ai's face was filled with grief and indignation. Young master, your lofty, glorious image in my heart has completely collapsed. Ah. She sighed dejectedly, looking as though there was nothing left to live for. Miss, young master is going to have a young mistress. What should we do? Still, thinking about it, Yen Zhaoge and Feng Yunqing not speaking in a manner that implied their trust in her, Xiao Ai felt slightly better. Should I demote young master from a grade or not? She had a conflicted look on her face as she turned around, covering her ears as she walked to the side. Looking at her back, Feng Yunqing smiled. Her actual age should be a little older than mine. She's a big sister, right? Yen Zhaoge said, recuperating in the dim radiant mausoleum. I fell into a deep slumber for some time. Feng Yunqing swiveled her head to look at the dim radiant wheel. Speaking of the dim radiant mausoleum, this should be our greatest gain this time, right? Having activated the dim radiant wheel together with Yen Zhaoge earlier, she had a deep impression of the terrifying power concealed within this treasure. There had been the extreme Yin crown before and the cold sun divine saber behind. Feng Yunqing was far more sensitive to this kind of high-level treasure than ordinary people. Yen Zhaoge glanced at the dim radiant wheel as well, lightly rubbing his temples. Whether it is a gain or a calamity, it is still a little hard to say now. He raised his head to look at the roof of the myriad dragon palace. I was thinking earlier that the dim radiant emperor who used his corpse as a material to forge the dim radiant wheel should not be someone who placed too much importance on his death. As the ritual for forging the dim radiant wheel concluded, the collapse of the dim radiant mausoleum further verified my earlier guess. The dim radiant mausoleum did not exist as a place of burial for the dim radiant emperor. Instead, it was to forge the dim radiant wheel. Still, Yen Zhaoge exhaled slowly. The final illusory figure of the dim radiant emperor that resided within the dim radiant wheel seems to vaguely reject those of the radiant light sect. Feng Yunqing pondered that the disperse message was the same as the dim radiant emperor's words. From this, it can be seen that it is probably not just those of the radiant light sect. Those of the dim radiant sect would most likely be rejected by the dim radiant wheel as well. Yen Zhaoge nodded. The death of the dim radiant emperor and the decline of the dim radiant sect has always been a big mystery. Feng Yunqing asked, do you mean that the dim radiant mausoleum or the dim radiant wheel holds the answer? Yen. Yin Tianxia and the dim radiant sect's expedition to foreign lands that year was likely not as simple as everyone thought. He Tian long ago, he. Xia Tian long Tian, he Tian, yen, he. He yang, I, he Tian, he yang Tian king, he. As Yen Zhaoge saw it, a valiant figure like Yin Tianxia would not give up so easily. There, the yang as he Tian long chen, he did not. There. Yin Tianxia didn't want to implicate the other middle and low-level disciples in the cult. However, as a hero of an era, Yin Tianxia was certainly unwilling. He wanted to give himself and his fellow sect members an explanation, as well as leave behind the truth for future generations. Yen Zhaoge chuckled, young master, could you be thinking too much? Yen Zhaoge chuckled, I hope so too. After a slight pause, Yen Zhaoge said, the final silhouette left behind by the dim radiant emperor has already dissipated. The dim radiant wheel will no longer reject those of the radiant light sect. Sadly, if we had not kept the dim radiant wheel, we would have been hard-pressed to escape from the radiant light sect's attacks. If the dim radiant wheel had fallen into the hands of the radiant light sect, their strength would have increased greatly within a short period of time. While it would be a small matter if we could continue to stand firm in the royal reed sea, the eight extremities world would be completely unable to resist them. Yen Zhaoge smacked his lips. If not for that, I would have even considered giving the dim radiant wheel to the radiant light sect, who was greatly shocked, young master. Yan Zhaoge waved his hands, indicating for him to calm down. The dim radiant wheel hovering amidst space did not seem special at all, also emanating no power or aura at all, as it seemed just like an ordinary black metal wheel. However, looking at this supreme treasure, Yan Zhaoge's gaze grew increasingly deep and distant. The 3 sovereigns, 5 emperors and exalts of 10 territories were the current hegemons of the world beyond worlds. While there were conflicts or disagreements between them, there were few conflicts on the surface, as they seemed to be of the same branch. This was especially so as the world beyond worlds was not without external enemies. The 9 underworlds threatened every single world. Yet, when Yin Tianxia had perished and the dim radiant sect had declined that year, the other major figures of the world beyond worlds had all expressed an unfathomable attitude towards this. There were too many things that were worth mentioning here. Yan Zhaoge even suspected that it was the handiwork of one or a few of them. Under such circumstances, it really felt like the closer one was to the truth, the faster one would die. Perhaps this was the reason why that illusory figure of the dim radiant emperor had instead rejected the descendants of his sect. Looking at the dim radiant wheel amidst space, Feng Yunsheng and Ahu fell into deep thought for a time. Yan Zhaoge clapped his hands, smiling, "No need to be so nervous. Speaking of which, we are still safer than the Radiant Light sect and the Dim Darkness sect at the very least." After a moment's pause, Yan Zhaoge added, "Of course, there are many things that need to be carefully grasped within. The so-called crisis has always been one where danger and opportunity coexist. The problem is how to grasp the opportunity and avoid the danger. There are definitely people who know about what happened that year." As Yan Zhaoge said this, his expression turned rather strange, right? For example, my mother. If not for that, it would be impossible for Xue Chuqing to have helped the dim radiant emperor. Even if she had been acting on orders, she would still have understood some things. Taking 10,000 steps back, the person who had guided Xue Chuqing into the dim radiant mausoleum and handled this matter would definitely be in the know. Yan Zhaoge chuckled and waved toward Xiao Ai. "Xiao Ai, what else do you know about my mother? Tell me about it. For example, that Grand Master of my mother whom you mentioned being on good terms with the dim radiant emperor, do you know who he is?" Xiao Ai blinked. "Young master, this maid is a dutiful person, not asking about ladies' matters." Yan Zhaoge grinned. "Pretty good, keep it up. Just tell me what you know. You don't have to keep it a secret from me, right?" Xiao Ai rambled on for a while. Indeed, it was all about daily matters. Still, one of them drew Yan Zhaoge's attention. "You said just now that my mother came from Kunlun Mountain." Xiao Ai answered, "This maid does not know if she came from there, but she has definitely been to Kunlun Mountain before. Viewing the snowy scenery in the northern profound heaven territory once, lady once mentioned that the snowy scenery here was even more desolate than that of Kunlun Mountain." Yan Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. This Kunlun Mountain was not the Kunlun Mountain of pre-Great Calamity times. Instead, it was the new Kunlun that had been rebuilt by the world beyond worlds after the Great Calamity, located within the central June Heaven territory of the world beyond worlds. You're tuning into the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.